The story begins in the emergency room with a voice calling for the doctor saying that a patient is having difficulty breathing and that he should be given the ventilator. The patient's name is Jin Lashan, and he is also a mechanical engineer. Due to overwork, his heart suffered a heart attack, and now he is on the verge of losing his life. Shortly after he was born, his parents died in a car accident, and he became an orphan. After graduating, he spent 20 years at the company, living a nightmare with an extremely low salary. He was single all his life and never held a girl's hand. The protagonist wonders what the point of it all is when someone approaches him, asking if he can hear them and calling him again. They are the nurses, telling him to use the defibrillator immediately. Jin thinks he feels so tired and decides to sleep for now. The next day, someone is lying in bed, wondering if this is a hospital and how much a luxurious room like this would cost, until he notices a system message welcoming him to the magical continent of Eldera. The protagonist, confused, asks what this is. He's still somewhat dazed. He looks to the side and widens his eyes when he sees his reflection in the mirror, wondering what is happening and why his appearance has changed. A week later, the protagonist is sitting in his chair when someone enters. It is his subordinate, calling him Master Rhine and saying that his tea is ready. The protagonist thanks her and thinks that after about a week, he has understood his new position. He was reincarnated and became this man named Rhine Edgar. He is the third son of Grand Duke Alfira Edgar, with one brother and one sister, and remembers when they were at the dinner table and his brother insisted on eating and not going hungry while growing, telling him to drink this because he spent a lot on this magical water, and if he drank it, it could increase his magical power. In the present time, a lady arrives saying that this is the new coat his mother made for him and to try it on to see if it fits. Rain is the youngest son of the family and therefore loved by everyone. He smiles and wonders if this is some sort of remedy for his terrible past life. This continent is called Eldria, a world where all facilities depend on magic to function. The Caradorial Empire is the largest human empire on this continent. On the continent, there are not only human nations, but also other races, such as elves and dwarves. The Edgar family is a noble family with a territory of about 300,000 square kilometers and approximately 1 million subjects. Someone serves him water. As a noble, the young master not only has expensive clothes, but also a personal maid to serve him. He thinks that living such a happy life must be the result of the hard work of his past life. The subordinate says that the Lord has something to discuss with him and asks him to follow her. In another room, the subordinate approaches the door and says, "The boy has arrived." The Lord tells her to let him in. The protagonist says he is there. Aldarian asks if he knows why he called him. This is his father and also the Lord of this land. Rain replies that he does not know. The Lord says that he has reached the age to manage his own territory and asks if he has decided where he would like to go. The young master asks about inheriting a territory and his father replies, of course. He walks to the map and says that the territory he will take over in the future is in the northwest. Although it is relatively safe due to the shortage of mages, the problem of food production has been difficult to solve. And although the land is safe for now, the future of the Caradorial Empire is not so optimistic. The protagonist thinks that, indeed, what his father said is very true. The royal family of the Caradorial Empire is in decline and political corruption is rampant. Open and hidden conflicts among the various lords of the empire are countless. In this world, after his reincarnation, he has experienced care and attention like never before and will never lose the people who care about him. Aldarian wonders if he is putting too much pressure on him and says he does not need to feel pressured, as his older brother, older sister, and himself. Rain interrupts, asking if solving the food problem will improve the territory's security. His father replies that food issues cannot be solved with enthusiasm alone and it needs to be done gradually, thinking that, as expected, he is still just a child thinking the problem is too simple. The young master thinks he is not relying only on passion, but on centuries of human industrial revolution wisdom, and says to leave the food problem to him. City of Iceling, the westernmost land of Grand Duke Aldarian's territory, bordering to the north the lands of the enemy Grand Duke Sorin, to the west the territory of the elves, and to the south the vast ocean. Due to its location at the intersection of three nations, the city of Iceling is often engulfed in the flames of war. Frequent wars turned what was once fertile land into barren soil and the population decreased, with people barely surviving. Elsewhere, a carriage is passing by and the protagonist is inside with his maid. He's looking over some papers and thinks that the prerequisite for an industrial revolution is a sufficient labor force, so he needs to find a way to increase the population. One surprising thing is that it seems he has acquired some kind of skill. The system notifies the host to use the scanning skill on a person, and with this skill, he can clearly observe the statistics of the scanned individual. Rain thinks that by testing it on his family, he gained a rough understanding of the people in this world, and it seems his priority upon arriving in the territory is to recruit talented individuals. The maid recalls being told by the Lord to personally keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause trouble in the territory, to which she had replied that she understood. In the present, the subordinate thinks that he had better not cause trouble. In the city of Iceling, at the mansion of the city lord, a young man says he heard that the youngest son of the Grand Duke will be arriving in the city today and asks if they should act first. The Lord replies that there are rumors that Grand Duke Aldarion not only spoils this youngest son extremely, but the young man adds that even his brother and sister dote on him. The Lord says to wait for the master's next instructions before taking any action. The young man asks about him discovering their tax and financial fraud. The Lord says that a spoiled young master like him wouldn't understand fiscal and financial records. So, as soon as he arrives, they should show him some random accounts to confuse him. Based on the time, he should be arriving soon, and they should go greet him. The young man agrees, and the Lord thinks it's time for Aldarion to pay for his crimes. Meanwhile, the two get out of the carriage, and the protagonist thinks that, as he imagined, due to the lack of population, land that was once cultivable has become desolate and asks her to give him the map of this area. Leah hands it over, and Rain thinks that if they could divert the river to the west and build a canal connecting it to the southern port, until he hears someone telling their father to stop gambling. He looks to the side and sees a girl kneeling on the ground, telling her father to stop betting because the money is for her mother's treatment. Her father, very irritated, orders her to give him the money, saying he has to win this time, insisting she hand it over because he is sure to win. His daughter refuses, saying it is for her mother's treatment. He threatens that if she doesn't give the money, he will hit her. At that moment, someone clenches their fist. It's the young master who punches him in the face, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist stares at him and says that hurt. The maid tells him to wait and that if he intends to hit someone next time, he should warn her in advance so she can prepare protective gear. Rain replies that it was an impulsive act and there was no time to wait, and asks her to check the girl's condition because he's going to have a word with that scum. The man is on the ground holding his face. The young master approaches him and asks about using the money meant for his family's survival to gamble and even hitting his daughter if he has lost his mind. The man asks who he is. The protagonist replies that who he is doesn't matter and warns that if he hears he went to the casino again, he will have someone cut off his head asking if he understood. The man runs away, saying he won't do it again and will never gamble again. Rain asks the girl if she's okay and thinks he'll check her physical condition using the system. The girl thanks him and says that if the money for her mother's treatment had been taken, she wouldn't know what to do. The young master watches her in surprise. Upon seeing her stats, he finds her name is Lillian A. Lore. She is 17 years old, and although her stats are not high, she has a natural affinity for agriculture and needs to be recruited. She will be essential for farming in the future. He tells her that since she is going to the city to find a doctor for her mother, she can ride in the carriage with them, as they are also heading to the city. Lillian says she's dirty and would soil his carriage. The protagonist replies that it's just a few wooden boards put together as transportation. Cleanliness doesn't matter, and besides, he wants to ask her something. How, with such severe poverty, can there be a casino there? Last autumn, the Grand Duke of the enemy nation Soren attacked the city, causing the death of many soldiers. This spring, a major flood destroyed much of the land and crops. The citizens' lives became hell, and even getting a meal became difficult. As they walk through the city, Rain thinks he needs to conduct a census to find out how much productive labor they have. They first head to the property of the lord of the city of Iceling to see how much reserve money is available to use as development funds. He asks if she knows where the city lord's estate is. Ilore replies that the estate is located until someone approaches on horseback, telling them to get out of the way, calling them peasants, and ordering them to disappear from his sight immediately. The maid pushes her master aside, telling him to be careful. The rider speeds past on his horse, shouting for people to move. Leah glares as he passes, then notices she's holding onto him and asks if he is hurt or feeling pain anywhere. The young master replies that, thanks to her, he's fine, and asks if she knows who that was. Lillian answers that the man is the young master of the Edwin family, and that all the casinos in the city of Iceling belong to them. The protagonist asks about all the casinos in the city and whether that means they must be rich. Ilore says yes. Rain smiles, thinking that's great. He was worried about where to get development funds from. He tells her to take them to the casino. Lillian warns him not to go there, saying that if they do, the casino will take all his money. The young master reassures her not to worry, as the casino cannot beat him. Ilore watches him, wondering how powerful he really is. Elsewhere, they approach a door guarded by two men, and the protagonist thinks to himself to wait until they're defeated by his industrialized production line. He enters the casino, where there are many people, one of whom is asking for 10 gold coins, saying he'll win it back and promising to repay. Another boy says he's won. People are calling red. Rain looks around, thinking that as long as casinos exist, people will never truly work. The maid says soldiers have already surrounded the casino and asks if he wants to act now. The young master tells her to wait for the big fish first. A staff member asks what he would like to play. The protagonist says he doesn't know, that he's just fooling around, and asks if there's something easy. The staff member tells him to follow. He leads him to two men playing and tells him to place his bets. The staff member hands him two chips, saying they're on the house and maybe he'll get lucky. Rain tosses them onto the table. The two men smile and call out, 4, 6, 1, 6, it's high. The staff member says it's a shame, he almost won. The young master asks if that's it, saying this is no fun at all and that he's hungry. The staff member tells him to wait, saying he can only leave after paying what he owes. The protagonist asks since when he owes them anything. The staff member says he loaned him those two chips, and he needs to pay for them before leaving. Rain points out that he just said they were on the house. The staff member says he was joking and nothing there is free. Each chip is worth 100 gold coins, but including service fees and interest, he owes 250 gold coins. And if he didn't bring enough money today, he can leave his maid as payment. A voice cuts in, telling him to stop talking nonsense because he's a cheater. It's Lillian, telling them not to believe him, and that each chip is worth only 1 silver coin. He's blatantly lying. The staff member gets angry, wanting to know where this wretch came from, how she dares ruin his plans, and orders someone to beat her up. Without thinking twice, the young master punches him, sending him flying into some tables and knocking everything over. The protagonist asks who gave him permission to speak. The gamblers mutter that everything's his, while another tells the others to get out of the way and leave some for themselves. Rain thinks these people are hopeless. Someone approaches, asking who dares cause trouble in his casino. It's the rider from earlier. The young master thinks the big fish has arrived. The people in the casino look frightened. The warrior orders his guards to beat them and make them learn their place. The people beg him to stop, saying they've learned their lesson and to spare them, but the guards hit them anyway. The others in the place watch in fear. The writer says everyone should behave or this will be their fate. Lillian blames herself, thinking that if she hadn't brought them to a place like this, they wouldn't have been deceived. She remembers when they went to the hospital and the young master told the doctor to save her mother, saying he would pay. She thinks she has to return the favor to her big brother. Ailora steps forward, saying she won't allow them to deceive Big Brother. People wonder who this child is, thinking it's the end for her. No one in Aisling who angered Vercello ever met a good end. The writer asks if she has something to say. Lillian says his casino has cheated everyone and destroyed countless families, and she won't let him intimidate her big brother. They're good people. Vercello moves in to attack, and Ailora thinks she's about to be beaten. She slowly opens her eyes, realizing the protagonist has grabbed his hand, stopping the blow from landing. He notes his stats and realizes that not only are his attributes bad, but his loyalty is only 5. This Eldrin family could start a revolt at any moment, and he needs to be careful. The knight asks if he also seems to dislike his attitude. Rain replies that no, in fact, he likes his way of acting. Only the strong can survive in this world, and whoever wins the fight takes everything. Vercello laughs and asks if he still intends to oppose him, and if he knows who he is. The young master replies that he doesn't need to know who he is, only one thing. The protagonist claps his hands and his guards enter. He says that since he has now won the fight, he will take whatever he wants, and his words are the law. Elsewhere, a voice says he hopes Ryan will like his daughter, and another calls him Lucas, saying he heard he made a lot of money recently. Lucas replies that it's all thanks to the city lord. A man wonders if he intends to take advantage of the Grand Duke with his daughter, recalling when he told a subordinate to give him a little scare during tonight's banquet, thinking he's naive. In real time, a girl approaches and offers him a toast. The man thanks her and wonders where Vercello went, since if he were here, they could build a better relationship with the Grand Duke's son and give him some leeway. They can't rely too much on this worthless city lord. Someone says, "Your Highness, Ryan has arrived." He enters, and the head of the Raven family says he bought him some gifts, while the head of the Router family says he brought his daughter and asked him to take a look. The young master says that if everyone is ready, they will begin. The subordinates approach with a poster, placing it on the floor. They look at the image and wonder what it is, asking if it looks like a house. The protagonist says that this is the design for a dam he drew this afternoon, and they will make sure it is feasible during construction. The family heads wonder about baggage and whether it's for catching fish. Rain tells them not to worry, as he will explain now, and asks his maid for the map. He continues, saying that he took a look this afternoon at the geographical location of the city of Aisling. There is a major flood every year due to the river north of the city. If they build a dam there, they can stop the floods during the rainy season and irrigate the crops during droughts. His Highness thinks it's a great idea. If they can really build that dam, Aisling's agricultural production will improve greatly. It seems the Grand Duke's son is no simple man. The head of the Raven family asks what that has to do with them. The young master says he needs money. Every construction requires money. A man says they are poor too. and the Ravenhead agrees. The man thinks that although he's smart, he's also very naive. Does he expect these leeches to finance him? That won't work. The protagonist says not to tell him they're poor. He has a good way to make money and will share it now. He raided a casino this afternoon and won about 50,000 gold coins and asks how many other casinos there are in Iceland and if anyone knows. The family heads wonder if he raided a casino. That means they won't be getting a share this month. They ask which casino it was and hope it wasn't one they invested in. And all the casinos in Iceland are managed by Master Adrian. This young man is going to cause trouble. The man calls him an idiot in his thoughts. If he had just stayed quiet, he probably wouldn't have done anything to him, but since he picked a fight, he'll destroy him. He says that raiding a casino breaks the laws of the Caradorial nation, and the nation's laws must not be broken. People agree, saying it's not right, that Adrian is correct, and those casinos are legal businesses. You can't just rob them because you want to. They ask how he could do such a thing. The man thinks he's very naive and doesn't know how to control people. Rain says that they pretend to be poor when asked for donations and refuse to make up for it, and he knows all about their involvement with the casinos. He'll give them one last chance. Either they give them up now or he'll take them himself. Adrian says that if the Grand Duke learns about his behavior here, he won't forgive him easily. Those around agree, telling him not to play with this and to know his place. The young master says that if he wants to talk about the law, great, then arrest them all and they'll discuss the law today. The casino guards are tied up. The man wonders why these two are here. Weren't they always on Versilo's side? Unless. The protagonist asks if he knows these two. Adrian says he's never seen them before and asks what this means. Rain sits down and tells him not to be alarmed. It's no big deal, they just tried to eliminate him this afternoon. Thinking back, they had said that in the city of Iceland, the powers could darken the sky with just one hand, and that they had someone in Iceland supporting them. The master tells them to untie the two and see if they remember anyone from the group. People watch and wonder if these two aren't Versilo's followers, and Rain has just said they tried to eliminate him. It seems the master's luck has run out. Adrian thinks that if these two say anything, his entire family will be ruined. He grabs a knife, demanding to know how they dared attack the Grand Duke's son, calling them trash and telling them to pay with their lives. The two are struck down, people look on in shock, and with the two defeated, the master feels relieved. He says he was overcome by anger and acted impulsively after hearing about the assassination attempt and tells Ryan to punish him however he sees fit. The young master puts a hand on his shoulder and says that with such a strong sense of justice, Adrian truly is a great noble. Adrian replies that he only did what he should have. The protagonist says to bring in the real culprit, and he'll see if there are more outstanding nobles like him in the group. They bring in Versilo tied up, telling him to take his hands off them and calling him trash, saying his father is the greatest noble in all of Iceland, and when he's freed, he'll tell his father to defeat them all. The Lord notices he's been captured and realizes that's why he couldn't find him. Aloran demands to know how he dares eliminate his servants, saying he's completely done for. He calls him trash and says that once he's free, he'll capture and torture him, making him beg for death. Rain asks if that means he not only wants to eliminate him, but also torture him. Versilo answers exactly, saying that no one in Iceland can oppose him, and that Rhine is finished. The young master says that's splendid. This is the first time he's met someone so bold, and asks Adrian if he doesn't agree. Aloran realizes he's his father and laughs, calling him a piece of shit and saying his days are numbered, asking if he doesn't know who he is. His father cuts him off, ordering him to shut up, calling him an ungrateful child and telling him to kneel now. Versilo asks what's going on. The Lord shoves his son to the ground and says he's a naive youth, begging Rain for forgiveness and saying he's willing to give anything. Aloran remembers his father telling him that the Grand Duke's son would arrive the next day to take over the territory and to make sure to get close to him, and asks if Rain is the Grand Duke's son. The protagonist asks what other reason there would be for him to have so many soldiers. Versilo bows his head to the floor, begging for forgiveness, admitting he made a terrible mistake and won't do it again. Adrian says to give his family a chance to redeem themselves, and he kneels too, saying their family swears on their lives. Rain says to give up everything they have gained illegally over the years, and he'll guarantee their safety. The Lord thanks him, thinking he's safe now, and that regarding this man, he needs to warn the master about him. He says he has something to report. The city lord Eldrick has contacted foreign forces in an attempt to betray the Grand Duke. A young man wonders if the city lord wants a rebellion. Someone calls him a bastard. It's the young master, saying he was going to let him go, but he's still here slandering the Lord and questioning his loyalty, so they can execute these fools for speaking nonsense immediately. The man widens his eyes, thinking that, just as the master said, this youth isn't only stupid but also impulsive. He says his insight and attitude are greatly appreciated, and that he is completely loyal to him and the Grand Duke, never even considering rebellion. The protagonist says not to worry as he's sure he would never betray him. Rain checks his stats. Elsewhere, the young master is observing something, thinking that these nobles hand over more than 100,000 gold coins, about 2 years' worth of taxes that Aisling collects. Leah approaches with his full tea service. The protagonist asks if she knows exactly how rich these nobles are. The maid asks what he plans to do about what Adrian said, pointing out that if the city lord is really planning a rebellion, he'll be in danger. Rain tells her to calm down, saying he understands her concern, but there's no need to rush. He's certain Eldrick is planning a rebellion, but he can't just reveal his plans right now. Leah asks why. The young master replies that it's because he still doesn't know who's working for Eldrick and Aisling, and he's still exposed while his enemies are in the shadows. If he acts rashly, everything will turn into chaos. It's better for Eldrick to think he's just a naive and ignorant rich boy before he investigates thoroughly. Elsewhere, a mage says it's absurd and nonsense, but Eldrick tells Guildmaster Malcolm to calm down, as Master Rhine is young and eager to prove himself as a Grand Duke. The old man says that the city doesn't need to take his side. Even the Grand Duke has to show respect to them, the mages, when they speak. Calgar thinks to himself that he had been wondering how he would bribe the Mage Guild. He looks at the Water Conservation Project, the recruitment notice, and thinks that Rain brought this to him. Guildmaster Malcolm says that Rhine is insolent and that he's going to have a word with him, but Eldrick tells him to wait, thinking that Rhine has offended the Mage Guild and from now on, he'll be on his own in Aisling. Later elsewhere, the protagonist thinks that he's back to the days of drawing engineering designs and nothing else. The maid enters and says that Guildmaster Malcolm would like to see him. Rain wonders who that is. The mage asks what this means and why he is insulting the Mage Guild like this. The young master asks what he's talking about, and when he supposedly insulted the guild, the guildmaster shows him a sheet saying the project does not accept applications from individuals who are mages, physically weak or elderly, and tells him to stop acting like he doesn't know. He's the one who made this recruitment notice. The protagonist replies yes, saying he's building a dam, and asks how that's an insult to their guild. The mage says that the recruitment notice clearly states he is refusing applications from mages, and there's no way that isn't a provocation to the Mage Guild. Rain wonders if the world here is so ruthless that even mages take jobs that require physical strength. The guildmaster says that if Rain doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, all the mages in the guild will refuse to work for him from now on. The young master asks the system to show his stats and sees that his loyalty isn't low, so it seems someone may have provoked him. He says it's a misunderstanding, that he didn't mean to disrespect the Mage Guild, and that there are 3 reasons for not hiring mages this time. First, their mana capacity per day is limited, so they might not meet the deadline. Second, it's simply much more expensive to hire mages. With the same amount of money, he could hire 10 physical laborers instead. Third, most mages live comfortably as part of a guild. Malcolm says that civilians, however, don't have a safety net, and as the city's lord, Rhine should give them special consideration. And, with all due respect, magic is the law in this world. The protagonist says that those without magical talent deserve to be beneath mages, and that's correct, but he doesn't like it. The mage says that starting in Aisling, he intends to make everyone understand that mages are no different from civilians, neither superior nor inferior, and suggests Rain change his stance if he doesn't want to make enemies. Leah approaches with her dagger drawn, and Rain tells him to be careful with his tone. Otherwise, his maid will invoke the law of insulting nobility by cutting his throat. Grimlock says that's absurd, but the young master says it's not absurd. This law really exists. And if he doesn't believe him, he'll have his maid cut his throat and watch the court rule in his favor. He asks, "How about that?" Malcolm apologizes, asking him to spare his life. The protagonist thinks that even in a situation like this, his loyalty hasn't dropped. He really doesn't realize he's being used, and he's naive. Rain tells his maid to let him go, and the mage thanks him. The system notifies him. Beginner mission to use the investigation skill on 10/10 people completed. Beginner reward package for the host is now available. New mission unlocked. Obtain 5 high-level characters. New functions available. Rain thinks that he's finally completed the system mission and will now see what reward he's earned. Elsewhere, Eldrick asks if everything went well. The mage tells him not to say another word. The young man not only didn't listen, but even kicked him out. Calgar says he has an idea. Not only will he change the young man's mind, but he'll also make him more respectful toward him. And when those peasants refuse to work for the master, he'll have no choice but to ask for his help. Malcolm asks why those people wouldn't work for the master when he's offering good conditions. Eldrick replies that the young man will be disappointed in those peasants if they all turn out to be lazy. The mage says no way. He'll just be disappointed in him for refusing to hire mages, and asks why Eldrick would try to sabotage him with that. Calgar tells him not to worry, saying those peasants are useless anyway, and asks why they'd be starving. They don't know how to farm or hunt, and why such useless people would take the idea of helping the master build the dam seriously. Malcolm says they might as well try his idea. Then voices ask what the talk is about, saying they heard that the new lord is hiring people to build something, and they also heard it's an unmissable offer. 3 meals a day will be provided, and the pay will be 10 copper coins. 2 young men ask if the new lord is really that kind, and if they'll accept the job, but one says it must be a trap, asking if these nobles haven't already deceived them many times. He says he definitely won't do it, or he'll probably be killed without even knowing it. Then someone approaches, telling them not to dare slander His Majesty. It's Lillian, saying His Majesty told her personally that he's going to try to make everyone's life better. People start laughing and ask what a little girl like her could know. They all burst out laughing and ask if she likes that pretty boy. Alora says that she and her father want to join the dam project. The subordinate taking note says her father will be accepted, but not her. Lillian is confused and asks why not, since she's pretty strong too. The subordinate says she's not even of legal age, and the master said minors under 18 can't be hired. If they take her behind his back and he finds out, he will certainly punish them. He says her father can work on building the dam. It's 8 hours a day with 3 meals provided, 10 copper coins paid at the end of each day. And if they have no more questions, they need to sign with their fingerprint there and present it at the construction site the next day. Ilora tells her father he must work hard without slacking off. He replies not to worry, he won't gamble anymore and won't disappoint the young master. She must stay home and take care of her mother since she can no longer work outside because of her illness. The subordinate tells them to wait and come back, so the two stop. The soldier asks if he said his wife is sick. The man replies that his wife is very ill and really can't work. The subordinate asks who said she needs to work. He says the young master declared that family members of any worker on the dam project must be temporarily relocated to the workers' accommodations, which can be considered a temporary residence while they work on the dam, and once construction is complete, they can return home. The man kneels on the ground and thanks him profusely. The soldier tells him to stand up and says he'll send someone to take him and his daughter to the housing, and they can choose where they'd like to live. Excited people tell them to wait, asking if the new lord is telling the truth, and saying they need to register immediately. They can't miss this chance. The soldier tells everyone to form a line, stand in a straight row, and not push. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the protagonist is looking at the system message congratulating him for receiving a lithium iron phosphate battery project and 100 beginner host reward packs. Rain thinks about the battery project and wonders what the hell he's supposed to do with it without an electric generator. Do they expect him to carry the batteries and get struck by lightning to charge them? More notifications arrive telling him to train and obtain 5 high-stat characters. The young master wonders where in the world he'll find 5 high-stat characters, thinking he might train his maid. But after looking at her stats, he sees she can't grow any further. He figures he'll have to go into the city to look for talent again. Then a voice says, Lillian is here to see him. He tells them to let her in. The girl enters and says something strange is happening at the construction site. Everyone is slacking off. The protagonist asks about slacking off. Elsewhere, Alore asks why her father took another break. He says he promises he's not slacking, but he's felt tired since waking up this morning, and no one else there has any energy either. Lillian calls for everyone's attention, saying they received an amazing offer from His Majesty, and asks why they're slacking off. A man yawns, saying they're trying, but they've been feeling like this since the morning, and maybe it's been so long since they last worked that they've all come down with the instant work exhaustion disease, and will probably feel better if they rest for a day. There's always tomorrow. Alora tells them to stop with this nonsense, saying they're all probably just lazy, that there's no way such a disease exists, and that they should listen to the master, telling him to tell them to work hard and stop slacking. Rain walks over to her father, checks his stats, and notices an anomaly, curse. He says they're not sick, they're cursed. Everyone falls silent. The young master looks at the system's explore function, thinking he had planned to use it when the dam's construction began, but it seems he will test it now. The system shows that through Explore, the host can analyze the condition of rocks, strata, formations, minerals, hydrology, and terrain features in a specific area. The protagonist asks the system to analyze the geological condition of this area, and the system begins analyzing within a radius of 10 kilometers, telling him to wait. Rain thinks there's no oil or metals down there, a shame, until he notices something and wonders what it is. He asks if they can dig deeper there, as he suspects something is buried. Rock replies that, of course, it's nothing, even if they are tired. Later, still in the same place, after digging, they come across something shining. Leah wonders if the young master is truly a genius in magic, thinking the magic from it is so faint that even she couldn't sense it, and becomes curious about how he did it. The protagonist tells them to unearth this crystal and put it in the box. He then asks what people normally do when cursed. The maid replies that they can go to a church and ask a priest to remove it, or they can seek a high-level mage from the Mage Guild. Rain asks if she said Mage Guild. He then tells Lillian to follow him and bring her father, as they're going to find a priest. She asks if her father is really cursed. The young master replies yes, and that whoever did it won't get away with it. Later, at the church, the nun welcomes them. The protagonist thinks that since he's asking her to treat someone, he should first make sure she has good loyalty. The system investigates and shows her stats. Rain is surprised, wondering about her being an elf. She's not even human. The nun says she is Saint Ayuria of the church, and asks what she can do for him. The young master says that the man there seems to be cursed and asks if she can do anything about it. Thinking her loyalty seems good and deciding to let her take a look first. The saint asks to inspect him. She opens her eyes, releasing a bright light, and says, "He's right. The man is indeed cursed." The protagonist asks if she can remove it. Ayuria releases energy, making a magic circle approach and enter his body. Rock, excited, says he feels like a new man, that he's going back to work right now and will do all the work he should have done today and more. Rain tells him there's no rush. It won't be too late to start after they deal with this first, and says they found this at the construction site, asking if she knows what it is. They open the box, revealing the crystal inside. The saint says that black crystal is the most common type of magic crystal. An enormous amount of magic was stored to make the curse effective. However, it seems more like a prank than a true curse. The caster could have killed someone with the same amount of magic, but instead only made people tired. The young master asks if it's very easy to make such a crystal. Ayuria says it's very easy for a high-level mage to make one and hide it daily at the young master's construction site. The protagonist asks if she knows about his project. The saint replies that the project will greatly benefit the civilians here, and why wouldn't she know? Thanks to the project helping so many people, the pressure on the church has also eased. Rain thinks it looks like he's going to have to teach that old man a lesson. He asks if there's a way to remove the curse from the entire construction site. Ayuria replies that it will be a bit difficult. He was lucky to find the crystal today, but might not be so lucky next time. Plus, if everyone focuses on digging up crystals, who will focus on the actual construction? The young master thinks it seems he will still have to confront Malcolm about this. The saint says she knows someone who could solve his problem, but she's a bit eccentric and asks if he'd like to try anyway. Elsewhere, the protagonist approaches with his card, thinking this is the house of Lady Selena, the former president of the Mage Guild. He knocks on the door, thinking that one way or another, he'll persuade her to help. The maid notices something, pushes her master aside, and warns him to be careful. An explosion occurs. Rain wonders about this explosion and what's happening. A voice complains about another failure. Selena says she can't accept it and won't stop until she succeeds in creating it, even if she has to level the entire city of Iceling. She refuses, saying she's busy researching a new magic device and has no time for him. The young master asks about magic devices, like wands. Selena tells him not to insult her with such a low level of understanding. Leah, surrounded by a powerful aura, says Selena should mind her tone when speaking to the young master. Selena replies that Leah has great magic and suggests she stay there as her assistant. When she succeeds, she'll help her little master and asks what she thinks. The maid says that if Selena doesn't know how to be polite, maybe she should teach her. The two glare at each other. The protagonist tells her to calm down, as they're here to ask for help, not cause trouble. He asks if Selena made everything on this table and if she's creating a magic item. Selena answers that at least he recognizes all those failures. Unfortunately, she releases energy into her hand and says she's trying to create a device that can store powerful electrical magic within itself. Rain wonders about storing electrical magic and asks if it's a magic device for storing electricity. The mage replies yes, and that when it works, an explosion like the earlier one happens, and that he can go now since she needs to rest before resuming her research. The young master stares at her and asks if, hypothetically, he told her there's a way to create a device that can store electricity. Would she help him deal with the Mage Guild? Selena says she already told him. She has no time for nonsense. The protagonist insists he's serious, asking if helping her create a device that stores electricity would earn her help in resolving the problem with the Mage Guild. The mage agrees, saying that if he can create the magical device she needs, she'll not only deal with that idiot Malcolm, but make the entire Mage Guild listen to him. But if he fails, she won't be responsible for his safety. Later, elsewhere, Rain is looking over the lithium iron phosphate battery schematics, thinking he was trying to figure out where in the world he could get electricity, and supposing that these mages could serve as human power generators before the hydro generators are built. He says it was built exactly like she built hers. Selena warns him again. There's no way. Those stones store magic and would explode if even a bit of magic were used. The young master tells her not to worry, saying this battery has a capacity of 185 Wh and tells her to show how much she can charge it by releasing electricity. The mage says she'll see if it's truly as powerful as he claims. She touches the battery, releasing her energy, and is surprised, asking if it didn't explode. The protagonist says that's all, and it's not even half of what the battery can take. Selena calls him a brat, saying she'll wipe that smirk off his face. He knows nothing about magic. Later, in the same place, the mage is exhausted from pouring so much magic into the battery without it exploding, wondering if this thing really can store her magic. Rain crouches next to the battery, thinking that's enough to power an electric vehicle for over 3,000 kilometers, and she managed to charge it to 87% on her own. Now he truly has a portable human battery, his beloved portable Mage Guild battery. It's time to show his talents. The mage asks if he can use electrical magic too. The young master says not only can he use electrical magic, but he can also make anyone in the city of Aisling able to use it. Selena calls that nonsense, asking how magic could be learned so easily. The protagonist says he has a magic device even more powerful than this battery, and if she's willing to help him, he'll show her a world where anyone can use magic, and asks what she thinks. The mage repeats his words about a world where anyone can use magic. Elsewhere, Malcolm sits thinking it must be about time for the young man to beg for help. Selena approaches and says it's been a while. The mage asks why she's there. The sorcerer says he's got some nerve, asking if he's daring to stand against the young master of the ducal family, whether he's trying to rebel or something. Malcolm asks what she's talking about, saying he'd never dare think of something so dangerous. Selena grabs his shirt and demands he spill it, asking what dirty tricks he pulled at the young master's construction site, warning him she's short-tempered. The mage says he'll talk and begs for his life. He gathered all the mages from the association and told them the Lord disrespected them, making them furious. Then he had them create crystals that could cast curses and used teleportation magic to place them under the Lord's construction site. This made the common workers exhausted, hoping the young master would think they were lazy and useless. Eventually, the Lord would apologize to him and agree to work closely with the Mage Association from then on. That's all, and he swears he had no other intentions. The mage calls him an idiot and asks if he didn't even realize he was being used. Malcolm asks who used him. Selena says that's enough and tells him to go call those troublemaking mages immediately. The mage replies that he understands and runs off. The sorceress takes out a card and summons the protagonist, telling him she has dealt with the Mage Association's problems for him. Rain thanks her. Selena asks if he needs her to deal with Eldrick, saying she can make him disappear without leaving a trace. The young master replies that's not necessary, as Eldrick is not a threat. In fact, he needs his help to lure in an even bigger fish. The mage says that since everything is settled, she'll withdraw, and asks when they can start working on the new projects he mentioned, telling him to call her when ready. The protagonist says they can have the Mage Association members charge the batteries. Elsewhere, Eldrick says it seems that Brat has taken control of the Mage Association, and asks what they'll do now. The hooded man replies there's no need to rush, as there's little more to worry about with the Mage Association in Aetherland City, and to forget those little mages. The real concern is that mysterious dam project. If dam works, as the young man claims, it could revitalize the people of Aetherland, and they can't allow that to happen. Calgar tells him not to worry about dam, as he has already set a trap for the youth and has been secretly pressuring the grain supply nobles to raise prices according to his wishes. The hooded man asks if he's sure those nobles will help. Eldrick replies that the young man made them spend money at the banquet, but he can make them take it all back. They may betray him, but they will never betray their own money. He flips a coin and says that boy doesn't have enough money to keep the dam project going until it's finished. Elsewhere, a big man kicks a girl, saying that if she can't pay, she has to leave. Lillian on the ground asks how they can set such high prices, saying that yesterday 2 sacks of grain cost 1 gold, and how can 1 sack now cost 2 gold coins overnight? The big man tells her to stop complaining, it's his grain, he sells it for whatever price he wants, and if she can't pay, she should leave. Elore remembers when she told the young lord to leave grain purchasing to her, as she could get the lowest price to save money, and he replied he would leave it to her. Lillian says they're greedy bandits, and asks if they aren't afraid of how the Lord might deal with them. The big man says they are honest merchants and asks what he could do. This is a golden opportunity, and they're just taking advantage of it. The merchant kicks her again, saying if she's out of money, then she needs to get out. At the church, the saint says those humans are becoming more outrageous, thinking that in just 3 days the price of grain has tripled. She tells Ilaria that if the grain is not enough for the people to survive the winter, she should take the supplies inside first, and she'll figure out the rest, telling her to take that money and, when leaving, to collect the usual amount. Ilaria asks if that isn't too much money, saying it normally costs 1/3 of that. Hyuria tells her to do as she's told. Suddenly, someone moves quickly, creating a strong wind. It's the maid. The protagonist approaches with a bag of money, asking if she would like to make a deal. The saint asks what kind of matter he wants to discuss. Rain says she doesn't need to be so tense when it comes to business, calling her an elf. Hyuria asks what he's talking about, saying that's human money. There's no way there are elves here. The young master says she doesn't need to be on guard. He knows they're elves and won't be hostile toward them. The saint asks what kind of business he wants with them. The protagonist says it's about food supplies. The saint apologizes for her bluntness, but says that might be beyond his ability. Rain asks why she says that. She explains that food in the city of Iselin is controlled by the 4 largest noble families, who have held power there for over a century, firmly controlling grain prices in the cities. At the banquet a few days ago, they may have intimidated some people with their iron fist tactics, but those were just small fry in Iselin. The young master asks if she knows Iselin that well. The elf says she has lived there for 120 years, so she knows it well. If at that banquet the young master had not acted against the Eldwin family, there might still have been room for negotiations. But now, she fears that due to war and natural disasters, food was already scarce this year. If the price of grain had remained stable, her people would barely have survived the winter. But now, the protagonist promises her that in less than a month, grain prices in Iselin will be cheaper than before. Elsewhere, August laughs, saying it's all thanks to the Lord's support. Klein says that the 4 great Andy families have made an absolute fortune this time. Someone at the table says they should thank the Lord for bringing them into this business. The 2 at the table give their thanks. August says to toast to the prosperity of their business. A subordinate approaches, saying that the young man has sent an invitation requesting his presence at the banquet along with the other 3 lords. The man, startled, asks about a banquet with the young man, wonders if he thinks he's planning to come after them, and asks what they should do, since they only want to profit and not lose their lives. Klein says not to worry, the Lord has already assured them that the grain price increase is completely legal and compliant. As long as they don't provoke the young man, nothing will happen. He bangs on the table and continues, saying that, besides, if all 4 of them go together, there's nothing he can do to them. The grain price is set by them, the merchants. Even the emperor has no authority to interfere, much less the youngest son of a duke. The 3 at the table agree with him, saying he's right, and that if they take advantage of this opportunity, their families won't face poverty for the next 100 years. August says that today they sold a sack of grain for 2 gold coins. If the young man pushes them too much, they'll sell it for 5 copper coins to appease him. If anyone dares to back down, he won't forgive them. They tell him to rest assured, as they'll stand by him until the end and work with him. Klein says that's great, and now they should go change into something more appropriate to attend the young man's banquet. The man asks if they're really changing. Elsewhere, the maid calls for her master. The subordinate says that the lord and the others have arrived. The protagonist tells him to let them in and that he can tell the kitchen to start serving the food. The subordinate replies that he understands. People walk in, entering the room, and it's August and his group greeting them. Rain wonders if they're trying to pretend to be poor in front of him and thinks they still have much to learn, asking if they aren't the nobles who control Iselin's grain supply and why they look so shabby. Klein says they recently heard about his project, which gives great benefits to the people and that they'd also like to contribute. The man says that under their lord's guidance, they not only donated large sums of money to help the project, but also sold the grain from their warehouses at the lowest possible price. The maid thinks these shameless men are trying to deceive her master. The young master says he's touched by their understanding and help in his efforts, and thanks them for their assistance, saying he invited them all to discuss matters related to grain. August says they understand he's been short on money recently, but 2 gold coins per sack is already a loss for them. His group agrees. The protagonist says they misunderstood. What he meant is that starting tomorrow, he's asking if they can raise the price of grain in Iselin to 4 gold coins per sack. They're shocked, and August asks about raising it to 4 gold coins per sack. Rain replies exactly, and that he himself will take a 30% commission, asking what they think. Klein says he's a bit old and his hearing isn't what it used to be, asking if he really just said to raise the grain price to 4 gold coins per sack. The young master says not to forget that he'll take a 30% commission from this deal. August thinks that he believed the young man was just an inexperienced kid, but it seems he's as cunning as they are merchants. And with him being so understanding, this path will be much smoother for them. And if he had known he was reasonable, he would have visited much earlier. But without an official decree, they can't raise the price, because if a rebellion breaks out, they'll only suffer. So he thanks him for understanding and asks when he plans to make this announcement. The protagonist says the documents are already written with the family seal. After they finish the meal, they'll settle it, and he'll make it clear that if anyone dares to disobey starting tomorrow, the fate of the Elderwind family should serve as a warning, and asks if they agree. The group says not to worry, they won't waste his kindness. At dusk elsewhere, the man asks if they shouldn't inform the city's lord about this, saying that raising the grain price beyond the current increase is already unusual. August throws something at him and calls him an idiot, asking if he's gone mad, saying that the more people know about this, the less profit the four of them will make. That brat can't have that much power, and he thinks he's only using them for his own benefit. He says the grain price issue will stay between them. An unimaginable fortune is right in front of them, and anyone who doesn't take advantage of this opportunity is a fool who deserves misery. The man says he's never seen such a good opportunity in his life and feels foolish for worrying too much. So from now on, he'll follow his lead, united until the end. Klein laughs and says that's great. From now on, they'll stick together and he'll act quickly before the announcement is made to collect all the grain from those small merchants outside. This time, they'll profit more than ever. Elsewhere, a voice calls him a traitor and asks if he didn't promise to lower the grain price. It's the Saint, asking why he's conspiring with those idiotic merchants, and says that today she'll show him that elves are no joke. Lillian tells her not to act like that because he promised the price would drop. Iuria says he's conspiring with the merchants and asks how the price will ever go down. Ilora says to trust him and believes he has a plan. The Saint looks down and asks if he's really going to raise the grain price. The protagonist says she doesn't need to worry about that. The price won't stay high for long. In less than a month, the grain market will completely collapse. Iuria says that's typical of an inexperienced youth, and he has no idea how cruel the world can be. She's lived almost 200 years and has never seen grain prices go down after rising that much. Rain says he'll ask her something. If she had pointed a knife at their throats. For now, she thinks the price would drop by a single copper coin, maybe 10. The Saint replies that even so, he can't raise the price to 4 gold coins per sack. When it was 2 coins, some families could still buy and barely survive. If it goes up to 4 gold coins, they won't be able to pay and will be wiped out by starvation. The young master says that at 2 gold coins, they'd starve to death. At 4 gold coins, they'd still starve to death. So, for the peasants of Iselin, there's no difference between 2 and 4 gold coins. Either way, they'll die of hunger. One just takes longer than the other. Iuria stares at him. The protagonist says that what he aims for isn't to make the merchants lower just a few copper coins. That would be insignificant. He's going to make those merchants lose everything. Houses, families, everything. 7 days later, a voice is saying that during charging, some lithium ions detach from the lithium iron phosphate, and it's Rain, who also says they travel through the electrolyte to the negative electrode and embed themselves in the carbon material present there. At the same time, electrons are released from the positive electrode and travel through an external circuit to the negative electrode, maintaining the balance of the chemical reaction. During discharge, the lithium ions leave the negative electrode, travel through the electrolyte, and reach the positive electrode. Simultaneously, electrons are released from the negative electrode and reach the positive electrode through the external circuit, supplying energy to the outside. Selena says, so that's how it works. Such a complex magical system. The young master says, that's today's lesson. The maid says the young lady is here again. The protagonist asks if she has nothing better to do. The maid says, it's still about the grain price increase. The price per sack in the city is approaching 7 gold coins. The Saint asks if he didn't say the prices would go down and says that now, throughout Iselin, even the minor nobles are struggling to buy grain, let alone the peasants, and asks if he knows the current grain price. Rain asks since when prices started rising. The maid replies 7 days ago. The young master says that in that case, it's time to put those merchants in their place. Iuria tells him to stop with the cryptic remarks and to explain everything to her right now, or else her elven clan will absolutely cut all ties with him. The protagonist says the reason he didn't tell her earlier was to make sure the performance didn't look fake and arouse the noble's suspicions. Now he'll finally reveal the truth to her. The news is that grain is at least 4 gold coins per sack, and he asks what she thinks is the thing most lacking in Iselin right now. The Saint says he's not saying anything, and Rain says it's a merchant selling grain. Iryu widens her eyes and looks a bit confused. The young master asks if she finally understands and says, that's right. In this city of Iselin, the one thing not lacking is food and merchants selling it. Ambition is the easiest human trait to control. No one can resist their desires. The price in Iselin rose to 4 gold coins per sack. This news reached merchants from neighboring cities, and they immediately showed up with ambitious eyes, bringing grain and rushing to Iselin. Merchants from other cities brought huge quantities of grain to the city, certain that they would be bought at high prices by those 4 fools, further feeding the merchants' greed. Now, the city of Iselin is the city with the greatest grain empire. All merchants lose their senses when faced with a 10,000% profit, keeping only 2 words in mind: get rich. The protagonist says that after today, the 4 noble families of Iselin will be nothing, and tells his maid to spread the news throughout the city that the Holy Maiden is selling the church's reserve grain because she disapproves of the Lord's methods. The price will be 1 gold coin per sack, and she should make sure everyone knows. Ayuria tells him to wait and asks why he's giving her such a reputation. Rain replies that it's because she doesn't have any grain and asks how she's going to sell it. The saint says she also doesn't have that much grain and asks if he wants her to sell all the grain her people need for winter, saying she absolutely cannot do that as those are the grains her elven tribe needs to survive the winter. Selena says she's being too naive and that if it were her, she'd listen to the young man and sell the grain immediately. Every second lost means money lost. Ayuria says that they elves have no interest in money. They only need the grain. The young master tells her to do as he said, and that her grain will only increase, to trust him, and he counts on the mage and the mage association to seal the city. Selena says not to worry, she won't let a single rat escape from Iceland. The protagonist says it's time to make those greedy merchants pay. Elsewhere, Ryan is reviewing some papers and notices something, asking his maid if there's a problem. She replies that she fears the plan might fail and asks what happens if the merchants hold out for a few days, until all the saints' grain has been sold. The young master says there are 2 types of schemes. One is secret and the other is an open plan. And while you can avoid a secret plan, you can't escape an open one. Those merchants from other cities came blinded by greed, risking everything. They'll fight to get rich overnight. But now, if they learn prices are going to fall, they'll panic and sell everything because being slow means elimination. Elsewhere, a voice says something terrible has happened. The church announced they will start selling their grain reserves to help the people, only 1 gold coin per sack. The man asks what they should do. The merchants say they're screwed. They bought their grain at 2 or 3 gold coins per sack. One of them says not to panic and asks how much grain a church can have, enough for just a few days in Iceland. Klein says to send some people to the church to buy as much as they can. At the church, several people are saying they want 5 sacks of grain. The saint tells them not to push, as there's enough grain for everyone. The Pope sent 10,000 sacks because people were struggling. People say they don't believe it and to hurry and buy everything before it's gone. Ayuria says not to push and to line up, but they tell her to move, as they want to buy. The protagonist steps forward telling everyone to calm down. This is grain provided by the Pope, and it's only the first shipment. More will arrive in Iceland tomorrow. The saint says she understands and thinks he won't get her into trouble again, as she wouldn't be able to handle it, wondering what to say if the Pope finds out. Many people there say they have grain and are saved. They will have food. One merchant thinks it's over. His business is ruined. The church has ruined everything. He bought his stock for 60 silver coins. Transport costs about 10 silver coins and adding recent expenses. That's 90 silver coins per sack of grain, but he can still make a profit of 10 silver coins, so he needs to sell immediately and can't wait any longer. He starts shouting that he's selling New Year's grain for 95 silver coins per sack. People start approaching him, wanting to buy. The other merchants watch and think he's a bastard playing dirty. And if one falls, they all fall, so they start selling for 88 silver coins per sack. Leah says her master is amazing, and it's happening exactly as he planned. Some merchants are selling for as low as 79 silver coins per sack. The protagonist says that's human nature. If you fall behind, you'll lose much more. Everyone is afraid of selling too late, so they're dropping prices like crazy. The maid says that this way, the price per sack will return to 50 silver coins, and then the water project can be completed on time. Rain asks about 50 silver and says she's underestimating those merchants. When people like August start selling, grain will become the cheapest thing in Iceland. Leah asks if he thinks August and his people will really sell like the outsiders, saying they paid at least 2 gold coins or more to buy the sacks on the market. And besides, August and his people stood united at the banquet. They wouldn't betray each other. The young master asks about united and says she's expecting too much from them. When it comes to profit, no one will want to be left behind. Prices in Iceland will no longer be a problem, and it's time to speak with the saint about the second part of the deal. Elsewhere, a subordinate approaches August and says that those merchants from outside the city are slashing their prices like crazy. Now a sack of grain is going for 75 silver coins. The man says that's impossible, it must be a joke, and asks if they didn't control all the grain trade in Iceland. Where is this grain from the outsiders coming from? The subordinate kneels on the ground and says it's true, and he wouldn't lie to him. Klein says foreign merchants, low prices, and now he understands. The young man is ruthless. Does he want to ruin the family completely? The sellers approach and ask what's going on. August thinks that the young man first spread news that the grain price in Iceland was sky high, which clearly attracted merchants from nearby cities to Iceland. Once the merchants flooded the city with grain, he used the church's name to lower prices, causing all the merchants who had just arrived to panic. In the end, those foreign merchants had to sell everything cheaply to avoid coming out worse. Roland says the young man used a very dirty trick. August says he has another plan that can help them turn the tables. They tell him to share it. Klein says this grain will only last in Iceland for a few months. If they hoard it until people are desperate, they can sell at sky-high prices. If they stick together and refuse to sell today, they will definitely see a return. But if any of them tries to sell, they're done for. Roland glares at him and says he's right, then says he's going home immediately to have all the grain stored, and thinks he doesn't care about that and will sell all the grain immediately because they won't be able to hold out if they move slower than the others. The merchants watch him and wonder why he's trying to run off. If that's the case, it's every man for himself. They say they also need to go prepare. Later, still in the same place, the subordinate is kneeling, saying he'll send people to store the grain and not sell a single sack. August kicks him, calls him an idiot, and asks if he doesn't sell, does he think those 3 idiots won't sell theirs? The subordinate asks what to do then. Klein replies to sell all the grain immediately and not leave a single sack behind. Elsewhere, the protagonist asks what she thinks of this and if it's enough grain for her people to make it through winter. The saint looks and asks why it seems like the more grain they sell, the more they have. Rain answers that it's because she's selling at the peak and buying at the lowest point. This is the strategy that can help them profit thousands in gold. Lillian arrives saying the grain price has dropped again, and now she can buy 3 sacks for 1 gold coin. The young master says he told her to wait a little longer, that it would drop even more, but she didn't believe him. And if she buys now, she'll be able to get 10 more sacks, then asks if they can talk about the deal now. The saint asks what kind of deal he wants to make with the elven tribe. The protagonist answers, everything. Ayuria asks, everything? Rain replies that they can handle all the elves' needs, from small things like grain to big things like land. Anything the tribe needs, they can make a deal for it. The saint says that's too big a decision to make right away. She needs to speak with the queen. The young master says that's fine. She can arrange a meeting for the 2 of them. Any time is fine, and asks her to deliver this letter to the queen. She leaves. The protagonist thinks that after the end of this grain crisis, the nobles of Iselin won't cause trouble for a while. The Mages Guild is already under his control, and it won't be long before the church is too. Now the city lord Eldrick only has the army and taxes as his remaining cards. If he can control the military power, no matter when Eldrick tries, he won't be able to escape him, and they need to find a way to infiltrate the military. The best way would be, the maid approaches him and calls him, saying he should rest more and let her help him relax. Rain says he's not tired, it's just until he hears someone calling the soldiers bastards, accusing them of abusing their authority by using the Grand Duke's name, and asking if they can't just pray for the gods to strike them with lightning. The saint replies that the gods are merciful. The man, still very agitated, says he can handle some losses in Iselin, but asks if on the way home he's going to be robbed by thieves, and how he's supposed to do business like that. And apparently the Grand Duke, too. The young master approaches him and asks if he's all right. The man asks who he is. The protagonist replies that he's someone who wants to do business with him. A cart moves forward and a soldier orders it to stop, asking who she is and what's in the back. Lillian replies that she's a citizen of Iselin, and the cart is full of goods she bought in the city, which she's taking to the elven tribe to try to make some good deals. The soldier asks if she thinks she can just do business like that and tells them to check the cart. The soldiers go over and bang on the jars, cracking them. Ailora tells them not to do that, and now that the jars are all broken, asks how she's supposed to transport them. The soldier tells his superior there's nothing there and asks what to do. The chief says they'll charge a toll according to regulations, and tells her to pay the toll and she can go. Lillian asks if he broke her goods and now wants her to pay a toll. The chief says to pay or leave. Ailora gets irritated. Someone calls to her, telling her to pay them, and hands over a coin. The chief says the young man ordered him to increase the toll. Now it's 5 silver coins. Lillian gets angry, asking about 5 silver coins, saying all her goods are worth 3 and asking if he wants her to pay 5. The chief asks if she's going to pay or not, otherwise to get out of the way. Ailora, clearly furious, thinks about how they can use her older brother's name to deceive people and how he would never have ordered the toll to be raised. And when her plan is complete, she'll deal with all of them. The chief tells them to let her pass. The cart moves on. The protagonist says that this young man is impressive, raising the toll that much. The man tells him to watch his words, as the young man is the savior of Iselin, and not to dare insult him. Rain says he's a strange merchant, since the soldier clearly said it was the young man who ordered the toll increase, and asks if he still blames the soldiers instead of the young man. The man says he must be new around here, and that the young man has a brilliant plan to lower grain prices in Iselin to help the people, even though he's lost money because of it. It's the first time he's seen the Lord care so much about the people, and if he ever has the chance to meet the young man, he'll serve him wholeheartedly. The young master says he heard that the son of the great Lord not only killed people at the banquet, but also forced citizens to dig up massive projects. The merchant says he must be talking about the Eldwin family and that they deserved it. The protagonist asks if he knows them. The merchant says he really must be a foreigner. Anyone doing business in Iceland knows the Eldwin family. Most people think the Eldwins made their fortune with casinos, but that's not true. Rain asks what he knows. The merchant looks around and says the Eldwin family's real business is human trafficking. The young master is surprised and asks what he just said, thinking that there aren't enough people as it is, and yet they dare mess with his workforce. They need to find a way to control the border guards. Otherwise, if there's internal chaos, it'll be hard to prevent other countries from taking advantage. Then he hears someone asking why they're charging a toll again. It's Lillian, saying they already paid the toll when they left Iceland. The soldier says Iceland's toll is Iceland's toll, and the border fort's toll is the border fort's toll. Ilor calls him a liar, saying they only had to pay one toll before. The soldier points his weapon at her and tells her to pay or leave. Lillian asks how much the toll is. The soldier smiles and says 1 gold coin. Ilore asks about 1 gold coin, calling it robbery. The people inside the carriage tell her to just pay it. The soldier asks if there are people inside and tells them all to get out. This is the border fort and all travelers must be inspected. The protagonist gets out and says that if he wants to inspect him, then go ahead. The soldier looks surprised and calls Trist a bastard, asking if he had the guts to come here. Rain asks if he's an acquaintance and the merchant says yes. And these people were bandits from the nearby mountains. Later, he cooperated with the Eldwin family and was put in charge of human trafficking, after which the Eldwin family brought him here. The soldier says that the last time he left the city, he didn't pay enough in fees, and he got chewed out because of him. The soldier strikes him in the face and says that if he doesn't pay the money, he won't be leaving today. Trist puts his hand to his face and says, this is madness, that he gave the amount he asked for last time. The soldier says that back then there was no shortage of money, but that doesn't mean there isn't now, and if it weren't for him, they would have let the cart pass for a few gold coins, but now that they've seen him, if he doesn't have 5 gold coins, he's not leaving. The protagonist says no, that those fees are far too high, and asks how the city of Iceland's revenue rate can be so low. The soldier asks where he's from until his eyes widen when he sees the maid, thinking there's such a beautiful girl in Iceland. The merchant asks if he wants 5 gold coins and says he'll give them now, and not to make things difficult for them. They're his business partners. The soldier says, as expected, and calls him an honest fellow, then says to take that with him. He extends his hand and asks the kitty where she lives. Rain grabs his arm and says that at first she wanted to see if they might be some kind of free labor force, but now it seems completely hopeless. The soldier says he's looking to lose his life. Plasma sprays as Leah slashes his throat without hesitation, her dagger dripping vital fluid as she stares at them coldly. His companions are terrified. The young master says to eliminate anyone who resists, then take over the escort and guard the area. The maid replies that she understands. The guards run off, shouting for someone to hurry because there's an eliminator here. They call for help. Leah immediately closes in and defeats them with a single strike, spraying plasma everywhere. The protagonist wonders if these people are really soldiers because the difference in numbers is so huge, and remembers his father saying that behind Iceland lies enemy territory, so he must be careful not to cause disputes between the two territories. Rain agrees, thinking that fortunately she discovered this major problem. Otherwise, there would have been an imperial dispute and she herself would have only lost. The maid wipes her plasma dagger and approaches the fallen soldiers with the intent to finish them, until someone approaches and asks who dares to cause trouble at Iceland's border. The soldiers brighten, saying that General Caesar is coming and they're saved, and that he can help them. The general asks if they're the ones causing this commotion. The young master looks at the system and thinks that this Caesar doesn't care about loyalty, but he's talented, and asks if he's Caesar from the Holker family with a brother who works in Prussia territory. The general asks who he is and how he knows his brother. The protagonist replies that it's because Prussia Edgar is his older sister. Caesar asks if he's the master, the youngest son of the Duke of Aldarian, and the startled soldiers ask if he's the son of the Grand Duke, saying they're screwed and have been insulting the wrong person. The general recalls his brother's letter which said the master would be coming to Iceland soon and must be protected at all costs. A month ago, Eldrick found him with a large sum of treasure and said that Iceland would need him in the future. Caesar thanked him for his generosity, and Eldrick said the Grand Duke sent him to this desolate place because he didn't take him seriously, and needless to say, the force deserved a higher status. In the present, the general stares at him and says he shouldn't waste his life in a place like this. And how dare he claim to be the master? Every soldier obeys orders. Caesar grips his sword and says to kill this false master, and he'll reward them all. The maid says he's bold, asking if he's planning to rebel. The soldiers tell him not to do this. It's a crime that will bring his family's destruction. The general asks if they've forgotten what he's done. They say he's blackmailed the son of the Grand Duke and broken the law. Caesar says they should know what the young man has done. The Eldwin family was destroyed by him, and the four lords were ruined as well. This is the far west of the Caradorial Empire, and it holds the wealth it has plundered over the years. If he takes the young man's head to the Orvis Empire in the north, he could live comfortably as a minor noble. Life or elimination, they can choose for themselves, he won't force them. The soldiers say they should listen to him. The maid thinks these soldiers have already been deceived by him. The soldiers say the general has a point and to follow him. Caesar asks if he has any last words before losing his life. The protagonist says that if they had straightened up, he would have given them a chance at a new life. It's a pity. The general orders them to follow his command, advance, and eliminate him. The maid says this skirt is getting in her way. She rips the skirt and moves quickly, rushing toward them, attacking and dodging blows. Leah exchanges strikes with the soldiers at high speed until she notices one approaching her master. She immediately attacks. The soldier collapses to the ground. The protagonist tells Caesar this is his last chance and not to be stubborn. The general refuses to change his mind and orders everyone to advance, saying whoever eliminates him will get 1,000 gold coins. The soldiers run as fast as they can, shouting that the reward is theirs, until a bald man is about to strike. He opens his mouth, but the maid kicks and strikes him, taking out everyone nearby. Caesar orders the mages to obey and take down the woman. They reply yes. One mage begins channeling magic, using ice arrow aimed at her. Leah blocks with her leg and growls when she sees her leg frozen, realizing she can't move. The general tells the troops to listen. This woman can't move anymore, so eliminate the young master now. The soldiers charge at him. Rain throws a hammer toward her and tells her to find a way to jump immediately. The maid grabs the hammer, smashes the ice off her legs, and escapes. The young master says it's just in time to test this little thing's power. He uses his battery, releasing energy to attack them, electrocuting everyone. The protagonist thinks that fortunately the ceramics worked. Other soldiers ask what's happening and if it's thunder magic. Rain says it would be great if they had a video recorder so they could film this scene as a workplace safety video. It would remind workers to be careful with electricity. The general asks why they stopped and orders them to keep advancing and eliminate him. The soldier next to him trembles, saying they can't. The young master must have used some kind of forbidden magic, and everyone who approaches him dies. Caesar kills him on the spot, saying anyone who rebels will be eliminated, and to advance immediately. He's just one man, he can't kill everyone. A soldier approaches, shaking all over, and asks what's going on. The maid asks why the soldiers weren't taken down by his magic. The protagonist replies he must have run out of energy and only brought one battery to test its full power. Leah says she'll get him out right away. Rain says not to worry, he's not getting away today. The general orders them to eliminate him immediately, saying his magic seems to have failed, until a massive magic spell is cast in the middle of the area, emitting a strong light. Caesar asks how this is possible and why the Mage Guild is here. Selena says he's a bold boy and asks if she arrived on time. The young master says perfectly, his battery just ran out of power. The mage asks if he used the battery and how the effects were. The protagonist replies that after they're captured, he'll explain in detail. Selena says understood, and orders all mages to obey, assist the young master, and destroy the rebels. The mages answer yes and cast intermediate lightning magic, Lightning Strike. A huge burst of power is unleashed. The soldiers scream for help and run, saying they were wrong and begging for mercy, that they don't want to fight anymore. The general mutters that even if he dies, he'll take the young master with him. He charges at him, leaping, sword aimed at him, using the sword technique, mountain crushing slash. The maid blocks with her dagger. Caesar thinks she got too close. Leah moves her leg and the general realizes this isn't good. Then he's hit with a kick and sent flying, causing a massive impact. Smoke disperses across the area. The maid, surrounded by a terrifying aura, stares him down. Later, elsewhere, Ryan is looking at a paper when he hears something and looks over to see Caesar tied up. He asks if he's awake and whether he and the border guards have been stealing for many years, and when he started working with Eldrick. The general looks surprised and asks how he knows. The young master says not to be surprised. He already knew Eldrick would betray them. He was just waiting for an opportunity, a chance to take him down in one move, and thanks to him, he can finally end this. Caesar asks what he thinks he can do against the Lord with so little evidence. The protagonist replies, no, he's mistaken. This doesn't represent a threat to him. All it tells him is the approximate annual tax revenue of the city from these records, and that will be a great reference for himself to transform the city in the future. The general asks about transforming the city of Iceland, and if he's dreaming, saying that to control the nobles in Iceland, they will never listen to him. Rain says she'll tell him something. Living people can be called nobles. Those eliminated cannot. Caesar asks about him, wondering if he intends to create a bloodbath among the nobles in the city. The young master replies that the nobles will have two choices. First, follow the same path to the end, elimination. Or second, follow obediently and do things for him in the future, and asks which he thinks they will choose. Later, elsewhere, the protagonist thinks that, judging by the time, autumn must be approaching and the Grand Duke will definitely send his troops this year. The city wall must be repaired quickly, otherwise it won't be able to stop the enemy in the event of war. He looks at the map and continues thinking that to the west is the elves' territory, belonging to the Saint and the others. As long as negotiations succeed, a war will not occur. There's no reason to worry about the Second Sister's territories to the east. The most problematic is the Grand Duke in the north. The maid says the money extorted by the border fort has been collected, about 350,000 gold. Rain says she will take the guards to handle the fort's defense first, give each person 100 gold coins, and put the rest in the carriage to take back to the city. He goes to the mage and thanks her for her help, and that of the Mage Guild, and for their hard work. Selena says it was easy and no problem, and asks if he can explain the principles of that battery discharge in detail, and how someone without magical abilities can use it. The young master says he will explain slowly on the way back. The mage says that's fine until the wizard approaches, calling her and saying it's not good. Selena says all right and asks what the hell is going on. Malcolm says Eldrick has taken control of the city and rebelled. The mage is surprised. The protagonist smiles, thinking he's finally lost his patience. Selena asks what they should do, saying that to suppress the border guards she brought all available mages from the guild, leaving no one in the city to act as a full agent. Rain says not to worry. At the moment Eldrick took control of the city to rebel, he had already lost. Elsewhere, the young master approaches on his horse and calls for Eldrick, asking if he's been forced into a difficult situation because of him. Calgar smiles and asks what he plans to do in Iceland today. The young master says he's curious to know why he betrayed him. Eldrick asks why, then says it's because he simply left him in this useless place. Back then, his father and Eldrick joined forces to establish an empire. After his father became the great leader, he not only failed to treat him as he deserved, but instead cast him and his family into this remote wasteland. He wrote to him many times, hoping to be transferred to a more prosperous place, but all requests were rejected, and it's all his father's fault. If he wants to blame someone, blame him for being cold and heartless. These are the people who conquered the world with his father at the time, but in the end did not receive the treatment they deserved. And they're not rebelling, they're just taking back what they conquered. The protagonist says he thought he would give a noble reason. In the end, it's just a dull dispute over interests, and he'll give him a chance. If he wants to survive, leave the city and surrender immediately. If he waits until he himself invades the city in 3 days, don't blame him for being ruthless. The people ask, in 3 days? Does he know how long it will take to invade Iceland? Calgar laughs, saying he's probably afraid. The people call him a fool, saying he talks too much and does nothing. Eldrick says he's so confident, and asks if he has the courage to bet with him. Rain asks what bet. Calgar asks if in 3 days, if he can't break through Iceland's city wall, how about surrendering obediently and letting him take over? The young master asks, break through? Eldrick laughs and says if he does break through, then he can do whatever he wants, asking what he thinks and if he dares to accept the bet. Selena says there's no need to listen to him. They can fight them slowly. The maid says she's already reported the rebellion to the Grand Duke. They just need to wait for the Grand Duke to send troops to destroy them. There's no need to make such a reckless bet. Calgar asks why he's so quiet. Did a cat get his tongue? He says he must be scared. Just now he was talking about invading the city in 3 days and calls him a coward, saying if he's got the skill, then accept the bet, and asks what he's afraid of. The protagonist says that if he wants to humiliate himself, then he'll oblige him and will accept the bet. He hopes he'll keep his word after 3 days. Eldrick says that's great. Everyone there will be witnesses today, and it's a deal. And by the way, he almost forgot to tell him something. The Orvis Empire army has received word of his rebellion, and their forces will probably arrive at the border fortress in 10 days, so he'd better not get captured by the enemy when that happens. Elsewhere, they are inside a tent, and Selena says that although Iceland's city walls look dilapidated, they're still difficult to break through by force alone. A soldier says they should let them escape south, and when the Grand Duke's army arrives, they can attack Iceland. The protagonist says not to worry. Iceland's city walls will be brought down in 3 days, and what worries him now is the Orvis army. He asks if his maid has gathered enough firewood and hay bales. Leah says everything is ready, and according to his request, they found a nearby lake. Rain says to do as he said. Have the mages use ice magic on the lake. The water temperature needs to be lowered, preferably to around 0 degrees. Selena wonders if these things will really break through Iceland's city wall. The young master replies not to worry. Iceland's city wall will only last at most 3 days. Later, at Iceland's city gate, the protagonist approaches on his horse and orders the attack. The soldiers rush in wearing armor, carrying firewood and shields. They shield themselves as they move. Eldrick watches in confusion, wondering if these people are attacking the city without weapons, why they're carrying firewood, and if they're just going to drop it and leave. He asks what's going on and if this has ever happened when he was defending the city. The guard says they've never seen this and asks if maybe he's planning to set the city wall on fire. Calgar hits him and asks about setting stones on fire, telling him to listen when he's speaking nonsense. The guard puts his hand on his face and says he really can't think of anything else. The man calls to him and says it really is burning. They really do plan to set the city wall on fire. Eldrick asks if they're really going to burn stone, calling the young man an idiot. The guard approaches and asks if he wants the mages to put out the fire or shoot the soldiers carrying firewood with arrows until they're eliminated. Calgar replies there's no need. The few mages they borrowed from the Orvis Empire can't be used until the most critical moment, and they can't waste magical power here, nor waste arrows on them. In 3 days, he'll humiliate him on the city wall. The fire grows more intense. At the city lord's mansion, someone approaches with a report, saying it seems the other side isn't planning to keep setting fires. Eldrick asks if they burned all their firewood for the winter, and tells everyone to come watch the young fool surrender to him. Voices say today is the last day of the bet between the two, and Calgar must have won. It's true. The city wall is blazing hot. Even getting close to it is uncomfortable. The protagonist approaches on his horse with his soldiers, and Eldrick asks if he plans to put out the fire and then surrender. Rain says he's giving him and the other nobles one last chance. Surrender now or lose your lives later. Calgar asks if there's something wrong with his brain, why he thinks they would surrender, and if he's forgotten the bet from 3 days ago. Today is the last day, and if Iceland can't be invaded before sunset today, he must surrender obediently, and asks if he wants to damage his honor in front of both armies' soldiers. An old man laughs and says, that's right, he should be thinking about how to invade the city, and if he'll really go back on the bet. The young master says that in that case, don't blame him, and tells the mage to do it. Selena raises her arm, releasing powerful, intense magic and launching it. Eldrick orders his mages to quickly be on guard. The mage unleashes her strong magic, and the enemy mages cast a magic barrier. A massive explosion occurs. They watch closely, and Calgar laughs, saying this made him laugh. She actually missed her magic shot, and he didn't think she was only capable of that until he notices something, and it begins to rain. The protagonist orders all troops to follow commands and attack. He thanks the mage and holds her, thinking he didn't expect her to be able to cause climate changes. This will help solve droughts in the future. Selena asks if the method will really work. Rain says not to worry. The moment the cold water hits the city wall, Iceland's wall will cease to exist. The maid tells him to look quickly. After the soldiers throw several buckets of water to put out the fire, the wall begins to crack and make noises. Eldrick wonders what's happening, why the city wall is making that noise, and whether this is something only an extremely powerful magic could cause. People ask what's going on and what that sound is, saying the city wall seems to be collapsing. Calgar says it's nonsense and asks how that's possible, until he notices something and they fall to the ground as the wall is broken. The young master says the city wall has been breached and orders all troops to attack. Those who surrender and don't resist can be captured. Anyone who persists in resisting should be eliminated immediately. They may attack. The soldiers charge in with their weapons. Selena wonders if she really caused it to collapse, thinking that even with her full strength, it would be difficult to cause that level of damage. How did the young master do it? The protagonist says it's fine, and to head home. Later, in the same place, with everything destroyed and people lying on the ground, Eldrick thinks he didn't expect him to be so capable and underestimated him, and that he needs to escape quickly. If he can just hold out until the Orvis Empire's northern army arrives, he'll surely survive, until he hears them. The three lords are in front of him, asking where he's going, saying they don't want to lose their lives yet so they can only harm him, and asking if he's trying to escape. People shout that he's truly amazing, that's right. A wall that strong was broken in 3 days. On top of that, aside from a few fools who twisted their ankles while carrying supplies, there were no casualties. The mage says she begs him, please tell her how he did it. The protagonist thinks that if he doesn't explain, she won't enter the city, and says it's based on the principle of thermal expansion and contraction in physics. Selena asks what the principle of thermal expansion and contraction is. Thermal expansion and contraction refers to the property of an object expanding when heated and shrinking when cooled. The principle is based on the law that the state of motion of particles, such as atoms or molecules, inside an object changes with temperature. When the temperature rises, the vibration amplitude of the particles increases, causing the object to expand. When the temperature falls, the vibration amplitude of the particles decreases, causing the object to shrink. Rain says they'll explain the rest after dealing with that idiot Eldrick. After the walls are destroyed, he rides through the area and someone calls out to him, asking to be spared. The young master asks if he's trying to play a trick on him. An old man on the ground calls out, saying he was deceived by Eldrick before being betrayed. His partner agrees, saying they wanted to capture him and make him pay for his crimes. But unexpectedly, he set them up instead. The protagonist says he gave them 2 chances, but it's a pity they didn't take them. The old man says they're willing to hand over all their property, only asking that their lives be spared. Rain says if they eliminate them, the property will still be theirs. The two tremble, and the old man says no one will be loyal after that. That's tyranny. The young master says he's wrong. People aren't loyal to anyone. People are only loyal to their own interest, and they've lived so long, yet still don't understand that. Capture these fools and wait for judgment. Elsewhere, Calgar says he really did break the wall. The masked man asks how he did it. Eldrick replies that it seems the city wall was burned for a few days and then doused with water, making it collapse. The masked man asks what nonsense he's talking about. How could there be such a simple way to siege a city? He says there's no way it could be that easy. He must have used some powerful magic. Calgar says whatever it was, they need to flee. When the young man arrives with the soldiers, it'll be impossible to escape. The masked man picks something up until the protagonist approaches and asks where the two of them are planning to go. Eldrick asks how he got there so fast. Rain says it's thanks to them. When they abandoned the wall and tried to flee, the soldiers following them dropped their weapons as soon as they saw them running away. They didn't resist anymore, so nothing stood in his way. She asks if the masked man is the person behind Eldrick, and if he wears the mask because he's ugly or because his face is scarred. The masked man says he won't be so smug for long. The Orvis Empire's army is already on its way. Originally, if he hadn't destroyed Iceland's city wall, he could have lived for a few more days, but now that the wall is gone, when the Orvis Empire's army arrives, they'll take back all the humiliation from today. The masked man opens an object, and the young master tells his maid to stop him, until he is attacked and his mask is broken. The knife is driven into the wall and pieces of the mask fall to the ground. The masked man stares at them. Leah approaches him and wonders if it's her. The item begins to float. The masked man says his name and that he will definitely return, then disappears from the place along with Eldrick. The maid says she is sorry, it was her fault for being too slow and letting him escape. The protagonist tells her not to worry, as he was certain they would leave an escape route. The problem now is that they don't know his identity. Leah says she knows this man, and Rain asks if she's serious and if he's well known. The maid replies, not that closely. The man's name was Ravenclaw Eldwin. He was once a subordinate of the Grand Duke, but later during the war he betrayed the Grand Duke and sided with Grand Duke Soren of the enemy nation. The young master asks if his name is Eldwin and whether he has any relation to Adrian, who was recently executed. Leah answers that yes, originally he was the head of the Eldwin family. Since he did not agree with the master's ideas, he voluntarily left the Eldwin family and joined the Grand Duke. Selena approaches and says the situation is under control, then asks about the Orvis Empire army. She adds that even if all the guild's mages gathered to repair the wall, she doubts there would be enough time. The young man's thermal expansion and contraction magic caused a lot of damage. The protagonist says not to worry about that, he will naturally find a solution. Then they observe the people below. The mage wonders if he really intends to calm the people, but he says he will tell them to avoid panic. Rain uses a megaphone and asks if they can hear him, saying he has something to announce. The Orvis Empire army is marching toward them and will arrive in a few days, and he asks if they heard that correctly. Everyone looks frightened and asks about the army. Selena asks what he's doing. People begin asking if the Orvis Empire is attacking again and if it hadn't ended in the spring, and why they are coming again. Some say to grab their valuables and flee, though they've lived well under the master's rule. The mage says he is too impulsive and that he cannot tell the people such things, and the young master asks why. Selena replies that when people hear someone is coming to attack, they will instinctively rely on the army to protect them. They have no formal military training and it's hard for them to remain calm in the face of danger. The protagonist says she doesn't understand. The ones who must remain calm on the battlefield are the commanders. The ones who least need to be calm are the soldiers. The mage looks surprised. Rain shows a piece of paper and says this is the challenge letter sent to him by the Orvis Empire. It says the entire city of Eislinn is full of cowards and fools who would never dare defend their homes, that they would abandon them and flee. The people become furious, demanding to know how those bastards dare to say that, and vowing they won't allow them to come steal food again this year. They will fight even their descendants. The young master says it seems the Orvis Empire knows nothing about them, and asks if they are cowards or fools. They answer no, and that they will fight them, and they will make them understand they know nothing about them. The protagonist says that since everyone has the courage to fight, he swears to lead them to purge Orvis's scum from their lands. The people cheer. In the Lord's mansion of Iceland City, Rain is reviewing some papers. The maid approaches and tells him to take this cup of tea and rest. The young master replies there is no time to rest. He must find a solution before the enemy army reaches the border fort. Otherwise, the entire city of Iceland will fall into their hands. Leah asks what he said earlier in the day. The protagonist replies that it was a lie to stabilize the city's people. If they panic, they can forget about defending the city. Even an orderly evacuation would become a challenge, and people will do nothing in panic. The maid says to leave the city now and that she can't watch him be in danger. Rain tells her not to worry as he has asked Malcolm and Selena to remove the children, women, and elderly from the city to evacuate in an orderly manner. It is not yet time to give up. He looks at a book and wonders if this is serious, then asks the maid about it. The book's name is Divine Oil, dark green, and he asks if she knows what it is about. Leah replies she remembers it is something that could burn, some kind of material used in witchcraft rituals. The young master notes something. The color of petroleum is quite varied, ranging from deep red to golden, dark green, black, brown, and even transparent. The color of petroleum is determined by the gum and asphaltene content. The richer in content, the darker the color. The protagonist wonders about oil that can burn, and whether it could be the same thing, and he tells them to take him there quickly, as the mansion records say that this oil is in the warehouse. Somewhere else, he orders them to open the warehouse door. The door opens and Rain tells them to find this thing called Divine Oil, dark green, and reminds them not to use an open flame. If they're not sure, move it outside. It should still be in the barrel. He observes and thinks it's just as he imagined. The city's tax profits had been used for Eldrick's corruption for years. When this crisis ends, that money should immediately be used to fund industry, assuming an engine can be built. The soldiers say they found it. The young master immediately approaches, removes the barrel's lid, and finds a liquid inside. He smiles, thinking the city can be saved. In the Orvis Empire military camp, the hooded man says they failed. Lord Castile says he knew they would fail, but didn't expect them to be so useless. A city lost in 3 days. Eldrick says the young man used a forbidden spell to destroy the city wall, which caused their failure. Otherwise, they definitely would have kept the city under their control. Waldron asks about the forbidden spell and wonders if, to protect his youngest son, Aldarian sent a forbidden spellcaster. The hooded man says not to worry. Such spells cannot be used continuously, especially in such a short period of time, and besides, the city walls were destroyed by the young man and cannot be repaired quickly. Now is definitely a good time to attack. Castile says he doesn't need to be reminded. He is not as incompetent as them, and that they have nothing else to do here. They can return to the Empire and await news. The masked man says he and he himself planned this together, and asks what he means by that. Waldron says he means he is being expelled. The Lord throws the paper to the ground. Ravenlock looks shocked when he sees the paper, says that this war started due to Ravenlock's personal revenge, which fractured the balance, made the people suffer, and covered the territory in plasma. It says they have always aspired for peace, and do not wish to see a scene of desolation for the people of the region. Eldwin grits his teeth and angrily calls him a bastard. Castile orders them to capture this man and imprison him until the war ends. They reply they understand and seize him. Ravenlock says they can't do this. Eldrick trembles in fear, and Waldron asks if perhaps he can say what he thinks. Calgar says to spare his life because he knows the secret and can give him more power in the Empire. Castile looks interested. In the city of Thurland, in the main mansion, Priscilla is focused on some papers when her subordinate calls her and says the letter sent by the young man was written by Leech Alice. Priscilla wonders how her brother is now, as she wants to visit his territory when she has time, until she notices something and widens her eyes. She calls him a bastard, and tells her subordinate to summon that bastard Valus Holker immediately. The subordinate says she understands. Later, still in the same place, a man approaches, kneels on the ground, and asks what happened. The lady says he is bold to dare rebel. Valus asks how that's possible, and how she can believe such an outrageous lie, and whether they didn't open a trade route with her help just last month, saying there's no reason for this. Priscilla throws the paper at him, saying the evidence is exclusive, yet he still dares to make excuses. See for yourself. Holker takes the letter, which says he hopes the letter can be delivered and read without issues. Due to the busy schedule since the young man arrived in the city, it hasn't been as peaceful as he imagined. Together with Grand Duke Castile of the Orvis Empire, they staged a rebellion and plotted with several nobles of the city. Valus looks shocked, and the lady asks if he has anything to say. Holker replies that this was Caesar's personal foolishness and has nothing to do with their family. He did indeed write a letter to that idiot Caesar last month and made it clear he should pay close attention to the young man's words. Priscilla thinks his actions and connections don't seem false and wonders if he really is Caesar's man. Velas asks her to give the Holker family a chance, and they will prove their loyalty. The lady asks what opportunity he wants. Velas replies he will have his only daughter lead an army to aid the master against the Orvis Empire. Priscilla asks if she hasn't just become an adult, and besides, she hasn't even finished her studies at the Knight Academy, saying that if anything happens, his family will have no heir. Holker tells her not to worry, as his family is willing to sacrifice everything for her, and without her, their family would have ceased to exist a long time ago. He asked her to give them the chance to prove their loyalty. The young lady speaks telepathically with her subordinate, telling her to send someone to keep Roland under surveillance. And if she does anything inappropriate, she is to be eliminated that very instant. In the city of Iceland, near a cliff, Castile asks if this is the city of Iceland. Eldrick replies that it is, and as long as he crosses this point, the city will be his. It seems the young man used magic to urgently repair the wall. Previously, it was in much worse condition. And it looks like he even built another moat. Waldron laughs loudly, saying that it seems this young man is an idiot for spending their precious magical power to repair the wall. Calgar asks if, after they repair the city wall, it won't become harder for them, and why he's so happy. Castile says that if the terrain is easy to defend and hard to attack, building a wall can be useless. But this is flat terrain with only a river in the middle, which will not be enough to stop the army from attacking. If the mages still had magical power, they could prevent the army from advancing. If all the mages used up their power to repair the wall, they won't be able to do anything during the attack. Eldrick says that's exactly right, and that he truly is very wise. A soldier says that if they want to capture the city of Iceland, they don't need to attack this fortress. They can send troops to encircle it, then go straight to the city, isolating the fortress. Waldron asks what he means by that, and if he thinks they won't be able to take the fortress. The soldier replies that's not what he meant. He believes they can reduce casualties after all, it's a siege. Castile says there's no war without losses. And besides, part of the troops they brought are recruits, and they can use this opportunity to train them in combat. He tells them to come with him to show that young man on the other side their strength. Maybe he'll even surrender after seeing the Duke. The mage agrees. Elsewhere, the protagonist is sitting and looking at the system, which says to train 5 characters with high attributes. Rain says he has no time to find anyone now. This mission has been stuck for half a month, and he must find a solution quickly. The maid approaches and says that the Grand Duke of the Orvis Empire and his personal mage want to meet him on the city walls. The young master goes outside. Waldron says he'll give him a chance now. The protagonist asks if that idiot is the Grand Duke. Leah answers yes. That fool is the Grand Duke. Castile calls him a bastard and wants to know how he dares to disrespect him like that, saying even his father wouldn't dare disrespect him. Rain asks what the hell he wants there. Waldron replies that he's there to give him a chance to beg for mercy, promising that if he surrenders obediently now, he won't turn this place into a river of plasma. The young master says he'll give him a chance too. If he doesn't want to lose his life here, he should return with his army to his own territory immediately. Castile glares at him and says that clearly he doesn't understand the situation. He personally leads an army of 100,000 men, and if the young master doesn't want to lose his life, he must surrender immediately. The protagonist tells his maid to teach him a lesson. Leah lifts her skirt, pulls out a dagger, and attacks immediately. The mage releases his magic and warns to be careful. A barrier is formed, but the dagger pierces through it. Waldron dodges just in time, but his face is still cut. He starts trembling and muttering. Rain says this is a warning. Next time, his maid won't miss the target. Castile says to leave, and the mage replies yes. The young master orders the mage to prepare for battle because they're going to attack the city. They return to the cliff. A soldier asks what happened to the Lord. Waldron replies that he was attacked by that despicable young man and to organize an attack immediately because he will tie him up and torture him tonight. The soldier says they've been marching non-stop for 3 days to reach the Iceland city border and asks if the attack can't wait until tomorrow so the soldiers can rest for one more day. Castile hits him and calls him an imbecile, asking if he's tired after running for 3 days without sleep, and if they're still soldiers of the great Orvis Empire. The soldier tells him to calm down. Even if the soldiers aren't tired, they still need time to build bridges and prepare their equipment properly. There's no need to rush. All the other soldiers agree. Waldron says they don't know how to fight. Since ancient times, speed has been the most important factor in a beautiful war. The enemy must think they will take another day before attacking. If they strike the city now, they'll catch them by surprise. The soldiers look shocked, and Castile orders them to send word to attack the city immediately. In the Orvis Imperial Barracks, the soldiers are talking about how, after running for 3 days and 3 nights, they've finally arrived and are on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Asking which idiot said being a soldier wasn't tiring, his partner asks what he saw and the soldier asks what it was, telling him to stop being dramatic and say it already. The partner replies that he saw some men hunt a sheep and that they'll eat well tonight. The big guy lights up with joy, saying that after running for 3 days and 3 nights, they can finally enjoy a good meal. But then the commander approaches, ordering all men to gather and prepare to attack the city. The soldier asks about attacking the city, saying they've been running for so long without rest and now have no energy left, wondering if they won't even get a meal before battle. The commander tells them to stop complaining As soldiers, all they need to do is follow orders, and to get ready to attack the city now. The soldiers, looking disheartened, reply, yes. In Iceland, the soldiers run toward the wall to attack, and the warrior tells the young man to give the order. The protagonist watches the soldiers crossing the water and asks if any of them have ever fought against the Orvis Empire army. The warrior replies that he once had the honor of fighting them. A voice asks why their troops look like they haven't eaten, or if that's just the constitution of their army. The warrior replies that to answer the question, he believes those men are recruits, and besides, they apparently didn't have time to enjoy a meal. Rain asks if they're hungry and whether they don't feed their soldiers. The warrior replies there are two possible reasons. First, they didn't have much food, so there wasn't enough for everyone. Second, the young master tells him to continue, and the warrior says the Grand Duke is using these men as sacrifices, making them consume the defenders' resources like arrows and such. The protagonist widens his eyes and asks if their emperor doesn't care about him doing that, and if they aren't citizens of the Orvis Empire. The warrior replies that few lords care about their people, like him and the Grand Duke. Most are like the Grand Duke. Rain thinks they're using others as sacrifices and tells him not to blame him for being ruthless. The warrior says they must have enough arrows to finish off these recruits and asks when they should use them. The young master smiles and says they won't be using arrows. The recruits crossing the water are clearly exhausted. The protagonist tells the mage to have the magicians use freezing wind magic. She agrees. Selena flies up and casts basic freezing wind magic. Castile laughs, saying this young man is truly an idiot. The commander asks why he says that. Waldron replies that he sent recruits to make them waste their arrows. But this fool is wasting the mage's magic power to defend against recruits, to preserve arrows. When the mages run out of magic power, they'll send in their own mages and cavalry to attack the city. The soldiers ask if that would make the city easy to take and say he's so smart. As expected of the Lord, he can come up with such a cunning plan. Castile says the young man will soon be his prisoner. The recruits see a large aura in the sky and ask what's happening, shouting for everyone to run because the enemy is using magic. They cry for help, saying they haven't even married yet, that they don't want to be wiped out, begging not to be killed. Then they realize they weren't attacked and ask what happened and whether someone didn't just say magic was being used. The commander approaches and asks what they're doing there, telling them to grab their weapons and start advancing. They advance. Selena says that magic is so basic, asking if it can really stop the enemy army and suggests using lightning magic instead. The protagonist says it's unnecessary. Since ancient times, people have lost the will to fight because of two things: hunger and cold. Their soldiers can barely stand, much less attack a city. The recruits complain that it's so cold, freezing to the bone, wondering how it can be this cold. They say they don't want to fight anymore and want to go home. The commander calls them a bunch of useless weaklings and asks what they're doing, telling them to attack the city, pick up their weapons, and fight. They reply that it's too cold. Their hands are freezing, they can't even lift their weapons, and they're starving and freezing with no energy left. They should retreat because it's just too cold. The commander says they must report the situation to the Lord immediately, and the rest of them should continue the attack. A soldier reports that there's news from this vanguard. The Lord tells him to proceed and speak. The recruit says his name, then looks to the side, wondering why they have to starve and freeze to death out here while those people enjoy warmth and food inside. He says that the attacks on the front lines aren't going well. The young man used freezing wind magic to delay the assault. The soldiers are hungry and cold, unable to hold their weapons, and he begs for an order to temporarily withdraw the troops. Castile calls him an imbecile, saying they're a bunch of damned cowards, unworthy of being noble soldiers of the Orvis Empire. The recruit says they're not afraid of dying but have no strength because of hunger and cold. Waldron orders that the useless man who dared talk back be eliminated and says he'll lead the attack himself. The commander says he doesn't need to risk himself. They're willing to give their lives for the duchy. Castile says he has no objections to his loyalty. He just wants his generals to understand what a genius Lord can do. Then Waldron walks to the wall and calls for all mages' attention, telling them to use earth magic to build a bridge so the cavalry can cross. They reply yes, and begin casting, creating a passage over the river so they can pass. Castile orders all troops to advance, saying he will reward the one who captures the young man alive, and to advance and wipe them out. The cavalry charges. The warrior approaches the young man, saying it looks like the Orvis Empire is ready for a direct assault. The protagonist calls his maid and tells her to order that thing be dumped into the moat and at the same time block the passages on both sides of the moat. Leah replies, yes. A liquid is poured into a pipe, falling directly into the water. The cavalry keeps advancing. Meanwhile, in the forest, a unit approaches along with Rosalind Holker, and she urges them to go faster, as nothing must happen to the young man. She remembers her father telling her that the rise and fall of the Holker family lies in her hands, and she reassured him she would make sure the young man wasn't harmed. The soldiers asked to take a break, saying they've been marching for 3 days. And even if she can endure it, the horses can't. Rosalind asks how long until they reach Iceland. A soldier answers they're now 1 day away from the city. She tells him to project the map in front of her, as she wants to see the next marching route. The soldier agrees and says she can take a look. Rosalind thinks the border fortress of Iceland must have been invaded, and now the young man is trapped inside the city, recalling her father, telling her that he had done something in the city a few days ago that made the food supply abundant. Then she notices something, stops her horse, and says she knows Nox is there and needs him to show himself so they can discuss countermeasures. The soldiers look surprised, and a portal opens from which a mage, Nox Ald, steps out. The commander tells them to protect the lady and asks who he is. Rosalind stops him and asks if he's Nox. He says that if she has something to say, she should say it quickly. The girl says she will send her men to count the Orvis Empire's food supplies and take advantage of the situation to capture the troops besieging the city, adding that she knows she was sent to spy on him but needs his help. Ald replies that his orders were to eliminate her if she did anything to harm the young man on days. He received no orders to help her. Rosalind says she knows, but neither of them wants anything to happen to the young man. Nox asks what she wants him to do. The girl says she'll lead her men around the mountain to attack the Orvis army's rear, then go forward to block the upper access of the fortress moat with her magic, and wait for the signal from her mage. Then he will immediately release the water flow from the channel and drown those Imperial dogs. In Varshala, a voice says they hope to reach a consensus, to work together and gain a fortune. Someone looks at a letter. It's an elf, and asks what they think. Ilaria says humans are too greedy and cunning, with no credibility, and believes it's better not to get involved with them. Someone nearby says that being said, they can't feed all the elves on their own strength and have to buy food from humans every winter, so it would be inappropriate to refuse. The Majesty tells Ayuria that she may speak as well, as she's the only one there who has seen the new leader of Iceland. The Saint says she thinks the new city leader is evil and cunning, very arrogant, and she doesn't know how he did it, but he managed what he said. Not only do they have enough food to last the winter this year, they also saved a lot of money. An elf asks if there are interesting people among humans. Ilaria asks if he means intelligent, and says she doesn't think so. The tribe's scouts discovered a few days ago that they are fighting again, and she doesn't understand why they wage war every autumn. The premise for them to secure a good deal is that the cute city lord must survive this war, otherwise there's no deal. Her Majesty tells her to calm down for a moment and let her speak her decision, saying that what Salian said makes sense. If the new city lord loses his life, then all agreements will be in vain. So, she has decided to go to the battlefield and see for herself. Meanwhile, in the battle, a voice shouts to fire arrows quickly, not to let them climb the wall and to shoot. Selena asks if they can't do it now. The protagonist replies there's no need to rush. They should wait for the lord to personally lead the troops, as they can only use this trick once, and they can't let him escape. The mage says, right now. Soldiers leap onto the wall and one says they've breached it. Castile smiles, saying it's done, and to advance and capture the young man alive, repeating again to take him alive. Rain notices the lord crossing the bridge and orders the mage to proceed. They exchange blows. The warriors say to take them down quickly, as they can't let them get near the master. The young master calls the mage and orders her to throw a fireball into the well. Selena says she understands and casts a low-level fire spell, forming a ball of flames and throwing it. Waldron calls the mages, saying the enemy is firing fireballs and that this is their final counterattack, so they must protect him. The mages unleash their power, creating a barrier, and the soldiers comment that the enemy is draining the mages' magic power, wondering if they have a plan. Castile asks what plan and laughs, saying what kind of plan could they possibly have? All their magic power was spent on that freezing wind. These fireballs are probably the last scrap of magic they can use, and as long as they withstand this counterattack, victory will be theirs. The fireballs keep flying toward the river. Waldron watches and laughs, saying he told them the mages were at their limit and couldn't even properly control the most basic fire magic anymore. The soldiers praise him as a true military genius who will take the city, after which the rest of the Empire's men will surrender. Castile says he's known as one of the pillars of the Orvis Empire, and that boy could never manage it. An explosion erupts and the flames grow far more intense. They panic, asking how this is possible and what is happening. Waldron wonders how this can be and how such a forbidden magic could exist in this land. People cry out, asking what it is and why there's a wall of fire, calling for help. Castile grows nervous, wondering how this could happen since he has already sent all his men. If they're all trapped by the fire, they'll be consumed by the flames. He thinks this young man isn't human, but a demon, and wonders if he intends to burn 100,000 people alive. Soldiers urge him to order a retreat. Waldron orders a quick retreat and tells the mages to extinguish the flames immediately and end the fire. The mages say they have no reserves of magic power left, having spent what remained on the defensive barrier they just cast. The mage wonders if this level of power is on par with forbidden magic, and if such strength was achieved with just a few barrels of oil, without using a drop of magic power. They cry for help. The protagonist watches and thinks that to prevent his people from ending up like that, he must develop industry as fast as possible, then tells the mage he's leaving the rest to her. She replies that she understands and orders all mages to wipe out the soldiers of the Orvis Empire immediately. Later, still in the same place, the fire is still raging, and a voice tells the Lord to go that way. Castile is feeling unwell. Then they head to their tents, and Waldron asks where the guard soldiers are. He notices something above, widens his eyes, and a sword is driven into the ground in front of him as someone lands there. Castile asks who it is. Rosalind says that judging by his clothing, he must be a noble of the Orvis Empire, and she's been looking for him for quite some time. Waldron falls to the ground trembling, asking what she's going to do. The girl asks where the main force is. Holding a whip in her hand, she asks if the young man is safe. Rosalind strikes him and orders him to speak. Castile says he'll talk. The main force was burned alive by the young man's forbidden magic, and that he himself is the Grand Duke, and she can't treat him like this. The girl calls him a bastard and asks how he dares tell such an absurd lie, asking if he thinks she's a fool. She orders them to take him away and beat him until he tells the truth. Later, still in the same place, Rosalind asks how things are going. A soldier replies that the pig is a stubborn man who insists he's the Grand Duke, and also said the 100,000 strong army was completely burned at the fortress of Iceland City by the young man using forbidden magic. The girl slams the table and says to keep beating him until he tells the truth. She also orders the entire army to rest there for now. At nightfall, they will advance to the border fortress and relieve the master's situation. The soldier answers yes. Rosalind walks away thinking that according to that pig, there is an earthen bridge across the moat of the border fortress that was left behind when they attacked the city, making it easier for cavalry to cross. But if they want to invade the fortress, they first need to lure them out and then cooperate with the mage sent by Lady Priscilla. If they bypass the fortress and head straight for the city of Iceland, then, still in the same place, the girl notices someone approaching and orders an attack on the enemy. The soldiers tell her to be careful and to reveal themselves, and the entire army is on alert. There's no chance of a surprise attack. Someone approaches. It's the elves. Rosalind watches them, wondering if they really are elves, and whether the elves are conspiring with the Orvis Empire. She says these elves are despicable, that they really have allied with Orvis to harm the young man. Ilaria says it's ridiculous. It was that so-called young man who asked to meet the queen, and now they're slandering them. The girl asks if she really expects her to believe such a crude lie, saying she bets they're accomplices of the Orvis Empire. Ilaria demands how she dares insult them, noble elves, and orders the archers to prepare. Rosalind tells her knights to raise their shields and watch out for arrows. Someone casts a spell, creating a spatial barrier. The queen tells them to calm down and explains that the reason she's there is because a young man wrote a letter wanting to discuss a business proposal. If she is his ally, there's no need to fight. If she's his enemy, they'll leave immediately and talk after the war. She asks what she thinks. The girl asks what evidence she has to prove what she's saying. Her Majesty orders Ayuria to bring the letter. The saint hands over the letter, saying it's the handwritten one given to them by the young man. Rosalind wonders if it's really from him, thinking that family crest seals have special magical marks that cannot be forged. She says that until she meets the young man, she will trust them for now. But along the way, she will have someone watch them at all times. The queen says, that's fine. Caution is good for everyone. The girl orders everyone to return and continue resting. The original plan remains. She also orders a few people to watch these elves, and if they make any suspicious move, to report to her immediately. The soldiers answer that they understand. Ilaria says that if they don't even believe them, why do they still want to negotiate? Her Majesty replies that if they trusted them, they wouldn't be human. She thinks to herself that she hopes this young man doesn't disappoint her. The elves' future of destruction needs to be rewritten. The troop moves, and the soldiers say the scouts have returned. The flag at the border fortress is not Orvis's, it's still the Edgar family's banner. Rosalind wonders if everything that man said is true, and thinks there's no time to hesitate. Whatever happens, they must get to the young man's side as soon as possible. She orders them to raise the flag now. Whether the fortress troops are the young man's or not, they must know reinforcements are coming. Everyone must keep advancing after crossing the earthen bridge, heading to Iceland City. No matter the cost, they must reach it tonight. Meanwhile, in Iceland City, all the enemies are defeated. The protagonist clenches his fist, thinking that such a powerful army could have been squeezed to the last drop in an underground factory. The maid calls to him, thinking he's truly kind-hearted, and feeling sad about the elimination of these invaders. She says he doesn't need to feel pity for them. They deserved it. Rain says she misunderstood. A warrior approaches, saying cavalry is coming from this direction of the empire, and the flag they're waving seems to belong to the second lady. Later, in the same place, the young master is explaining that in the future, Iceland will become the fortune of this continent. And as long as she is interested in investing now, she will not only be the builder of this legendary city, but also one of its founders. The queen says that this business plan he mentioned is indeed interesting, but such things make no sense to them elves, who are used to living in coexistence with nature. Even without those things he mentioned, they live well. The protagonist says no. If she thinks that way, her vision is too limited. Demand is never natural, it is created. Her Majesty says that some human needs mean nothing to them elves, and asks his forgiveness for speaking bluntly, but many human empires have been destroyed by their desires. Rain says that what she said is true. In the end, the fall of the human empire will indeed be caused by desire. But desire is also what drives the world forward. Humans wanted to fly, so they invented airplanes. Humans wanted to dive into the sea, so they invented submarines. Humans wanted to explode into the universe, so they invented spaceships. One day, she will be in a skyscraper in the city center, looking down at all that life below, and he guarantees she will experience a satisfaction she has never felt before. The queen thinks she doesn't understand anything he's saying and wonders what airplanes and submarines are. She says his confidence is rare among the humans she has met, but reminds him that they elves are different. For thousands of years, they have not been slaves to desire, and asks if they can change that just because of these commercial districts he mentioned. The young master replies, "Of course," and says that if she is willing to invest, she will see a different future. Her Majesty thinks about the future, the elves' future, and wonders if cooperating with this human could prevent the future she foresaw. She says his eloquence is truly impressive, but such reasons alone aren't enough, and she needs time to discuss it with her tribe. The protagonist says there's no problem. He will await the investment, and asks them to bring the things. He hands her a paper. The queen asks what it is. Rain replies it's an invitation to the completion ceremony of the Isline City Dam, a VIP seat, and insists she witness the first step of the city's industry. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the troops keep marching and say they have urgent news. The young man is safe and is now clearing the battlefield below the border fort. Rosalind wonders about them being safe and how that's possible, and whether the Orvis Empire didn't bring an army of 100,000 men. She wonders if what he said was true, and if there really is a master forbidden mage helping the young man, but then thinks to forget it. There's no time for that now. She needs to go help him as quickly as possible. Later, the troop approaches the wall quickly, but it's closed, so they stop their horses. The girl dismounts, and the guards say it's that way. Inside a room, she enters and says she is the knight sent by Lady Priscilla to help him, and that she failed to arrive when he needed her most and deserves punishment. The protagonist asks if her older sister asked her to come. Rosalind replies yes. Rain asks why she was coming from the direction of the Orvis Empire. The girl replies they received the rescue order 3 days ago, and she thought he had abandoned the border fortress and retreated to Isline. So she diverted the army there and blocked Orvis's retreat. The young master asks if it really took 3 days from her sister's territory, saying it's hundreds of kilometers, and asks how they got there since there are no railways yet. Rosalind asks what a railway is. The protagonist replies that it doesn't matter since they worked hard and tells them they may rise. The girl says it wasn't hard and that this is the least the Holker family should do, since her stupid uncle caused him trouble. Rain is surprised and asks if she's from the Holker family, realizing she's Caesar's niece. Rosalind says she begs him to give her family a chance, and that he can punish them however he wants. She won't complain. The young master watches her. The girl lowers her head, thinking the young man left her waiting all day. Even knowing it would be hard to earn his trust, she didn't even get to meet with him. She wonders where the future of herself and her family will go. The protagonist approaches and apologizes for the delay, telling her not to be nervous and that he came to discuss something with her. Rosalind agrees and thinks now he should give her a chance. Rain asks if she would become his ally. The girl looks surprised. The two stare at each other. The young master says he's impressed by her battlefield judgment, that her values are worth cultivating, and whether it's the courage to lead troops in a rear maneuver or a bold charge into battle, it makes him think she's a very talented person. Rosalind thanks him for the praise, saying that's what subordinates should do. The protagonist asks if she wants to be his. The girl says she understands, and if he wants to use her to make up for his dissatisfaction, then she'll give everything. Rain says to wait a moment, something is wrong with this conversation, and asks if there's been a misunderstanding, saying especially the word compensate is something he's never thought about before. Rosalind kneels and says that although her dream is to become a knight and serve at his side, if he needs to use her humble body to make up for the wounds her uncle caused him, she won't complain. The young master tells her to stop, saying it's a misunderstanding. He wants her to be his subordinate, nothing more. The girl asks what he means. The protagonist replies that he means whether or not she is willing to join his ranks, and that he will not hold her or her family accountable for Caesar's crimes. He coughs and asks if she will serve him as a knight. Rosalind's eyes widen as she realizes that being his knight doesn't mean being his plaything, but truly his knight, something that has always been her dream, and she says that becoming his knight would be her greatest honor. Later, Ryan is in a room writing to his sister, telling her that the crisis in Iceland City has been resolved, that the knight she sent is exceptional, and instructing his maid to send this letter to his second sister tomorrow, along with an invitation to the dam's completion ceremony. Leah replies that she understands. The young master thinks he must find talented people quickly. He notes that he has secured an apprentice. The maid asks what they should do with the Grand Duke of Castella, who was captured by the knight. The protagonist says he had completely forgotten about him and asks where he is now. Leah replies that he's in the dungeon of Iceland City. Later, in a prison, Ryan approaches and tells the Grand Duke that they meet again. Castile calls him a despicable brat and says he's finished. The young master asks what he means by that and whether he realizes he's the prisoner now. Waldron asks if his father told him and says it's clearly stated that spell mages from all countries are not allowed to participate in wars between ordinary people, yet yesterday on the battlefield he broke that rule. Soon all the forbidden spell mages on the continent will come to hunt the Edgar family. The protagonist asks about a forbidden spell mage, wondering if he means Selena. Castile replies that Selena is just a high-level mage. He's talking about the forbidden spell mage who unleashed destructive power on the battlefield. Rain asks if he's referring to the explosion caused by those barrels of oil, and says that if the forbidden spell he's talking about is an explosion, then it's just a misunderstanding, because he can make that kind of explosion as much as he wants. Waldron says that's impossible. Only a forbidden spell mage can wield that kind of power. Such world-destroying force is definitely not something a skinny noble like him could do. The young master says that whether it was a forbidden spell mage or destructive power, it's in the past now. The only reason he came here is to tell him something and asks who his superior is or what exactly he's planning. Castile says there's no superior behind this. Orvis Empire warriors don't need any reason to crusade against the cowards of his Caledorial Empire. The protagonist asks about a crusade, saying he makes him laugh, and explains that he's reviewed the records from Iceland City. Every spring they cross the border to provoke them, sparing no expense to seize cities and territories, but they never occupy them and never leave even a single soldier there. In autumn, they immediately withdraw their troops, as if they have a reason to leave. Rain asks if he thinks such actions can hide anything, saying that the Grand Duke of Castella, or Emperor Mallico himself, must have other purposes for this crusade. Waldron says it's because they don't care about occupying barren land like his. What the Orvis Empire needs is to declare strength to the world. The young master asks whether declaring strength means testing something unknown. Castile says he doesn't understand what he's talking about. The protagonist says he should think about it carefully in prison. As he walks out, he thinks that every year the invasion seems like a meaningless drama. Behind it, there must be a conspiracy yet to uncover. They must develop industry immediately. The feeling of being controlled is unpleasant. 10 days later, at the Port of Silver Waves, Priscilla looks over her third brother's letter and tells her subordinate to tell that fool Willas that her brother likes his daughter, so he can rest easy now. Gwen replies that she understands. The lady says this invitation letter mentions something about a dam completion ceremony and asks if she knows what a dam is. The subordinate replies no, saying her humble self is too ignorant and inexperienced to comprehend the young man's brilliant wisdom. Priscilla says in that case they will go to her brother's territory for a few days and see this dam. Gwen replies that she understands. The lady adds that, by the way, she wants her help in finding some girls of the same age. She wants to see what type her brother likes. In the imperial palace of the Orvis Empire, a voice says that the Grand Duke's capture will definitely shake the army's morale. And if he leaks his secret, it will cause even more trouble, asking who told him to act so recklessly just to end up in this situation. The emperor says that's enough, and asks what's the point at this stage of finding out who's more at fault, saying they need a solution, not an argument. The long-haired man suggests perhaps sending someone to Iceland City to try negotiating with them. Two men call him a scoundrel, asking how the Orvis Empire could even consider negotiating peace with such a barbaric nation, and whether bowing to the Caledorial Empire wouldn't be a disgrace to their own empire. The long-haired man replies that if Castile leaks the empire's secrets, all the plans they've been preparing for years will be ruined, and urges the emperor to make the right decision. The emperor says that peace negotiations can be arranged and asks if there are any suggestions for suitable candidates. Someone with enough status to represent the dignity of the Orvis Empire, but also with sufficient courage and wisdom. The long-haired man thinks there's something strange in the emperor's words. Something as simple as peace talks wouldn't be difficult as long as the minimum compensation is determined, and wonders if the Emperor might be thinking of something else. The Emperor, judging by Craven's expression, asks if he already has someone in mind. Craven says he would like to recommend someone, Lady Wilvina, the only daughter of Duke Richard. Voices shout that he's crazy, reminding everyone that her father was recently imprisoned for offending the Emperor. The Emperor thinks Craven is very clever and always knows what he's aiming for and asks why he would recommend the daughter of a criminal. Craven says he has 3 reasons. First, she is the only daughter of Duke Richard and her noble status would show sincerity. Second, he's heard that although she only recently came of age, she is eloquent and decisive. Third, and most importantly, Wilvina could use this opportunity to atone for her father's crimes and prove herself so that His Majesty might pardon Duke Richard. The others present say that what he says makes sense. The Emperor says he'll put Craven in charge of the matter and to ensure the Duke's only daughter is safe during the trip. Craven replies that he understands. Elsewhere, in another room, the Emperor asks if they know what to do on the return journey with Wilvina and Castile. A masked man replies to rest assured. They will certainly lose their lives in the territory of the despicable Caledorial Empire. The Emperor says that the Orvis envoy being eliminated by the Caledorial Mafia will now give them one more reason to declare war. Elsewhere, merchants are selling fresh fruit, calling for civilians to take a look. They also have fresh fish. They spot the young man walking by and ask if he's come to buy something. The protagonist says yes, that he's just strolling through the city to see if they need anything. The merchants say that thanks to him, their lives are much better. Before they lived worse than animals, but now they've finally turned things around. Then a voice calls him a brat, saying if he can't speak properly, he should keep quiet. Rain says they seem quite busy. They bid farewell to the young master. The protagonist watches people walking on the street and analyzes their data, thinking it seems very hard to find high attribute talents among common people. He's been wandering through various places in Iceland City these past few days and hasn't found even one suitable talent. He checks the system again, seeing he needs to cultivate 5 characters with high attributes, and he has only 1, wondering if he should ask his second sister and older brother for talent. Then he decides no. Their territories have their own difficulties, and he should rely only on himself. Besides, his second sister already gave him Rosalind, so it would be wrong to ask for more. Rain closes his eyes. The maid holds him, saying he's been very tired these past 3 days and should rest a bit, and that she's sent people to post multiple notices around the city, asking those who think they have talent to come see him. The young master thinks that those who recommend themselves are undoubtedly talented, excellent workers for his factory, but the problem is, his factory can't open yet. The investment situation with the elves has made no progress, and the dam will take another 15 days to finish construction. Making mages study chemistry is a crime against nature. He recalls the mages and the mage herself saying he was their god and thinks that this dam system has also given him an extremely difficult task. It's hard as hell. Then he hears someone calling another person a liar, asking how they dare show their face in the city again, until the protagonist notices someone beside him. The boy says to trust himself and that this time there won't be any problem. The young master opens a system message, checking the boy's data, and gets excited, thinking, finally. Armando is holding a potion in his hand and says he promises it will work this time. Just drip a drop onto food and he can preserve fruits for a year. The attendant tells him to stop talking nonsense and calls him a liar, saying that last time he tricked him into buying insect repellent and he lost an entire crate of apples. Cresta says that was an accident. His insect repellent is not suitable for soft fruits like apples. The merchant says not to lie to himself because he won't be fooled again. Armando tells him not to push the boy and to just listen to what he has to say. Rain thinks he never imagined such talent could exist in a place like this. Leah wonders if that alchemist who only talks nonsense has caught the young master's favor because she can't allow him to be deceived by that kind of person. Cresta squats down on the ground, dejected. Thinking there's no fat cows today, he's starving. The protagonist extends his hand and says he's very interested in his potion, asking if he could introduce it to him. Armando gets excited, thinking the heavens have smiled on him, and says he can tell from afar that he's an expert, asking what kind of medicine he'd like to acquire because he has everything. The young master asks who he is and why he's never seen him in the city of Iceland. Cresta introduces himself and says he's an alchemist who rarely comes to the city. Rain asks if he's here today to promote his products. Armando says if he has any request, he can count on him, as he promises to make a potion that will satisfy him. The maid tells her master not to believe in people like alchemists. Most of them are liars. The protagonist says not to worry, it's still unclear who's deceiving who. Leah is confused, and the young master asks how much those potions there cost. Armando says he really knows his stuff, that one there can make objects glow at night, another lets whoever drinks it run faster, and the last one brings joy to him and the maid all night long. Rain says it's all garbage and asks if there's nothing good there. Cresta says he can insult him all he wants, but if he insults his potions, he can't complain about what happens next. Leah's aura changes and she asks what he just said, and Armando says her master's maid is making him a little scared. The protagonist says that the potion that makes objects glow at night is actually zinc beryllium silicate phosphor, which has low luminous efficiency and is toxic, suggesting he use calcium halophosphate phosphor instead, which is the opposite. Cresta asks how that's possible, how could he know the recipe, saying that recipe is his ultra secret and he's the only one in the whole world who knows it. The young master asks about ultra secret recipes and says it's a joke because that's basic chemistry knowledge. If what he calls alchemy is only at that level, then he thinks alchemy isn't anything special. Armando asks about basic and if he's kidding, asking where he heard all that, saying he must have taken a look at his alchemy notes. Rain finds it hilarious and asks what could possibly be so important to read in the notes of an alchemist who will starve if he doesn't sell potions, and offers to give him a chance. If he swears loyalty to him, he'll make him understand real alchemy. Cresta asks about swearing loyalty and who he is. Leah answers that the person standing before him is the new lord of the city of Iceland and the second son of the great Duke Aldarion of the Caledonial Empire. Armando says it looks like he caught a big fish, but he'd rather starve than become a noble's dog. The protagonist says it seems he's very bothered by his identity. Cresta says this humble servant wouldn't dare be dissatisfied with a noble lord. After all, you shouldn't get angry with a dog. The maid tells him to apologize to the master immediately. Armando asks if that doesn't happen, will they eliminate him? Saying the noble's way of solving things is really primitive. Leah says he's courting his end. The young master steps in front and tells her to stop, saying he doesn't know what he suffered because of the noble class in the past and doesn't want to know. He'll give him a choice. He can offer him well-developed and comprehensive knowledge of chemistry and physics, and he'll have the opportunity to change the world. Cresta stays quiet, listening. Rain says, of course, if he wants to waste his life in some alley in Iceland, he wouldn't care. Armando says they're all liars, only caring about their own pockets, and he'll never agree with them. The system notifies that his loyalty toward the host has decreased. The protagonist thinks this is bad. Not only did he fail to convince him, but he also made him hostile toward him. Cresta says that as for nobles, he wouldn't believe a single word they say, until a voice calls him brother, and it's a little girl. Armando runs to her immediately, asking why she's here, saying this isn't a place for her and she should go hide. Yelena asks why, and Cresta answers that this man is an evil noble who will hurt her. The little girl recognizes the master, and the young master asks if she knows him. Yelena replies that her mother said they can live well thanks to him. Rain asks if her father worked on the dam. She says Irina and her mother praise her father every day for having worked hard for him. Armando says he's really a noble with a filthy heart, exploiting the people of Iceland. The protagonist asks where he got that from. Cresta says she's wearing such worn-out clothes, obviously being exploited and oppressed by him. The nature of nobility really hasn't changed. The maid says he's the person who cares most for the people in all of Iceland and asks how he can slander him. Yelena asks what nonsense he's talking about, saying the master is a great lord. He not only hired everyone to work, but also provided food and shelter so no one would go hungry or cold. And if he doesn't know anything, he shouldn't talk nonsense. The young master says the main reason she and the others can't wear nice clothes is because the light industry hasn't developed yet. Once it does, people all over Iceland will be able to wear beautiful clothes. Armando says that although he doesn't know what light industry means, he's sure no noble would care about the people. They, corrupt nobles, are only trying to fill their own pockets. The little girl asks how he can say that about her brother. Cresta turns his back, saying he's not interested in seeing nobles pretending to be good lords, and that he should be careful with him too. Rain thinks he can't let this guy walk away. This kind of talent can't be lost. Until the protagonist feels something strange and asks what happened, and the young master ends up collapsing on the ground. Later, somewhere else, Rain is lying down until he wakes up. His mate is beside the bed and says he's finally awake. The protagonist says he's fine and not to worry. Leah asks how he can be fine. He's been overexerting himself, hasn't been resting well, had to go out looking for talents, and got so tired he fainted. The young master touches her hand and apologizes for making her worry, saying he'll be more careful from now on, and asks where Armando is. The maid says that after he fainted and she immediately brought him back to the mansion, that alchemist Armando started to leave, but came back after seeing him collapse. Rain asks if he returned. Leah says he gave him some medicine, saying it would cure the illness, and then left. The protagonist asks if it was his medicine that lowered his fever. The maid asks how she could let him take medicine made by someone of unknown origin, saying she only placed the medicine Armando prescribed on his table and the one who cured him was a doctor from the city. The young master says he'll take a look at the medicine he prepared. Leah tells him to wait there, as she'll go get it. She shows him the medicine, and Rain says that judging by the color and texture, it looks quite professional. Tomorrow he'll meet a doctor and ask how good it is. The maid asks if he really wants to recruit that boy, since he seems hostile toward nobles and has an extremely unpleasant attitude. The protagonist says he not only has talent, but is also a rare genius, thinking the problem is that he's so prejudiced against nobility, it would be good to know the reason. Later, in a cabin, Armando walks to a counter, picks up a frame with a photo of when he was young with a woman. He runs his hand over the frame, calling her teacher, and says he met a strange noble today. Not only can he analyze alchemical formulas just by looking, but he also explains a lot of things he doesn't understand, and even Yelena likes him a lot. Cresta opens a notebook and says not to worry, because he'll never be fooled by nobles. He'll complete his research and then avenge his teacher for good. He'll make those greedy nobles pay. Liesel Grant was the most unconventional alchemist in the city of Iceland 15 years ago. Liesel was not only a genius in the field of alchemy, but also an idealist who firmly believed that the purpose of alchemy was to benefit the public rather than serve the powerful. Liesel adopted the orphan Armando, and not only did she raise him, but she also taught him all her knowledge of alchemy. Cresta's relationship with Liesel was more than just master and disciple. He considered her his own mother. Liesel didn't just teach him how to make potions and design complex mechanical devices, but also how to find a balance between humanity and morality. Liesel's alchemy research displeased a noble in Iceland at the time, and that noble broke into her house with guards. He stole her research results and slandered her for studying forbidden alchemy. One day, Liesel lost her life in a deliberate accident. Armando was only 15 years old that day. After that, he gathered all the unfinished notes and research Liesel had left behind and vowed to complete her work. Armando still carries the heavy burden of the past and the lonely responsibility. After the saint tells the master what happened, the protagonist says his story is very moving, but it has nothing to do with his problem and asks if she knows where she is now. The irritated saint asks if he can't show a little empathy, but the young master replies that empathy is not edible and doesn't solve problems. People must always move forward. No matter what happened the day before, they still have to go to work as expected the next day. The saint says he should go to Liesel's former residence, the place he visited most often. Not only are her research notes there, but also the remaining research equipment. Rain says it's simple, now they know where he is, so they should go there without wasting time, and asks again if she knows what Liesel was researching. The saint says she remembers it was something about steam. The protagonist's eyes widen immediately, and he asks what she just said, telling her to say it again. The saint repeats that it was something about steam, though she doesn't remember the details, and asks what's wrong. The protagonist says that if what she remembers is the same as what he's thinking, then from today they will be able to completely change the way this world produces and lives. Ayuria asks if it's really that amazing, because she heard it was just a toy or something like that. The young master pulls her and tells her to take him there immediately, and the saint says she understands and tells him to stop pulling. She's going. Rain thinks it can only be a steam engine. If Liesel really researched that, she must have had detailed diagrams and experimental records. The steam engine was far too old-fashioned in his past life for him to have studied it in detail. He only knew the theory and some historical knowledge. As a mechanical engineer, he has an almost innate understanding of mechanical structures. Although he had always wanted to recreate the grandeur of the steam engine in this world, he had always lacked the main diagrams and key ideas. If he can obtain the notes Liesel left behind, he will be able to build upon her research and restore the glory of the steam engine. The industrial age begins now. Elsewhere, in the cabin, Armando is working on some things until someone calls him. Cresta immediately covers the engine with a cloth, thinking he can't let this guy see what his master left behind. Then the protagonist approaches him, and Armando asks what he's doing there, saying he's not welcome. The young master asks where the notes his master left behind are, because he wants to see what she was researching. Cresta says that although he doesn't know where he got the information about the notes, he advises him to give up that idea. He will never hand over his master's notes. The saint says they're not there to steal anything, and adds that the young master just came to see if there's anything in Miss Liesel's alchemy notes that could make life better for everyone in the city. Armando steps closer to the master, points a blade at him, and tells him to leave because this is no place for filthy nobles. The maid thinks she can't allow this fool to hurt the master. She approaches with a blade to his back. Rain signals her to back off and says to leave it to him, and calls Armando an idiot. He says he has no idea what a steam engine is, let alone its true significance, and asks if he thinks this is how he will fulfill Liesel's last wish, saying no. He's wasting her great research. Armando asks who he thinks he is to lecture him, saying he doesn't understand her research at all. The protagonist proposes a bet. Cresta asks what kind of bet. The young master replies that if he can make the alchemical device Liesel left behind work successfully, Cresta will have to work for him obediently. If he fails, he will leave Iceland immediately and never set foot there again, and asks what he thinks. Armando laughs, asking if he's joking, saying it's making him laugh, that a young noble master like him, who can't even recognize all alchemical containers, dares to claim he can make his teacher's legacy work. Rain asks if, based on what he just said, that means he agrees to the bet. Cresta replies that he accepts, but that's not enough. If he loses, not only must he leave Iceland, but he must also kneel and apologize in front of his teacher's grave and asks if he dares agree. The saint says that's too much. After all, the master bears him no ill will. Armando ignores her and only asks if he dares to accept. The protagonist says he has no problem with that and accepts the conditions. If he loses, he will personally apologize to Liesel. Now he says, let him take a look at the steam engine she left behind. He thinks that once he fixes it, Armando will obediently feed the boiler, and he'll see how ruthless he can be in exploiting him. Cresta pulls the cloth off the machine and says this is what teacher Liesel left behind, telling him to be careful not to break it. Leo wonders if the master is really that interested in alchemy and if this thing is so strange, asking what it's for. The young master looks at it and realizes it really is a steam engine, shouting genius, and that Liesel truly was a genius. The maid asks if Liesel's inventions are really that amazing. Rain says yes, no matter the world, anyone who can invent this can only be considered a genius. Armando says, of course, and that teacher Liesel was different from other alchemists with undeserved reputations. She was a great person. The protagonist asks if he's been coming here just to keep this machine running. Cresta replies yes, but teacher Liesel never told him how to make it work, and it wasn't written in the research notes. The young master says he'll dismantle it to check the internal structure and see if there's a mechanical problem. Armando asks if he's crazy, saying if it can't be reassembled, his teacher's research will be ruined. Rain asks if he knows who he's talking to, saying there's no machine in this world he can't fix, and tells him to go get a screwdriver or something like that. Cresta asks what a screwdriver is. The protagonist asks if he's joking and says if he doesn't even know what a screwdriver is, how was this thing assembled? Armando replies that of course he used magic, asking how he could not know something so simple, and says everything there was made by a master dwarven craftsman hired by teacher Liesel. This device took an enormous amount of her hard work. It's not something a pampered young noble like him could understand. The young master says that since there's no screwdriver, the maid should let him use her dagger. Rain takes the dagger to work on the machine. Later, still in the cabin, the protagonist says it's so beautiful, so delicate, and that she was a genius, but wonders why parts are missing and asks where the internal components are. Armando wonders how he knew there were still parts inside and asks what nonsense he's talking about, saying the machine is like that, and asks where the spare parts are, adding that if it's not working and he admits defeat, he'll take him to kneel at his teacher's grave right now. The young master tells him not to try fooling him. He knows there must be a central piece used to control the operation of the entire machine, and demands to know where it is. Cresta stays silent for a moment, then says the contents of the machine were taken by a noble. Rain asks why a noble would want a few sets of gears. Armando says those parts were forged from an extremely rare type of dragon crystal ore. When the noble found out, he forcibly took the parts, melted them down, and made a statue of himself. The protagonist asks about the statue, melting down key components just to forge proof of his own stupidity, and demands to know the name of that idiot noble. Cresta looks to the side and says he's a big shot, someone he can't afford to offend. The young master asks if there are some big shots he can't afford to offend, saying he wants to see who would dare obstruct his path to industrialization. Then, still in the cabin, a trembling Armando replies that it's Duke Oscar. The saint is surprised and asks if it's really him. Rain asks if she knows where this Duke Oscar comes from. Ayuria answers that Duke Oscar was actually once a minor noble in the city of Iceland. His achievements in alchemy as a young man were remarkable. Later, he even won the championship at the Imperial Alchemy competition and received recognition from the Emperor, who not only gave him many resources but also granted him the title of Duke and a territory. The protagonist asks where his territory is. The saint answers that it's in Gronsel, on the upper side of the city of Iceland. Leah says the region of Gronsel belongs to the domain of Grand Duke Teleros Elroy, and that territory is not under the jurisdiction of House Edgar. The young master asks about Teleros Elroy and recalls that his father mentioned that things weren't going well between him and the Grand Duke. The maid says yes, and that his father has different political views, having clashed with Elroy several times in the Imperial Council, part of the Emperor's deliberate strategy to maintain balance. Rain says it's fine, and there's no need to worry about such troublesome matters for now, and asks about Duke Oscar, saying he'll remember this. The loss of those melted gears will cost him 10 times, 100 times more. Ayuria asks if he's going to confront Duke Oscar directly, and if that wouldn't be dangerous. The protagonist asks dangerous, saying he's the dangerous one. Since he dared destroy something so valuable, he must pay the price. Armando asks if he really intends to go against Duke Oscar. The young master tells him not to worry. Not only will he get the steam engine running again, but he'll also show Duke Oscar what true value is. Then asks if, since the core parts have been destroyed, there are any design drawings for them in Liesel's notebook. Cresta says no. His teacher didn't leave any drawing of that in the alchemy notes. However, he remembers that she was supposed to have discussed the production of the parts with a dwarven master craftsman. Rain asks if that means the dwarf knows about them. Armando says yes, but that he's gone there several times and the craftsman refused to meet him. The protagonist puts a hand on his shoulder and says that since the craftsman won't meet him, he'll try himself. Cresta says not to get his hopes up. The guy has a strange temper. Elsewhere, a voice tells them to get lost. He doesn't have time to entertain them. The saint calls him Uncle Bram and says the master has done much for the people of Iceland, so he shouldn't treat him that way. The dwarf says he knows what he's been doing recently and asks if he's eliminated some corrupt nobles and solved the people's food problems. The saint says yes, that the young man is a rare good lord who loves the people as if they were his own children. Bram asks what there is to boast about. Shouldn't that be what a lord is supposed to do? Just as he, as a blacksmith, must forge iron for others. The young master says that's right. As a lord, he should manage his territory well and ensure the people have enough food and clothing, which is why he's here today. The dwarf wonders how this boy can say such a thing and asks if that means he's here to request something be built. Rain says yes. He needs the design for the gear Liesel made for the steam engine. And even better if the dwarf could forge it himself. Bram's eyes widen and he tells them to leave immediately. He's not making that damned thing. The protagonist asks why. The dwarf answers that it was those gears that got her killed. If he hadn't insisted she use dragon crystal ore for safety, she wouldn't have gotten into trouble and ended up finished off by that bastard noble. He won't make anything like that for anyone again. Armando tells him to wait and asks if he didn't just say a blacksmith's job is to forge iron for people, calling him a double-standard mutt. Bram tells him to shut up. He said you shouldn't fight, and that's final. Even with dragon crystal ore, it wouldn't work. The young master says to wait. He keeps talking about dragon crystal ore and asks if it means only gears forged with dragon crystal ore can keep Liesel's machine running. The dwarf asks what he's getting at. Rain says what he means is that it's unlikely one can rely solely on that material, and asks if it's truly impossible to forge the necessary gears from common iron ore. Bram slams the table, calling him a foolish brat, telling him to stop talking nonsense, melting common iron ore into liquid. Only dragonkind in the entire continent can do that. The protagonist thinks it's just as he suspected, and asks if his furnace's temperature isn't high enough to melt iron ore. The dwarf says there isn't a single furnace on the continent capable of melting iron ore into liquid iron, and asks if he didn't know that. The young master asks if he said he could build a furnace capable of melting iron ore. Would the dwarf believe him? Bram's eyes widen, and he tells him to stop bragging. If he could really build such a furnace, the forging level of the entire empire would be turned upside down, and he's just a brat from a noble family. How could he speak with such audacity? Rain says to leave aside whether it's audacity for now. If he can build a furnace that melts iron ore, will he agree to forge Liesel's gears? The dwarf says fine. If he can build such a furnace, he'll forge them. The protagonist thinks he's finally accepted and says it's a deal. Bram says if he fails, he'd better disappear immediately. The dwarf slams the door and the young master thinks that iron ore's melting point is 1,538 degrees Celsius. While this furnace's current temperature is far from that, it also lacks a secondary oxygen supply system, meaning the fuel's thermal effect isn't maximized. Rain takes a hammer, examines it, and begins dismantling the furnace. The saint and the alchemist shout at him, and Iuria asks what he's doing. Armando asks if he's lost his mind. He's just destroyed the old man's furnace, so how will he forge the parts now? The protagonist smiles and tells them not to worry. He's not just messing around. These two openings are secondary oxygen supply channels he's specifically designed. With them, the furnace's combustion efficiency will at least double and the temperature will reach what's needed to melt iron ore. The saint asks if this will really work and if such simple modifications can truly raise the temperature that much. The young master says not to underestimate the power of science. Once they add fuel and try it shortly, this furnace will certainly melt iron ore into liquid iron. The dwarf says iron ore is tough. Then Bram notices his broken furnace, rushes over, and asks how he dares destroy it. Does he have any idea how much effort it took to forge? He says he'll teach him a lesson today. Rain says he knows Bram is furious, but guarantees this new furnace can melt iron ore. The dwarf asks if he thinks forging is a game, if he really believes he knows more than this old man, if he has any idea how hard iron ore is, saying a normal furnace's temperature isn't even close. and now he's made 2 holes in it, which will only cool it faster. The protagonist says the iron ore is right there. The fuel isn't lacking. Just put it in and see if the furnace works. Bram says this old man wants to see his trick. If it can't melt the ore, he'll beat him up today. Then, still there, the dwarf puts the ore into the furnace, waiting to see if it works. Bram's eyes widen. How is this possible? The ore has melted. The saint, surprised, asks if it really melted, saying the iron ore was indeed turned into liquid iron. Armando, shocked, says, "This can't be. What's going on with this furnace?" The young master smiles and asks, "Well?" The dwarf keeps staring at the furnace, astonished, asking how he did it and why it could melt iron ore just because of 2 holes. Rain replies that it involves the principles of pneumatics. If he wants, he can explain in detail another time, and asks if he can now forge the gears Liesel left. Bram sighs and says he's won. Now that the furnace is working, this old man will forge those gears again, but he warns that if that noble comes to cause trouble again, the protagonist cuts him off, saying not to worry. Even if that noble doesn't come after him, he'll be the one going after the noble. Then they head back to the cabin, walking up to the machine. The young master holds the part in his hand, thinking that this is the central component of the steam engine, and welcomes the arrival of the industrial age. Leah asks if, although this gear looks quite sturdy, it can really withstand the operation of a steam engine, and if it breaks, could something happen to injure him? Ayuria agrees and asks if he should ask members of her clan whether they have dragon crystal ore. Rain replies not to worry. Lysander used dragon crystal ore because industrial knowledge was insufficient at the time. Cresta tells him not to speak ill of his master. The protagonist says he should worry about himself, because once the steam engine is fixed, according to their bet, he'll have to become his subordinate. Armando says to talk about that after it's repaired. The young master opens the machine, places the part in its rightful spot, and tells them to now witness a miracle. He moves a lever and the machine begins releasing smoke. The saint is impressed that it worked. Cresta sees that it succeeded, calls out for his master, and remembers her telling him to follow her. While Armando carried a box, she told him to wait for her, and he also recalls sitting and trying to assemble something. His master tapped him on the head, saying she'd told him many times, and he still assembled it wrong. She patted his head and said that if they succeeded, people's lives would be very happy. When his master lost her life, her last words were that she would leave the machine with him. In the present, Cresta is kneeling on the ground, saying that her last wish, her dream, has come true. The boy cries heavily, and Rain says to let him cry for a while, as those tears are the emotions he's suppressed over the years. 3 hours later, the dwarf looks at the machine and says he didn't expect him to actually fix the thing, then asks if it's just a machine that makes smoke. The saint agrees and asks what, besides releasing smoke, this thing can actually do. Bram wonders if this contraption only serves to puff out smoke and scare people while sitting there. The protagonist explains that a steam engine isn't just something that produces smoke, it's the foundation of industrial society. The dwarf asks about the foundation of industrial society and what that means. The young master answers that it can make gears turn and thereby power other machines, whether mills, textile machines, means of transportation, or even future war machines. The steam engine can play an irreplaceable role. The greatest invention of humankind is boiling water. Ayuria says that's amazing. The dwarf says it sounds impressive and asks if it's really as miraculous as he claims. Rain replies that soon they'll understand its true value. The protagonist declares that from now on he will guide things step by step into the world of industry and show the power it can offer. At that moment, someone approaches in a hurry and dismounts from a horse. It is Rosalind, who announces that his sister has just arrived in the territory. The young lord is delighted by the arrival of his second sister and thinks she came at the perfect time, since the dam is almost finished and he can take the opportunity to ask her to invest a little in his project. Holker intervenes, saying that the sister sent word that she prepared a special gift for him. Rain asks curiously what kind of gift it could be, imagining that if it were gold or something like that, there would be no need. Rosalind replies that the gift is a group of newly adult girls, leaving Edgar embarrassed. At the Lord's mansion of Etherlyn, Priscilla runs up and hugs her brother, saying she missed him very much. The protagonist returns the affection, but soon asks why she brought those girls. The older sister questions whether he has no taste for women, but he replies that this is not the problem, rather the fact that because of them, people have begun to look at him with suspicion. Priscilla is surprised and asks if anyone dares to disrespect the Lord. Rain thinks the situation has become complicated since even the maid now seems to be judging him. Edgar whispers to his sister that the maid's expression changed, since before she was gentle and now looks at him as if she wanted to kill him. The older sister interprets this as a sign of concern, but the irritated protagonist insists on knowing the reason for so many girls. Seeing his nervousness, Priscilla reveals the truth. It was all because of a letter. He is shocked, and his sister shows him a note stating that he was interested in Rosalind. Convinced that she was only thinking about his happiness, she brought several young women to see which one he would choose. The protagonist retorts that he never said that and that it was a misunderstanding. Priscilla admits she may have misinterpreted it, but highlights Rosalind's beauty and asks whether he should not consider it. The older sister then teases him by asking whether the maid would mind if he had more wives. Rain reacts, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Leah, serious, declares that she's only a maid and has no right to give an opinion, and that the number of wives is his decision. Edgar ends the discussion by saying not to pay attention to such talk, and Priscilla, sensing the mood, decides not to provoke further, asking Gwen to take the girls to rest. In another place, the protagonist comments that in a few days the Etherlyn Dam will be completed, emphasizing that it will control the water supply, enable agricultural irrigation, and even have the potential to generate energy. The older sister finds the term strange and asks whether a dam and energy generation would be magical formations. The young lord explains that no, it is about using the force of flowing water to move a mechanical device and thus generate energy. Priscilla connects this to the earlier comment about food, and Rain confirms it, explaining that it may sound abstract, but it is neither magic nor a simple mechanism, but another type of technical system. The sister asks where he learned something like that, remembering that he always preferred sword training over studying, and questions who her brother really is. Edgar realizes that he had forgotten this detail and remembers that when he arrived there, he was gravely injured, imagining it had been an accident during sword training and that he needs to come up with an excuse. He replies that after waking up 15 days ago, he was in so much pain that he could only stay at home reading, and that was when he found those books. Priscilla recalls that they wrote this in the letter about how he began devouring books nonstop and asks whether they were from the family library. The protagonist points to Liesel's notes, saying they were like those. The older sister flips through them and is surprised, recognizing that the knowledge truly exists, and concluding that it is worthy of him to turn theory into reality based only on books. The young lord says that is why he cannot practice martial arts. Priscilla replies that she knows how much he went through, understands that he stopped training to save his own life, but asks him not to push himself so hard. She says she was only worried that someone might hurt him and that she will no longer doubt him. Rain assures her that he is fine, and that, as she can see, he is still able to accomplish all those things. The older sister thinks that is good and states that no matter what happens, she will stand by him. And if there is anything in the territory that needs help, he just has to ask and she will support him fully. Edgar thinks that it was she herself who insisted on that and says that, coincidentally, there is a place where he really needs her help. Priscilla asks what it is, and the protagonist explains that he hopes she will invest in him, since it is an important plan for Etherlyn's future development. The older sister asks whether the noble's resources are not enough, but Rain says it is not about money, but about people. He explains that the city lost many people to wars and disasters, and that skilled workers are rare. Priscilla understands that he is asking for people, and Edgar confirms it, asking her to transfer some artisans, farmers, and administrators from her territory, guaranteeing that they will live well there and learn new technologies. The older sister replies that the plan is not bad, but reminds him that those people are pillars of her territory, asking whether he thinks she will release them so easily. The protagonist says that she herself promised to fully support him and asks whether she will go back on her word, adding that when Etherlyn develops, she will also benefit. Priscilla asks him not to judge her so quickly, agrees to transfer some people, but demands that he show results first to convince her that the effort will be worthwhile. Rain replies that she does not need to worry because he will show the power of industry. Later, Priscilla goes to another room and tells her subordinate that what she feared did not happen, that he is still the brother she remembers, not the Emperor's puppet. Gwen comments that he is naturally intelligent and now so dedicated that he will certainly make Etherlyn prosper. Priscilla states that she will not let the poisoning of her brother go unanswered, and says that if the Emperor made him unable to practice martial arts, it is only fair to make him lose a son, ordering an investigation of the princes and to choose the easiest target, promising that the Emperor will pay the price. Gwen replies that everything will be resolved cleanly and efficiently without her needing to worry. The older sister thinks that the Emperor touched the person most precious to her, and therefore, it is not her fault to want retaliation. Next, wagons advance full of bound people. A young man comments to the boss that they captured high-quality goods this time, and that the sale will yield a lot of money. The brute complains that most of the profit goes to old Eldrick, asking why he earns without doing anything. The long-haired man agrees, saying they risk being caught while Eldrick only reaps the benefits, making the business less and less appealing. The boss tells the men to shut up, asks what they know, and states that no matter how greedy Eldrick is, he is still their backer. He asks whether they think they could have gone in and out of Etherland's territory freely all these years without someone covering for them, and adds that if they do not want to do the job, they can leave and he will do it himself. At that moment, a hooded young man approaches on horseback and announces that there is a problem. The Lord of Etherland has changed. The boss demands an explanation, and the young man says that when he arrived at the gate, he did not recognize any of the guards on duty. He tried to bribe them, but they not only refused, but also interrogated him about what he was doing there and why he arrived so late. He made up a story about visiting relatives and managed to get away, but discovered that the city lord is no longer Eldrick. One of the lackeys asks whether they should not go back, but the boss retorts, asking where they would go back to. He explains that those women were ordered by Duke Eskar in an agreement with traffickers from the Orvis Empire, and asks who would pay them the 3,000 gold coins if they did not deliver the merchandise. He emphasizes that without that money, how could they present themselves before Duke Eskar? Another lackey fears that the new lord might not allow them to leave. The boss replies not to panic. No matter who it is, he will not refuse money. At worst, they will profit less this time, but they can rest there for one night. The next day, they will disguise themselves as a merchant caravan, taking fewer women to test whether they can blend in. If it works, they will make more trips. The brute asks whether they can have some fun that night. The long-haired man adds that they do not know if they will be alive tomorrow and asks to enjoy themselves before dying. The boss orders them not to touch the redhead, but says they can use the rest as they wish. The men cheer and look at the wagon full of women. The boss then tells the two to hurry up and spend the night in the cave. One of the women, trembling, begs to be let go. The brute pretends to reassure her, saying he will be gentle, while dragging her by force as she begins to scream loudly. At that moment, a firm voice interrupts, telling them to stop and asking who they are. It is Rosalind. The brute, surprised, comments that it is a woman. Holker accompanies her and asks who they are and what they intend to do with that girl. The brute fixes his eyes on her legs, impressed. The long-haired man mocks them, saying they were just having fun, and suggests she join them, guaranteeing she will have fun too. Everyone bursts into laughter, but Rosalind stares at them coldly, advances, and delivers the first blow against the long-haired man, electrocuting him and knocking him to the ground. Holker, wielding his spear, attacks next and hurls the brute far away. The lackeys, frightened by their fallen companions, ask what is happening and, seeing Rosalind in front with lethal intent, panic and flee, shouting for help. Inside the cave, the boss is confused, not understanding the situation until one of the accomplices falls with a spear pierced through his body. The bald man begs them to stop. The remaining lackeys run to the boss asking for help, and he tries to justify himself, saying he does not know how he offended them. Holker directly asks whether he kidnapped the girl. The bald man replies that there was a misunderstanding. He claims they are merely slave traders of Duke Eskar, and that they were there to deliver the slaves to the new masters on behalf of the Duke, showing documents he calls legal. Rosalind, upon hearing the name Duke Eskar, remembers Reen's words that during the patrols over the next few days, she should pay attention to anyone coming from the Duke's territory. Holker confirms this and asks whether there is anything specific to watch for. The young lord tells her to look for trouble. At that moment, the boss holds something shining in his hand and suggests that, since it was a misunderstanding, they should pretend nothing happened. Rosalind, although she does not know exactly what he meant by looking for trouble, decides that it is the only possible course of action and questions how Duke Eskar dares to cause trouble in the young lord's territory. She orders everyone to kneel or not blame her for being blunt. The boss grinds his teeth, curses, and warns them not to push it. He asks whether she really thinks she will leave alive when facing so many men. Holker plants the spear into the ground, spinning it, and repeats that they should surrender or be eliminated. The boss leaps with his sword and says she is courting death. As he closes in, Rosalind grabs the spear, attacks, shoves, and strikes the man, knocking him down. Holker steps toward the fallen man and orders that if they do not want to lose their lives, everyone must kneel, just as knights arrive and ask whether she is all right. Rosalind orders that all those men be arrested, thrown into the dungeon, and held to await the young lord's judgment. Later, Holker knocks on the door of the young lord's room and brings an important report. She enters and says she captured a caravan coming from Duke Eskar's territory. Reen comments that she really does find trouble easily and asks what the caravan was carrying. Holker replies that it was transporting slaves, that they carried Duke Eskar's documents, and that there was something strange about them. Edgar, indignant, asks how they dare sell other people's labor and says those scoundrels deserve death. In a cellar, the bald man is shackled to a chair and the protagonist, accompanied by the maid, approaches. The young lord accuses them of audacity for selling people in his territory. The bald man retorts that it is also audacious to oppose Duke Eskar, Although he does not know how Eldrick was replaced by the new lord, he advises them to cooperate or face a miserable fate. Rain asks whether the former lord cooperated for a long time. The bald man confirms it, saying they sold many women to the Orvis Empire over the years, and that what they saw today is only a part. Edgar asks whether there are more women hidden and where they are. The bald man mocks them, laughs, and demands that they kneel and beg to get an answer, but refuses to speak. The young lord warns that the bald man's life is in their hands and that if he remains obstinate, he will regret being alive. The bald man invokes Duke Escar's protection, warning that counterattacks will come, but the young lord states that the Duke's protection is worthless in his territory. Leah strikes him so hard that the chair falls, and he finally confesses that there is an abandoned hunter's cabin in the forest to the south where the rest of the victims and the goods are hidden. Rain instructs the maid to tell Rosalind to gather the cavalry and depart to rescue those girls, warning that if it is a lie, they will make the bald man regret living in this world. The bald man, in despair, claims that Duke Escar's elimination squad is at the cabin and that everyone will be executed. Soon after, Holker spots signs of occupation near the hunter's cabin and announces to the young lord that he did not lie. Edgar orders an ambush to be prepared and that no one be allowed to escape. Rosalind approaches the door saying she will open it. When Holker pushes it, both are shocked by the scene. Several injured women beg not to be beaten anymore, saying they would do anything not to suffer again. All of them appear terrified. The protagonist orders them to be taken out of there. Rosalind walks toward them, but suddenly a weapon appears aimed at her. Holker reacts quickly, barely deflects the attack, and shouts for the young lord to be careful, warning that it is an ambush, and orders the cavalry to protect him. The soldiers advance with shields raised. Some men appear and ask whether they are subordinates of the great Duke Ardalian, saying they do not want unnecessary conflict and asking to talk. Rosalind replies that there is nothing to discuss. Rain interrupts and asks them to wait, asking what they want to discuss with him. The bandit explains that they have sold slaves to Duke Escar for years. A high-quality slave can be worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Even the worst goes for no less than 100, and if he is willing to cooperate, they can give him a share of the profits every year in addition to offering products of interest to him for free. Holker thinks to himself that they are despicable. Edgar, in a cold tone, says it sounds like a good offer and asks how much they would give. All the bandits' accomplices stare at him, tense. The man replies that it would be 10,000 gold coins per year. The protagonist repeats the amount with disdain, asking whether he thinks he is dealing with a beggar since his sister gives more than that every month. The bandit asks what amount he expects. The young lord answers that it is 100,000 gold coins per month. The bandit becomes angry, says it is absurd, that they do not even earn that in a year selling slaves, and accuses him of joking. Rain ends the conversation by saying that if they do not want to pay, then forget it, and orders that they be turned into porcupines. The archers ready their bows. The bandit asks them to wait, says he cannot decide on that much money alone, and asks whether he can go back to report to Duke Escar. He thinks to himself that if he escapes, he will have Escar send troops, confident that they could wipe out that small group. To show sincerity, he offers to leave 10,000 gold coins behind and asks whether that is acceptable. Edgar replies that it is not and orders them to do what must be done. The men panic and flee toward the rear mountain. Rosalind orders the archers to advance and fire without letting anyone escape. The arrows fly, but the bandit activates an elemental water shield, creating a barrier. Holker charges him and says all his men have already been dealt with, ordering him to accept his fate obediently. The bandit looks around, sees his subordinates being defeated, and realizes that everyone will die if this continues. He focuses on the young lord and concludes there is only one chance. He shouts for his men to cover him, saying he will capture the boy. The men protect him, and Rosalind warns the young lord, ordering everyone to defend him and prevent those beasts from getting close. The bandit roars that they asked for this. Suddenly, a voice echoes saying that he is courting the finishing move. A devastating punch hits him, hurling him away. It is Leah. The impact is so strong that the wounded bandit questions whether that woman is not supposed to be just a common maid. Grumbling, he gets up and charges again, but the maid strikes him once more, throwing him to the ground. The soldiers state that they have finally captured him. Leah walks up to him and stares, asking how he dared try to touch the young lord. The bandit opens his eyes and launches a long-range attack. Leah reacts, warning her master to be careful. The enemy blade strikes Rain. The companions grow worried, but Edgar remains calm and orders them not to panic, telling them to maintain formation. Rosalind shouts that he is wounded and that they need to protect him. The bandit thinks of taking advantage of the chance to escape. Holker runs to the young lord and orders the soldiers to stop the pursuit and escort him back immediately, asking the maid to quickly bandage his wounds. When Rosalind looks around, she does not see her and asks where she went. In the forest, The bandit runs desperately, thinking he must survive and deliver the message to Duke Eskar. He asks who is ahead. It is Priscilla. The bandit hesitates, thinking it is a woman, and that she does not seem like a great threat. The older sister introduces herself as the daughter of the great Duke Ardalian and states her name. The bandit is startled, asks whether she is truly the eldest daughter and why she is there, imagining that Duke Eskar's actions have been discovered. Priscilla explains that the other group in the valley was the great Duke's youngest son, her brother, and comments that tonight's harvest was plentiful, that her brother's performance was a pleasant surprise. The bandit does not understand and asks about the surprise. Priscilla praises her brother, saying he did not disappoint her, that he remains intelligent and calm, capable of keeping his composure even before a despicable fellow like him, and assures him that he can relax, because today he will not be moving. The bandit, confused, asks whether he really will not move. The sister merely watches. After all, he provoked the strongest person he could meet today, and Leah appears behind him. The bandit feels something strange, senses his body trembling, turns around and asks if it was her. The maid, releasing energy through her eyes, asks whether he truly thinks he will escape after injuring the master. The bandit begs them to spare his life. The strange sensation intensifies until he is struck and hurled away. He asks what is happening, why he cannot breathe, and what kind of magic that is. Leah extends her finger, releases her powerful magic that distorts his body in waves and makes him explode, scattering energy around. The maid states that he was courting the finishing move and reminds them that the master is wounded and needs to return quickly. Priscilla urges her to move on. Leah approaches the wounded young man, and the older sister suggests to the subordinate that she remind her brother not to irritate Leah. An energy emerges and Gwen steps out of a portal, telling Priscilla to be at ease. Whatever happens, Leah will never touch him. Priscilla comments in a teasing tone that this makes her brother seem like a scoundrel. Gwen apologizes and denies such thoughts, and Priscilla jokes that perhaps she should marry her brother. Gwen asks her not to take it seriously. Finally, Priscilla orders that someone be sent to Duke Eskar to remind him that daring so much in their territory is dangerous, that he should be made to understand that the consequences of offending the Edgar family exceed what he can endure. Gwen replies that she understands, and the older sister says to hurry back, because they cannot let her brother discover that she slipped away. Elsewhere, the maid asks the master whether it hurts. The protagonist replies that it was nothing, just a scratch. Leah scolds him, telling him not to move and stating that until the wound heals, he is absolutely forbidden to go out. The young lord insists that it is just a scratch and nothing to worry about. The maid retorts that absolutely not, that as soon as the bandaging is finished, he must rest immediately. At that moment, Priscilla suddenly opens the door, saying she heard he was injured and asks to see it, anxiously wondering whether it will affect his life in the future. Rain replies that it is nothing serious, just a superficial cut. Leah, however, reinforces that he should be more careful, reminding him that if the dagger had missed by a fraction, it could have been fatal. The older sister agrees, saying he cannot toy with his own life, and asks what happened. Edgar explains that Rosalind captured a group of bandits trafficking women, and after interrogating them, they discovered slaves hidden in the valley. He took people there and found women being held captive, but when negotiations failed, a clash broke out. Because it was dark, he did not notice the thrown dagger and ended up wounded in the shoulder. Priscilla is outraged when she hears about the trafficking of women, asking where those bandits found the nerve and whether they do not know that slavery is forbidden in enemy territory of the family. The maid comments that, according to the men in black, they are subordinates of Duke Eskar. The older sister asks how that coward dares act like that on her property. The protagonist replies that perhaps it is because Eldrick was indulgent. From their tone, it seems they made a lot of money over the years. Priscilla admits that this caused many problems and asks, now that everything is resolved, what he will do with the girls. The young lord says he will evaluate them tomorrow. He is short on manpower, and if they have nowhere to go, they can remain in Iceland City. He will provide basic education and jobs in the city. The older sister approves, saying that will not only help the girls, but also strengthen the local workforce, praising him for becoming more and more sensible. Rain asks them not to exaggerate, saying he only wants to fulfill his role for the family. Priscilla says she will not bother him anymore, but asks him to be careful because she worries about him. Edgar replies that he understands. She states that her brother's safety is in the maid's hands in every respect. Leah guarantees that she does not need to worry because she will never allow him to get hurt again. Priscilla laughs and her subordinate asks whether the young man is all right. The sister replies that they are only light wounds, not enough to concern her, and adds that perhaps she can help with something else. A portal opens and a mage appears, asking for instructions. Priscilla orders him to go to the dungeon to interrogate the bandit leader to find out what else they know, but reminds him he must keep the man alive, because he still needs to answer the next day. The mage confirms. Elsewhere, a boy says he accepts defeat and is willing to serve him. The protagonist provokes him, commenting that Armando prefers to serve the nobility, that he is a young man with beliefs and ideas, but would starve to death in the end. The young lord complains that his shoulder still hurts. Armando, in his thoughts, recognizes that this man deserves his loyalty, even if he seems foolish. The system notifies that Armando's loyalty increased. Rain is pleased, thinking it is great. Now Armando is impressed by steam machine technology and will work obediently in the factory, reforming himself. Armando admits he was wrong, asks him not to lecture him, and asks what he can do for him. Edgar asks directly one last time whether Armando is willing to be a subordinate. Armando replies yes, that he will serve loyally from now on. His loyalty rises even more, and the protagonist smiles, saying that is great, and that he can start immediately as the first workshop director of Iceland City. Armando, confused, asks what a workshop director is for and whether that means being an alchemist. The young lord hands him a scroll and tells him to keep it safe, protect it, and study it carefully, explaining that after the dam is completed, they will gradually begin to promote the city's industrialization process. He thinks to himself that even if Professor Liesel never explained these projects, perhaps he himself can prove even more perceptive than Liesel. Armando studies the scroll closely. Suddenly, Rosalind comes in calling for the master and Ryan asks what happened. Holker explains that there is an emergency during the night. The bandit leader imprisoned in the dungeon was eliminated. Edgar is surprised. In the jail, they find the bald man dead on the floor and the protagonist asks when they discovered it. Rosalind answers that it was about half an hour earlier when the guard found him while bringing water. A voice then asks whether anyone knows what the symbol carved nearby means. The mage releases her magic over the area and reveals that traces of black energy still remain in the dungeon. Holker asks if it is the work of a dark mage. The young lord comments that indeed, the city of Aetherland seems to attract many shadowy talents. Leah warns him to leave immediately, reminding him that dark mages are vile parasites and that magical residue can make him sick. Rain replies that there is no need to worry so much, that the dungeon is well ventilated and dry, which greatly reduces the risk. The mage, however, agrees that it is better for them to withdraw. She explains that dark mages usually hide in the shadows, act in silence, but are extremely deadly. Their magic is powerful enough to unleash plagues and large-scale disasters. Edgar wonders whether they really could cause plagues, and if so, whether people study bacteria. The mage says they still do not know why the dark mage killed the bandits. If it was only to silence them, so much the better. But if they are targeting him, they need to prepare in advance. At the Aetherland orphanage, the protagonist introduces himself to the children and says that the day before he rescued them from the bandits. He explains that they now have two choices. They can say where their home is, so he can arrange a carriage to take them back, or if they have nowhere to go, they can stay there, receive food, shelter, and work, becoming part of his people. He asks if anyone remembers where their home is, but everyone lowers their head in silence. The young lord asks whether none of them remember. The saint explains that most were abandoned very early, grew up hearing lies and threats, and may not even believe that someone truly wants to help them. Winning their trust will take time. Rain, however, says that will not be a problem because winning over children is his specialty. He orders desserts brought from the kitchen, especially the tastiest cookies in the entire city, and asks them to bring plenty because everyone must be hungry. The children look curiously at the cookies, and Edgar points to the girl in front, saying she can try first, guaranteeing that if she does not like it, no one will force her. The little girl takes a cookie, tries it, and says it is delicious. Encouraged, the other children also begin to eat and approve. The protagonist then announces that they will play a game called Truth and Dare. A child asks what game that is. The young lord explains that it is simple. Each person, on their turn, draws a question card. Whoever draws must answer sincerely or complete a small dare. If they do, they earn a cookie. He asks what they think and everyone agrees. A few hours later, one of the children introduces herself as Mia and says her home is east of the city, in a small village called Glen. Rain praises her courage and thanks her for trusting him, assuring her she does not need to worry. He will send an escort so she returns safely, and the next day he will arrange escorts for all who can go back. The saint confirms it. Edgar thinks he will need to find someone to take care of the remaining children for now and considers checking whether there is any talent among them. If there is, he can recruit them. An ordinary child draws his attention until he notices something unexpected. In the records, a girl isolated in the corner, Elia Ferrano, 17 years old, appears with surprisingly high attributes, leaving him impressed. Elsewhere, Priscilla summons the mage and asks why the bandit leader lost his life. Knox replies that he did not kill him, only tortured him lightly with dark magic. The older sister insists on knowing whether he revealed anything. Ald answers that no, his position was too low to have relevant information. Priscilla asks why, then, someone would silence him. Knox suggests that the elimination was not because of what he knew, but because it was necessary as a requirement for a curse. In dark magic, certain plagues require a corpse as a catalyst. The sister orders him to ensure her brother's safety and asks whether he understood. Auld confirms, and Priscilla reflects that perhaps her presence there truly did come at the right time. In Duke Escar's bedroom, he entertains himself with women when a night approaches, apologizing for the interruption and saying a visitor has arrived. Escar, intrigued, asks who dares bother him at that hour. The knight replies that it is Lord Eldrick of Aetherlyn, saying he has urgent matters to discuss. Escar is surprised, remembers Eldrick, and wonders if he brought another gift, ordering them to take him to the office because he will go immediately. He thinks that the women Eldrick sent before were all as beautiful as flowers, and hopes that this time he brought another irresistible treasure. In the office, Escar comments that it has been a long time since he saw him and that, to come so late, he must have obtained something extraordinary. Eldrick apologizes for interrupting his pleasurable night, but says that this time he did not bring a woman, but news. Escar asks what news, and Eldrick reveals that the third son of Grand Duke Ardalian expelled him from the city of Aetherlyn, and that from now on he will no longer be able to send him beauties from across the region. Escar, shocked, asks whether he was abandoned by Ardalian and how he dares do that after so many years of service, feeling discarded. Eldrick explains that the new city lord is young and far too confident, believing he has everything under control, and that last night he entered Aetherlyn and personally dealt with the bandit leader responsible for delivering slaves to Escar. The Duke asks whether the boy uncovered the scheme, and Eldrick admits it is quite possible, and that is why he risked coming to warn him in person. Escar asks whether Eldrick is implying that the boy might come after him directly. Eldrick replies that they both know the Empire forbids cross-border slave trafficking, and since the young man's position already has old conflicts with his father's, he suspects the boy will use it as an excuse for an attack and revenge. Escar thinks that if the Emperor discovers his involvement in this business, he will certainly be eliminated, and asks whether Eldrick has a better idea. Eldrick says that as he left Aetherlyn, he heard the news that the dam was completed, the perfect opportunity for them to act. Escar asks what exactly this dam is. Eldrick explains that he heard the boy explain it. It is a structure that can store water, and that the Aetherlyn Dam could flood the entire lower district of the city. He suggests using the dam to create a disaster, destroying both the city and its people. During the chaos, Escar could send troops to occupy the city and solve the problem once and for all. Escar hesitates, asking whether he truly expects him to eliminate the son of the great Duke Ardalian, immediately refusing, because if the Grand Duke found out, he would be a ruined man. Eldrick retorts, saying that if the boy reports his activities to the Emperor, the end will be the same. In that case, they could simply blame the dam for the accident. Not even the Grand Duke would have grounds to accuse them. After all, who really knows what the dam is for? He adds that once they take the city of Aetherlyn, Escar will never again have to depend on anyone to send him women. Escar smiles, satisfied, and agrees to move forward with the plan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elia is in the master's room. After bathing, she eats in silence. The protagonist thinks that 3 days have already passed without the girl saying a single word and asks how the cookies are. Elia stops eating, lowers her gaze, and Rain wonders what kind of trauma she suffered, whether she was abused by the bandits so badly that she became that withdrawn. A subordinate approaches to report that the dam has been completed. Rain looks at some papers and remarks that, finally, after so many days, they have good news. He orders the elves and the nobles of Aetherlyn to be summoned quickly, because he wants everyone to witness this moment. The city is entering a new era. He says they will hold a great celebration, with plenty of food and drink and many children her age, inviting Elia to go. The girl, however, remains silent, looking down. Edgar then decides to leave 2 maids to take care of her, and assures her that if she changes her mind, she only needs to say so. At the dam, the elf asks whether it can really withstand such a great volume of water, recalling that even elves can do nothing against mountain floods. The protagonist replies that there is no reason to worry. The design was optimized according to the laws of nature and the principles of engineering. Every detail was personally reviewed, and that on that day, they would witness its true power. The mage approaches and confirms that all instructions were followed. She explains that at the spillway, they installed 3 thick stone slabs to withstand the impact of the flow, and that beneath them, they placed iron gears to regulate discharge and prevent the dam from suddenly losing control. The young lord praises the work, saying it is excellent, and announces that, with honor, he invites everyone to witness the first release of water since the dam's completion. Together, they witness how this great feat of engineering will bring new vitality and hope to the city of Aetherlyn. The elf observes anxiously that the water on the other side has already built up too much. If anything fails, the farmlands below could be devastated. Priscilla echoes the concern, reminding them that the structure is enormous and questioning whether releasing water is truly safe because they cannot gamble with human lives. Rain guarantees there is no cause for worry. That amount of water poses no threat. The dam has undergone rigorous tests and inspections, and he personally vouches for the safety of every detail. He states that today the water will flow smoothly downstream, irrigating the farmlands and transforming Etherland's future, becoming a true miracle they will all witness together. The elf then agrees that it is time to witness the moment. They approach the lever and place a hand on it, but someone appears, interrupting them. It is Eldrick, saying it has been a very long time. The elf asks who he is, and the older sister explains that he was Etherland's former lord, purged not long ago by her brother. The protagonist remarks that he believed Eldrick had died in the last war and did not expect to find him in such good condition, asking why he came now. Eldrick replies that ever since he entered the Empire and became a noble, the young lord cuts him off, asking whether he is not the very same one dissatisfied with how the Orvis Empire treats its nobles, who came crawling back. Eldrick grinds his teeth and says he is there for revenge. Rain sneers, asking whether it is only against him and whether he happened to eat something rotten that made his brain rot. Eldrick laughs and asks whether they really thought he would come alone to invade Etherland, calling them fools. He reveals that he positioned a squad of powerful mages above the dam and that, with a single command, they will unleash devastating water sorcery. The wave formed upstream will carry the magic along the currents, destroy that miracle dam, and swallow the entire city of Etherland. The elf is alarmed at this. Priscilla, firm, declares that if he dares do such a thing, in the name of House Edgar, she swears that no matter where he flees, she will hunt him down and drag him back. Eldrick cackles, saying her powerless fury amuses him. Then he raises a magical sphere and throws it, triggering an explosion. The waters begin to churn violently. The elf warns that they must leave because the place is dangerous. The protagonist tells them not to panic, guaranteeing that no matter how much water they unleash, the dam will not collapse. The elf asks whether he is sure. The young lord says yes, that he calculated every safety measure. Every stone slab and every gear was designed with precision, and no force, however powerful, would be able to bring down that stone fortress. The waters rise violently, the dam reaches maximum capacity. Rain pulls the lever and a powerful torrent pours out, carrying along some stones. Eldrick smiles and shouts that his dam is useless. The elf panics, saying the structure will not hold, and that they must flee before they are swallowed. Priscilla urges her brother to run. Edgar, however, remains calm and states there is no reason to fear. That amount of water is not enough to destroy his dam, asking whether this is truly all of Eldrick's flood power. More water continues to be released, and Eldrick asks whether he still dares be stubborn, claiming the dam is already clogging, and that if he is so eager to lose his life, he will grant that wish. The current increases. Parts of the structure begin to crack and some pieces break. The elf asks whether there's a problem, and Priscilla warns that they truly cannot stay there. The protagonist, however, remains calm and says it is still not time to worry, asking them to wait a little longer. Eldrick shouts that the dam must be destroyed along with his stupidity. He keeps pouring on power, releasing more water, and more pieces break loose. The women watch in shock, and Priscilla asks how this is possible, noticing that the third section has already been swept away. The young lord replies that this is exactly when everything begins. The dam's gears start moving, and Eldrick, watching, realizes that on the other side the water begins to leak toward the land, changing the flow. The older sister asks if the flow is being redirected to the farmlands. Rain thanks his opponent ironically, saying that if not for him, he would have wasted his own mage's magic irrigating the fields. Eldrick, furious, asks whether he truly used his magic against him. Edgar replies that the dam was never only meant to block water, but to transform the power of the flow into irrigation of the land. The greater the flood, the more complete the nourishment of those agricultural areas would be, and he thanks him again. Eldrick, irritated, repeats that it is impossible. The protagonist says it seems the great plan failed and asks whether they should resume the unfinished discussion from last time. Eldrick, enraged, says he was only lucky and that they will meet again soon. The young lord rebukes him, saying he cannot simply come and go from his city as if it were an amusement park, and orders the mage to capture that idiot. Selena conjures powerful lightning magic and hurls it at Eldrick, striking him head-on. Rain then comments that they still need to discuss the business investment plan that was not settled. Elsewhere, the elf says the dam truly impressed her. Priscilla agrees and asks how they can cooperate in the investment he mentioned. Edgar explains that the dam solved the flooding problem that plagued the city, but to make it prosper, they need to stimulate the economy. The elf asks whether he plans to create merchant caravans. The protagonist replies no, that his plan is to make money precisely from them. The older sister asks whether he intends to raise toll fees, reminding him that could generate resentment and that he himself already eliminated Caesar and his group for charging arbitrary rates. The young lord denies it and explains that his idea is to build a community that serves traveling merchants, encouraging them to spend there everything they earn. They move elsewhere, and Rain notes that this is the only road linking Aslan to the border fortress. He points to an old abandoned gambling house and explains that, because of the strategic location, if a service area is established there, caravans will inevitably stop to spend. The elf retorts that the place is in complete disarray and asks that if it was as good as he claims, the casino would not have gone bankrupt. Edgar thinks the former owners did not even bother maintaining the place and explains that the bankruptcy was the result of poor management. He guarantees that under his control they will do better and that this time there will be no bankruptcy. The elf watches him closely and asks what exactly this service area is that he mentioned. The protagonist opens the map and explains. It will be a comprehensive facility, including rest stops, shops, stables, and more, offering special services for caravans and travelers. A commercial hub integrating rest, supplies, trade, and communication. The elf admits it is a very good idea. The young lord continues, saying that trade between Aslan and the border fortress is frequent, with countless caravans passing every day. Moreover, people from neighboring areas will gather there because of the convenient transport. Establishing this service area will boost consumption, investment, and the development of other industries. The elf, however, asks what the benefits would be for the elves, since everything she has seen so far favors only humans. Rain replies that the service area will not only offer convenience to human caravans, but more importantly, it will serve as a food distribution hub. From that point on, elves will no longer need to worry about food. Surprised, the elf asks whether it is truly a food distribution hub, and whether he is serious. Edgar confirms. As the number of caravans grows, grains, spices, and agricultural products from all over the world will continuously pass through there. Thus, the elves will not only have enough food, but will also be able to acquire agricultural goods from across the country at accessible prices, ensuring their granaries are never empty. In this way, not only Aslan, but also the elven border will become a thriving trade channel, and the elves will have inexhaustible food reserves, solving their subsistence concerns once and for all. The elf thinks that if what he says is true, then her people will no longer have to fear hunger. The protagonist states that, as the saying goes, to get rich, you must first build roads. Only by opening trade routes do resources circulate and everyone benefits. The elves, he says, will experience unprecedented prosperity, and this is only the beginning. Convinced, the elf says she trusts the plan. If this road can bring food and prosperity, the elves will support him as well. The young lord thanks her for the trust and asks how much she intends to invest, adding that as soon as the money is available, they will begin construction immediately. The elf replies that she will start with 150,000 gold coins. If it works, she will continue cooperating. Rain thinks, surprised, that this woman is truly rich, since she invests 150,000 right from the start, calling the elven tribe a fat sheep. The elf stresses that she wants a detailed plan for the construction and the use of the funds, because she will send people to supervise. Edgar guarantees that he will personally supervise and ensure that every stage is done to the highest standards. Later, elsewhere, the protagonist calls for his maid and announces that the elves agreed to invest, and that the city of Aslan is saved. Leah replies that it was thanks to his wisdom and persistence that the city's future became bright. The young lord, however, says that although the investment issue is resolved, the management of the funds needs to be organized carefully and asks her to look for Selena. Leah confirms that she understands. Selena approaches curious and asks what it means to mess with the records, but the young lord in an ironic tone says she is so smart and still does not know, asking if she has never opened a book or learned mathematics. The maid shamelessly admits that she truly does not understand those things, saying she only masters spells and enchantments and that math and worldly matters are a mystery to her. Amused, Rain asks whether the boy at least knows how to cook the books, and Armando replies that he still has not figured it out, commenting that the workshop director was the one who helped him last time. Edgar rubs his forehead and thinks he is doomed, since the two smartest people around him cannot even do basic calculations, and he wonders if all the elves' money will end up wasted on unnecessary construction, deciding he needs to keep something in reserve for hard times. Leah, worried, asks if it is a financial problem and suggests he ask his sister for help, reminding him that her territory is full of business geniuses who would certainly understand what it means to deal with fake accounts. The young lord immediately refuses, saying that this kind of matter must be handled by someone trustworthy, and that the fewer people who know, the better. Then orders that all the merchants of Aslan be summoned the next day, because he wants to find out whether there is any sly profiteer among them. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman walks along the road and looks into the distance, wondering if that really is the city of Aslan. Determined to make the young lord promise to free the Grand Duke of Castella, no matter the cost, because she must rescue her father. Inside the city, she keeps walking and asks a young man whether there is any celebration in Aslan that day. He replies that the city lord is holding an accounting exam and that everyone went to watch and have fun. Intrigued, the redhead asks what that exam is, and the young man says he is not sure, but he heard that whoever passes will get the chance to work for the master and will also be able to make a request, any wish they have. She wonders whether, if she passes, she could ask for the unconditional release of the Grand Duke of Castilla. People start running, saying the test is about to begin, and she decides to see what is going on. In the hall, the candidates sit down and begin answering the questions. The young lord watches with satisfaction, thinking the exam was tailored for the new service area that will be built, considering himself a genius for creating problems that ordinary companies could not solve, and imagining that this way, Aslan will attract the best accounting talents. Suddenly, a man comes running in, and someone remarks in surprise that he finished far too quickly, recognizing him as the owner of the local brothel. Rain grumbles that he thought it was impossible for any genius to exist in Aslan. Edgar takes the paper, sees it is blank, and asks what happened. The man, embarrassed, says he did not understand the title of the exam. Edgar, irritated, asks why someone who understands nothing came to take the test, and the man replies that he does not understand terms like balance sheet, depreciation, amortization, or working capital, and asks them to write it in a simpler way. The young lord thinks that if they make it clearer, they will be incriminating themselves and end up arrested in the imperial capital. Another man appears with a sheet and asks them to look at his answer, and the young lord reads that he has an 8-year-old daughter still unmarried, and that if the master has time, he could visit them and even take her. Outraged, Ryan thinks about having him arrested for a good ideological lesson, wondering whether there is not even a single decent accountant in that city. Watching from afar, the redhead notices the young lord's displeasure and wonders what kind of problem has left everyone in Aslan so lost, deciding to try it herself. As she approaches, she asks the guard whether she can still take the exam, and he asks who she is. She replies that she is just a tourist, and if the rules allow it, she would like to participate. The guard says the master only forbade elves from taking the test so she can try, but warns her that no one managed to get more than 2 questions right that day. The red-haired woman takes the test, sits down, and observes in silence, trying to understand what lies before her. After reading the situation described, she wonders whether the lord of that city is really hiring someone to manipulate records, and concludes that the young master is no different from the corrupt officials of the empire, all greedy and ambitious. Even so, she decides that if she can answer perfectly, she will gain bargaining chips, and her father's life is worth more than her own pride. Since he wants someone to handle the numbers, then it will be done with enough precision to satisfy him. Meanwhile, the young master continues observing the exams and wonders whether there is not even a single competent accountant in all of Aslan, until someone approaches with a completed paper. Rain's eyes widen when he sees all the answers filled in, and Edgar, astonished, wonders whether she is a genius who exceeded every expectation, someone who masters the art of manipulating records like no one else. Seeing the name Wilvina at the bottom of the page, he finds it strange, not recalling ever having heard it before, and asks where she came from. The redhead replies that she's from the Orvis Empire and belongs to the nobility. Those present murmur about enemies and ask what a noble of Orvis is doing there, saying she should be expelled. The young master tells everyone to be quiet and asks her directly the reason for her visit. Wilvina calmly replies that she came to negotiate. Intrigued, he says that is interesting and invites her to talk elsewhere. Rain comments that her answers were impeccable and asks whether she happens to be a financial consultant of the Orvis Empire. The redhead smiles and says he is exaggerating, that she merely understands a bit about finance. Edgar, analyzing the answers, thinks that what she did is even more perfect than the accounting system he himself had devised. The young master opens the system and reviews the information. Wilvina Kale, 18 years old, high attributes, and an exceptional profile, concluding that she is exactly the kind of talent he needs. He then asks what the Orvis Empire wants to negotiate. The redhead replies that she came on behalf of Grand Duke Castella, saying the Empire wants his release and is willing to pay generous compensation in return. Rain comments that money is not what they need right now. Wilvina watches him, trying to understand what he truly wants, and asks what his terms are, whether he wants territory or power. Edgar then points a finger and says that he wants her to become his servant. Kale is stunned and asks whether she heard that correctly. The young master confirms it and says it is a reasonable request, stating that she is far more valuable than the Duke. The redhead becomes furious, thinking it must be a joke, and says he is insulting a noble of the Orvis Empire, declaring that she would never bow to an enemy. The young master replies that he does not joke about serious matters, especially with talented people like her, and that he would not waste someone with such ability. Wilvina stares at him, trying to understand whether he is serious or merely provoking her, but notices that his tone is firm. She wonders whether, if she refuses, he will still honor the promise made to the participants. And before she can say anything, Rain comments that perhaps this is not the end of the negotiation. Edgar adds that she already solved a major problem for them, and that Aslan needs talents like her to grow and prosper. Wilvina sighs and says that, unfortunately, she cannot accept his terms. The young master asks whether it is because of imperial honor, and she replies that her father is imprisoned in Orvis, and that she must free the Grand Duke to exchange him for her father's freedom. Edgar thinks that winning her over will not be easy. Kale then recalls that whoever passed the exam would be entitled to a reasonable wish, and states that she has fulfilled her part, demanding that he keep his promise. Rain smiles and orders that the prisoner be brought, saying that if the young lady wishes to take him, so be it. She thanks him for his generosity, and Edgar comments that they will meet again, leaving her confused. Later, a carriage rolls down the road carrying the Duke back, and he, seething with anger, vows revenge, saying that that boy dared to humiliate him and that, upon returning to the Orvis Empire, he will have the Emperor raise an army to raise the city of Aslan. Kale watches the Duke and thinks he is an arrogant pig, wondering how someone who has already lost once can still talk about revenge. Costella complains about the carriage, calling it cursed and saying it is shameful to travel in such a miserable vehicle. The redhead replies that the road has always been rough and that even the finest carriage would feel the same there. The Duke insists, saying that as a Grand Duke of the Orvis Empire, he deserves the best treatment, threatening to complain to His Majesty as soon as he returns. Wilvina, irritated, merely wishes he would shut up, thinking that he seems unaware that he will be punished once he goes back. When the knight reports that there is a clean stream ahead and asks whether they should stop, she decides to rest there, stating that traveling at night is dangerous. Upon dismounting, the Duke sighs in relief, saying he can finally rest and complaining once more about the carriage. Wilvina ignores him, lost in thought, reflecting on whether anyone would truly accept her becoming a servant. At that moment, a subordinate approaches, and the Duke, with a lecherous look, remarks that she is pleasing to the eye far better than the vulgar women he has seen before. The girl tries to pull away and asks him to let her go, but he says he is not afraid and that being favored by him is an honor. The maid begs him to spare her, but he strikes her, saying she must accept the toast or drink the wine of punishment, repeating in drunken arrogance that he is the Grand Duke. Wilvina intervenes, ordering him to maintain proper etiquette, but he shouts that it is none of her business and threatens to drive her away. Before he can continue, a black blur emerges from the shadows, a ninja who darts forward and strikes him with a gleaming blade. A brilliant light explodes at the spot. The assassin withdraws the weapon from his body and Kale watches in shock. Soon after, in the silence of the night, the Duke's body lies on the ground, blood spreading, and the hooded assassin rises before it, coldly stating that the next target is her. Wilvina screams for everyone to run, warning that an eliminator is nearby. The guards mobilize, and the leader orders one of them to check what happened. Shaken, she says that the Grand Duke of Castella has been eliminated. One of the men does not believe it and asks who would dare attack a noble of the Orvis Empire. Soon, another soldier arrives, saying that the enemy gathered them all there, making his work easier. The guards surround the assassin and demand his surrender, but he laughs and replies that they are the ones surrounded. More soldiers appear, and Wilvina, stunned, realizes they are troops of the Orvis Empire itself. The old commander warns everyone to stay alert, and the captain of the local defenses demands to know how the enemy is controlling Imperial troops and orders him to reveal his identity. The Eliminator answers calmly, saying that since he is about to die, he may as well know the reason. His Majesty needs a war, and the Duke's death will be the spark that ignites it. Horrified, the redhead thinks this is impossible, but he continues, stating that these deaths will serve as justification for the Orvis Empire to attack Aslan. She denies it, saying the Emperor would never do such a thing, but the assassin retorts that whether she believes it or not, everyone there will die and orders the attack. The troops advance with swords raised, and Wilvina feels despair rise, thinking that her father would never forgive her, for she not only failed but became entangled in something far greater. In her mind echoes her father's warning to never get involved in imperial politics, saying she was too kind-hearted. Now, amid the chaos, she finally understands what he meant. The enemy cavalry closes in, but suddenly a firm voice rings out. The young master appears, saying that the Empire's dogs have gone too far. Wilvina recognizes the tone and realizes it is him. Rain steps forward beside him, furious, saying that invading their territory to eliminate people is far too audacious. The guards exchange looks, confused, thinking it impossible for this to be an ambush since they had patrolled the entire area. The young master observes and remarks that the methods of the Orvis Empire are always direct and brutal. Wilvina approaches and asks what he is doing there. Edgar replies that she could not have been naive enough to believe she could escort the Duke back to the Empire safely. The redhead asks what he means and whether he knew everything from the beginning, and he confirms it, saying it would have been impossible for her to return with the Duke alive. Shocked, she asks how he knew, and Ryan explains that the Emperor planned to use her death as an excuse to start a war, asking whether the young master is really so different after all. The Eliminator stares at Edgar and says that if the city of Iceland also wants to fight, then they will see who survives until the end. A voice among the guards shouts that if he is not eliminated, the city will fall into chaos, and that it is time to finish him once and for all. The young master, firm, orders Rosalind to end that trash who dared to invade his territory. Suddenly, Holker leaps forward, wielding his sharp weapon, and Rosalind advances right behind him, commanding the warriors to eliminate all the invaders. The field turns into chaos of steel and sparks, blows exchanged and pressure rising with every second. An arm flies through the air and Holker spins his weapon with brutal precision. The soldiers, terrified, ask whether she is even human, such is the strength she displays. The Eliminator tries to encourage them, saying she is only a woman and can be defeated, but Rosalind leaps forward, shouting that he will not leave there alive, striking him with rapid blows while Holker cuts guards in half without hesitation. An intense light explodes as the Eliminator tries to react, coughing blood and retreating. Rosalind stares at him and orders him to surrender before being finished. Even wounded, he laughs and asks whether she thinks he fears her. Holker points the spear at him, and the gleam of the blade makes the enemy's eyes widen as he realizes he has no chance. The guards fall back, calling her a monster and saying it is impossible to defeat her. The Eliminator, dazed, thinks that this woman's strength is far beyond what he imagined. Edgar watches and reflects that if she were equipped with a submachine gun and a bulletproof vest, she could defeat an army on her own. Holker shouts for the Imperial soldiers to drop their weapons, if they do not want to die. And in panic, they kneel, surrendering without hesitation. The Eliminator calls them cowards, telling them to fight, but it is useless. The swords are already on the ground. Rosalind reports that all enemy troops have been captured, and Ryan praises the work. Edgar, calm, orders that the leader be left alive. The Eliminator spits blood and taunts him, saying that if he wants to see him dead, he should do it now. But the young master replies that he does not intend to kill him. Confused, the enemy asks why, and Edgar explains that he needs him to deliver a message. The Eliminator asks to whom, and the young master smiles, saying it is for His Majesty, the Emperor of the Orvis Empire. The assassin stares at him in surprise, not understanding his intent, and Edgar continues, saying that the Emperor was only looking for an excuse to attack them, so he will give him one himself. The Lord of the City of Iceland betrayed the alliance and, along the way, eliminated the ambassador of the Orvis Empire, Wilvina Kale. He adds that the enemy can invent the first half, but must not forget the second. Every crime committed by the Empire will be repaid by his own hands. The Eliminator glares at him, furious, while Rain steps closer and tells Wilvina to return with them because it would be foolish to die there. The assassin begins to fade away and, before vanishing, snarls that he will regret this. Edgar merely smiles and tells him to get lost without losing his life on the way or he will be disappointed. Wilvina looks at him and asks whether he is not afraid that the Orvis Empire will attack with full force. The young master replies that his only fear is that they will not come, because what he needs now is something only the Empire can provide. When she asks what that would be, he smiles and says it is the land of the Orvis Empire itself. Surprised, Wilvina can barely respond, while Ryan orders Rosalind to take the prisoners to labor reform, saying it is the perfect solution to the shortage of workers. Later, elsewhere, the redhead, back in the city, thinks about what will happen next, whether she will be arrested, judged, or used as a bargaining chip. When they stop in front of a large door, she sighs and comments that, as expected, she will end up in a dungeon. Edgar, laughing, asks who said that. When they enter, she's surprised to see a room full of books, with Selena sitting there holding her head and begging to be spared because she understands nothing. Rain tells her not to worry and that her savior has arrived, thanking Wilvina for handling the technical part. The redhead watches him and wonders how many false accounts he intends to create and who exactly he is trying to fool. Edgar then comments that the Elven clan chief will conduct an audit in 3 days and orders that everything be hidden carefully. Irritated, Wilvina glares at him and calls his name in a warning tone. At the mansion, Wilvina appears carrying a stack of heavy books, sweat running down her forehead as she sets them on the table and, exhausted, asks for a moment to rest. Rain watches her dedication and, with a faint smile, says he is satisfied with her work. Tired, she replies firmly that she is only trying to survive. He chuckles softly, saying there is no reason to be so nervous since he brought her back alive and has no intention of killing her. Then asks what she would like to receive as a reward for helping falsify the accounts. Wilvina replies that what she wants is something he cannot give. At that moment, Rain understands the true meaning behind her words, the desire to reunite with her missing father. Surprised, Wilvina stares at him in silence, wondering how he could know something she had never mentioned, and for a brief moment she wonders if he can read minds, the thought making her uneasy. With a calm smile, Rain explains that human emotions are easy to read and that, in her case, it is simple to understand what she feels since she cannot hide her reactions. She looks at him hesitantly and asks if he really could rescue her father. He crosses his arms and says he could do it, but it would require something in return. Silence settles heavily between them. Wilvina hesitates, torn between distrust and hope, questioning whether using the reward that way would be too much, and asking what else he wants. Rain snaps his fingers and says there is a way for her to get what she desires, asking her to continue handling the accounts and also become his subordinate. She stares at him, shocked, and asks if he is joking. He keeps a serious gaze, stating that this is the only way he can guarantee helping her. Still confused, she looks away, knowing that accepting means binding herself to him even more, while refusing could cost her the only chance to see her father again. Sensing the weight of the decision, Rain tries to ease the atmosphere and advises her to rest when her voice falters as she tries to respond, exhaustion evident in her eyes from sleepless nights and accumulated responsibility. Later, Rain calls Leah to inspect the works, and out in the field where construction advances, he observes the progress as a worker guides him respectfully, asking him to be careful. He studies the structure attentively and notices that the work is flowing better than expected, feeling a faint pride at the result, though he also notices the harshness of the supervisors toward the prisoners laboring there. Upon learning of one man's tragic past, he understands the origin of that hostility, realizing they were criminals who had taken lives. The guide promises to speak with the supervisor and ask him to be more lenient, fearing delays, but Rain tells him to wait and asks why they should feel compassion for those men, reminding him that when they invaded Iceland, they showed no restraint at all. The guide is confused, but Rain simply orders him to ensure that no one dies before the area is repaired, and the man smiles, saying he understands. Rain then asks how many hours they work and how many meals they receive, and the guide answers that they work 8 hours a day and get 3 meals. Rain reflects that, with autumn approaching, this seems too easy, and orders the workday increased by 2 hours. Later, at the elf's residence, he brings all the accounts for her to review, and she examines the numbers carefully until noticing something odd and asking if there is no mistake. Rain assures her that he checked everything and would never allow her money to be wasted. Still suspicious but convinced, she says she hopes not to be disappointed and orders a chest to be brought, which, when opened, reveals a trove of gold coins. She explains that there are 150,000 gold coins inside, exactly the agreed amount, and adds that she expects the service area to be completed as soon as possible. Rain holds one of the coins and, with a confident smile, promises that she will soon see a prosperous commercial center rise from the ground. Her Majesty remarks that she has heard rumors of friction between him and the Orvis Empire and asks whether that could lead to a new war and harm their cooperation. With a faint smile, Rain replies that there is no reason to worry, extending his hand and saying he has prepared a splendid spectacle for the Orvis Empire, and that when the time comes, everyone will benefit. Meanwhile, in the Orvis Empire, tension grips the castle, and in the throne room, voices echo through the corridors as the Emperor announces the death of Grand Duke Castile during his return journey. Shock spreads among those present, and a counselor, incredulous, asks how such a thing could happen, suggesting that the city of Iceland might be behind the crime. With a severe gaze, the Emperor raises a blood-stained letter and says that a spy risked his life to deliver it, then coldly orders his aide to read it aloud. The man's voice trembles as he reveals the contents, the letter accusing Rhine Edgar and Miss Wilvina of treason, claiming they ambushed the Grand Duke in the forest and massacred his guards, ending with a clear demand that the Empire avenge the noble's death. The Emperor slams the arm of the throne in fury, calling Wilvina's betrayal despicable, as the nobles erupt, clamoring for Iceland to pay in blood. Turning to Craven, the Emperor looks at him with contempt, reminding him that he was the one who suggested the peace treaty, and now, with the Grand Duke dead and the Empire humiliated, demands an explanation for his failure. In silence, the blonde man curses the old emperor, convinced that the crown-wearing demon had planned everything to justify an invasion. Yet before everyone, he kneels and takes the blame, saying he was deceived by the traitor Wilvina. The emperor rises from the throne and approaches slowly, dark aura looming, asking how he intends to atone for this guilt. Under pressure, Craven asks permission to personally lead the military offensive, promising to wash the Empire's honor with the blood of Rain and Wilvina. Satisfied with his submission, the Emperor grants approval and issues the order for legions, knights, and mages to assemble and destroy Iceland, while the nobles shout in unison, demanding vengeance and annihilation. Seated upon his throne, the Emperor smiles coldly, thinking that Rhine provided the perfect excuse for war and that he cannot be blamed for being merciless. Far away, Rain gazes out the window, completely unaware of the conspiracy taking shape, his mind focused on transforming Iceland, which is finally moving in the desired direction, as the first refugees from Orvis begin to arrive. He knows the war will push more and more people toward Iceland, solving the labor shortage. And more than that, he plans that after victory he will expand his dominion into the lands he desires most. Leah approaches and reports that the first group has already been settled and that the logistics department is distributing food and clothing. And when Rain asks how many arrived, she answers that there are about 3,000 refugees, including 800 men fit for labor and 1,400 women. Satisfied, he concludes that at this pace, Iceland will no longer face a worker shortage and orders extra food for the newcomers, noting that the elves' money is still abundant and has notices spread along the borders promising tax exemption and free housing, since the elves paid dearly and he intends to make use of every coin. Leah agrees immediately. Shortly after, Wilvina asks to see him, and with a simple nod, Ryan and Leah authorize her entry. She enters determined, tension heavy in her gaze, confronting him and accusing him of being responsible for the war, saying she could stop it if she returned to the Empire. Rain doubts her influence and replies that he has already prepared for any outcome. Indignant, Wilvina accuses him of sacrificing innocence for ambition and calls him selfish, but he remains calm, remarking that it is curious to see her so shaken over the people, something that, in his view, makes her too kind. Angered, she tells him to stop mocking her, saying she hates those who start wars. And Rain smiles and calmly replies that they have something in common, because he also hates wars. Confused by the answer, Wilvina asks what he means, and Rain stands up slowly, gaze firm, stating that the worst people in the world are those who start wars, and that is precisely why he must fight. The words sound like a paradox, and Wilvina stares at him, incredulous, thinking it all absurd. Rain then explains that if everyone fears and hates him, no one will dare start a war while he exists, because it is not reason that prevents conflict, but strength. His cold, rational tone leaves Wilvina speechless as he mocks the idiots of the Empire, saying it would be boring to face them directly. His plan being to let them sink on their own, trapped in swamps and scarcity, until they lose supplies and the faith of their own people. Stepping closer, Rain places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to rest well in the coming days, promising with a gentle smile that she will soon see her father again. And for a moment, Wilvina remains motionless, unable to react, realizing that this was something she never would have expected to hear from him. Elsewhere, Rosalind asks whether those pipelines should not be dug outside the moat and says that if they dig from the inside now, they will not be able to do it. The young master replies that there is no need to block them, because he only wants them to come in. Holker asks what he means, and the protagonist replies that she should remember that the Castellan claimed he had destroyed an army of 100,000 men with a forbidden spell. Rosalind says yes and asks whether that has anything to do with the oil barrel. Rain replies that that barrel of oil is the forbidden spell he was talking about. Holker is surprised and asks whether, as long as he has that barrel, he can cause forbidden-level magical damage, even without being a mage. The young master says that from 80-year-old grandfathers to 8-year-old children, as soon as someone lights a bonfire, that thing will explode. He adds that when the Imperial army comes to attack, she will not be able to win. Rosalind asks why they will not be able to win and says that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they can inflict heavy damage on the Imperial army at the border, they can consolidate their defenses. The protagonist asks about heavy damage and borders, saying that she is very naive. He explains that what he wants is not to deal a heavy blow, but to make them arrogant, to make them believe they have won, that they have reached the end of the race and can trample over the graves he himself has dug. Holker asks if he is saying that they should deliberately reveal a weakness, and Ryan confirms it. He says that in a few days, the vanguard of the Imperial army will arrive first, and that he will lead the army to face them, but he needs to lose, not win. He reminds them that he cannot win, but he also cannot lose in a humiliating way. He needs to give them the false impression that they are struggling to resist, gritting their teeth, refusing to yield, as if the battle continues, they will inevitably be defeated. Rosalind says that in that case, they should let them advance and pursue them to where the oil drums have been buried. The young master agrees, saying that he wants them to be proud, to have confidence, and to voluntarily throw themselves into the purgatory he has prepared. Holker says she understands and that she will lure them in. The protagonist places a hand on her shoulder and says he will leave this in her hands and go see how Armando is doing. He states that after this war, the rules of this world will be rewritten by them. Elsewhere, Armando asks what is wrong with the blacksmith, saying that every detail of the blueprints was calculated with precision and that they are following the master's design. The blacksmith replies by asking what a forger like Armando would understand, stating that the tube is too thin. Armando insists that it is the master's design, that it was calculated with precision and will produce greater firepower, asking them to simply follow the blueprint and not make changes without authorization. The blacksmith says he knows what Armando is talking about, but insists that the dimensions in the drawing are ridiculous and that the barrel will not withstand the pressure of the gunpowder, exploding before it even detonates. Armando asks him to listen. At that moment, the protagonist approaches and asks why the workshop director is arguing with the workers. Armando explains that he only wanted the blacksmith to follow the blueprint, but he insisted that the barrel was too thin and would explode. The blacksmith says that although the master helped the dwarves build a furnace capable of smelting iron, that does not mean all of his designs will be perfect. He says they have always prioritized practicality and cannot create weapons that are not functional, repeating that the barrel is too thin and will certainly explode in the end. Rain replies that there is no need to worry because that barrel can indeed explode under high pressure. The blacksmith says he already knew that, accusing humans of always being eager for quick success without understanding the limits of gunpowder and metal, and that the weapon simply would not withstand the pressure of the powder. The young master says that, however, as long as it is used according to certain rules, there will be no problem. The design of this weapon is the result of precise calculations and countless tests. In terms of gunpowder usage and firing range, if controlled correctly, it will not explode but will exert incredible force. The blacksmith says that, considering the size of this tube, even if the explosion of the powder is indeed controlled, he asks how much force such a thin tube could possibly have. Rain replies, "At a distance of 50 meters, a powerful shot can penetrate a knight's chest." The dwarves laugh and say he is bragging, asking whether he is joking with them. How could such a small iron barrel have any killing power? They ask if he thinks they are stupid. The young master replies that in that case, they can make one according to the drawing and see whether it can do what he said. The blacksmith says he will try to see whether these drawings can really work and thinks that he wants to see whether the design can break common sense. He orders everyone to begin the work. Later, a weapon is completed. The protagonist picks it up and says that it is as expected of a dwarven craftsman. The weapon was made perfectly, and both the feel and the structure are strange. The blacksmith tells him to stop stalling and hurry up and show the power he was talking about, so as not to keep him waiting. Rain says to test it outside. Armando asks whether it is really safe, and what he thinks about doing it himself so as not to get hurt. The young master tells him not to worry. They go outside and the protagonist aims the weapon, thinking that everything is within the calculations, and believing that this will only be the beginning. The two watch closely. Rain pulls the trigger and the shot pierces the hanging armor. They are shocked that it actually pierced the armor and made a huge impact. The dwarves beside them, also shocked, ask whether it really broke through and how such a thin tube could have so much destructive power. The blacksmith thinks that this thing could truly pierce even the best knight's breastplate and wonders where this boy got all these ideas. He thinks that the appearance of this weapon is enough to change the entire war landscape of the continent and could even completely end the era of traditional knightly rule. The young master asks what he thinks of the power of this long, thin barrel, and the blacksmith replies that the dwarves will be forever loyal to him. His wisdom far surpasses theirs. They are willing to become his blacksmiths and forge the strongest weapons for him. The dwarves ask what the chief is doing, and when they ever said they would swear loyalty. The blacksmith tells them to shut up and asks whether they even know what they have just created, questioning whether they really think flesh and blood can withstand that. The dwarves are shocked, kneel down and say that they, the dwarves, are willing to swear loyalty and that he should not doubt himself in the future. The protagonist tells them not to be so nervous because he never needed them to swear loyalty. The blacksmith asks what he means by that, and Ryan replies that in this world, what is truly reliable is never promises, but benefits. The blacksmith says that the dwarves guarantee the blueprints will never be leaked and that they will never betray him. The young master replies that they can talk about that later. For now, he needs him to lead the dwarven craftsmen to produce as many firearms as possible to prepare for the approaching war. The blacksmith replies that he understands. Elsewhere, a voice orders the entire army to set up camp there and not to act rashly that night. A knight approaches and says that they are at the city gates, asking why they are stopping there and why they are not simply invading and taking that small city in one go. He says that the city of Iceland is just a remote and desolate place, without even a decent order of knights, and asks why they should be so cautious. Craven thinks they are idiots and asks whether they have forgotten how Grand Duke Castellan failed. He says the Duke sent a message before his demise stating that Rhine used a spell during the war. They should know that among all humans, a consensus regarding empires was reached long ago on the continent. It is forbidden to use forbidden spells in war. He asks what it would mean if there truly were a forbidden-level mage among men. The knight asks about a forbidden mage and whether he really believes the words of Grand Duke Castellan. He says that a poor place like Iceland does not even have a decent magic academy. So where would a forbidden-level mage come from? In his opinion, this is clearly a lie fabricated by the Duke to cover up his defeat. Craven thinks that the information provided by Grand Duke Castellan before his demise could not have been fabricated and wonders whether there really is a forbidden-level mage in Iceland City. He tells them to stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow morning, they will have the soldiers set up camp and rest, and he will personally take the people from the Mages Guild to visit Rhine in Iceland. The knight asks about a visit and wonders whether he is thinking of making peace, and Craven replies that first, he wants to see Rhine to confirm whether there truly is a forbidden-level mage by his side, and that if that is the case, they must handle the situation with caution, otherwise no one knows how this battle will unfold. Second, they came here to suppress a rebellion, not to invade, and they need a legitimate reason to do so. It is better that they behave, or they should not blame him for having no mercy before his majesty. Elsewhere, a young man says that Marshal Craven of the Orvis Empire would like to speak with him, and that he also brought people from the Mages Guild saying they want to investigate the previous incident involving forbidden spells. The protagonist says it seems the Orvis Empire has some intelligent people and that they can let them in as well. Later, still in the same place, Craven enters and introduces himself. Rain asks why the Marshal of the Orvis Empire arrived at the enemy's headquarters before the war even began. Craven says that Grand Duke Castile's battle report mentioned that he used a forbidden spell in battle against him. According to the agreement between the human empires, forbidden-level mages cannot participate in wars, so the Mages Guild hope to investigate this matter. The mage says he hopes Rain will cooperate with the investigation. Rosalind says this is audacious and asks how members of the Mages Guild dare be so disrespectful to the Lord, and whether they do not even know basic etiquette when meeting nobility. The mage replies that the rules of the Mages Guild are not bound by the elaborate formalities of human nobility, and says that if they want him to bow to Lord Rhine, then unless Rain can prove he is more intelligent than them, they will skip that requirement. Holker asks how the Lord is supposed to prove he is more intelligent than him, and the mage replies that it is very simple. He has a small toy he made on the spot. As long as anyone can place the white wooden pieces into the frame, he will immediately bow and admit that Rain's wisdom surpasses his. The young master wonders if that is not a children's educational toy, and thinks that at most it is for 4-year-olds. Is this really the level of intelligence a mage has? Selena asks if that is a test to advance to high-level mage, the legendary Tangram puzzle. The protagonist asks if she knows what that is, and the mage replies that it is a question from the advanced mage examination. There are countless possible arrangements, but only in very rare cases can the puzzle be perfectly reassembled into the frame. It tests a person's extraordinary spatial imagination and logical reasoning. The mage says that, indeed, even a typical high-level mage would take a considerable amount of time to solve the puzzle. He himself took an entire month to finally unravel the mystery. If Rain is truly as intelligent as the rumors say, then he should solve this mystery on his own. If he succeeds, the mage will immediately bow before him and acknowledge that his wisdom far surpasses his own. Rain remains silent for a moment, wondering whether it really took him a month to figure out a 4-year-old's educational game. Still in the same place, Selena says she will try and that she has already solved a similar Tangram puzzle. She starts putting the pieces together and moving them to see if she can fit them, but she fails and says she is incompetent and that one piece is still missing. The mage asks whether, with her level of comprehension, she thinks she can advance further on the path of a mage and states that it really seems there are no forbidden mages in Iceland City since everyone there is an idiot. The guards say he is audacious and ask how he dares show such contempt for the Lord. The mage asks what is wrong with despising a mere backwater noble and says that since none of them can solve the puzzle, there is no need for him to stay any longer. The young master tells them to stop and asks who said that no one in Iceland can solve a Tangram puzzle. The mage asks if he has other candidates in mind, and the protagonist replies that he does not need anyone else and can do it himself. The mage starts laughing and asks, "Him?" saying that when he was young, Rain was just a spoiled child who could not even pass the junior mage examination, so how could he possibly solve a problem meant for high-level mages? Rain replies that that was because the questions were too stupid and not worth his time. The mage says that is enough nonsense and tells him to stop trying to save face. If he is really capable, then he should solve it right now. The young master says they should make a bet, otherwise it will be very boring, and the mage asks what he wants to wager. The protagonist replies that if he can solve the tangram within 30 seconds, the mage must immediately kneel and apologize to her. Selena calls out to him and Rain tells her not to worry since she is his subordinate and no one but himself is allowed to intimidate her and asks the mage what he thinks. The mage replies that it is fine. If Rain fails to assemble it correctly, he must immediately kneel in front of him and apologize to the entire mages guild. The young master says he understands. Then the protagonist begins moving the pieces and quickly completes the puzzle. The mage is extremely shocked and wonders if it really only took 30 seconds, thinking it is impossible since he himself took an entire month to solve that tangram puzzle, and wonders how Rain managed it. The young master asks whether he should not fulfill the bet, and the mage says it was just luck. Even if he solved it, it means nothing, just a lucky guess by a local noble. Rain replies that whether it was luck or skill is irrelevant. The point is that it is already assembled, and now the mage has two choices: obediently kneel and apologize to his mage, or he will have Rosalind cut off his head. Someone strikes a sword against the ground and it is Holker. The protagonist asks what he will choose. Craven says that he made a public bet, and if he breaks his word, would that not damage the reputation of the Empire and the Mages Guild? The mage says he never expected anyone to actually solve that puzzle, and Craven asks whether he will honor the bet now, or intends to make Craven return and report his shameful behavior to the Mages Guild. The mage says he understands, then kneels and apologizes to the young lady, thinking that today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold someday. Craven thinks that this lord is no ordinary young man and that he must be extremely careful with him. Rain approaches the mage and says that now that he has honored the bet, they should get to the point. The mage thanks him for the guidance and says that on behalf of the Mages Guild, he will investigate what was mentioned in the battle report left by Grand Duke Castellan before his demise and check all mages registered in the Iceland Guild. If necessary, he will not refrain from finding the apprentice, and asks if that is acceptable. The young master says it is not acceptable, and the mage asks if he is implying that he intends to oppose the Mages Guild. The protagonist clearly states that he never used a forbidden mage, and the mage replies that in that case, he should not be afraid of him thoroughly investigating the guild's mages. Rain says that since he did not use any forbidden mage, this investigation is unnecessary and that the mage has no right to deeply investigate his Mages Guild. The mage hesitates, and Craven says that the mission of the Mages Guild is also to uncover the truth and issue judgments. After all, if forbidden mages participate in wars between humans, it will cause massive casualties. The young master asks about causing massive casualties and says that is laughable. The Orvis Empire invades the border year after year, and the number of Iceland citizens they kill is greater than the number eliminated by a single forbidden spell. He asks whether the mage is saying that only the Orvis Empire is allowed to protect its people, while they themselves are not allowed to do so. And now he is talking about avoiding casualties, asking whether he is joking with himself. Craven says he understands Ryan's hatred toward the Empire, but that this time he does not intend to fight to the bitter end with Iceland City. Even if Ryan does not believe it, he came today with a genuine desire to avoid this war. The protagonist asks about avoiding the war and says it is easy. First, he can bring Miss Vielvina's father there to reunite her with him at the border. Second, if the Orvis Empire cedes 3 cities to him, peace will be achieved. Craven says he must be joking and that such a condition is impossible, and Ryan replies that then there is nothing more to discuss. Craven turns his back and leaves. The next day, elsewhere among the tents, Craven stands there and says that it seems that in the end, this war is inevitable. The knight says that if he allows it, they will launch a full-scale attack tomorrow and should not let Iceland City defeat them first. They need to figure out how to deal with that moat, because if it remains as it is, the army will not be able to advance, and asks what its weak points are. Craven replies that they should not underestimate the enemy. The Grand Duke led an army of 100,000 and still failed to capture the city, so they must be careful in everything they do. The knights say that he knows absolutely nothing about warfare and that if they had come back then, Iceland would already have become part of the Orvis Empire. Craven thinks they are idiots, and that even if Castellan was incredibly foolish, he still had an army of 100,000. If they do not even know how he eliminated those 100,000, sending another million would be suicide. A voice asks if he seems troubled about how to capture Iceland, and Craven asks what brings him here. The mage replies that the guild suffered such a humiliating disgrace that if they do not retaliate, they will not be able to remain in the empire, and Craven asks what he intends to do. The mage replies that he can make the magical barrier around the city disappear for a while, and if during that period the Orvis Empire were to attack Iceland by chance. The knight says that is brilliant because without the barrier, the defenses would be vulnerable, and as expected, they still need the guild to intervene. Craven wonders if even their reason has begun to be consumed by anger and greed, then says it is fine. Since he has decided, he will cooperate with the plan. The mage says he is wise, and Craven thinks that in this game, no one will emerge unscathed. If they steal the magic crystal from the city's circle, the barrier will disappear. The mage leaves smiling, saying he will begin tomorrow, and that the Lord will pay for the humiliation. A guild mage always comes at a price. Later, elsewhere, the protagonist is sitting and looking at Elia lying down and says it is time to sleep, that children should not stay up late, when he receives a system message saying that her loyalty is at 74. Rain thinks that by feeding her cookies, cakes, and all kinds of delicious sweets, he finally raised her affection from 50 to 74 and wonders why she does not say a word, whether she is mute, and comments that he seems very bad at putting children to sleep. He asks how about a story and begins saying that once there was a princess named Snow White, until he suddenly startles and asks what happened, immediately going to the window. The protagonist keeps staring out the window until Leah and Selena arrive, calling for the young master, saying that the magic circle in Iceland has gone out of control and that the entire magical barrier of the city is unstable. He asks when it happened, and Selena explains that the soldiers guarding the circle reported being attacked by a powerful mage dressed in a black cloak that hid his face, and they speculated it might be the dark mage who killed the bandits in the dungeon a few days earlier. Rain thinks for a moment and realizes it has nothing to do with any dark mage, even wondering if it was that idiot mage instead. While Leah, deeply worried, says that his safety is the most important thing right now, and asks him not to leave that place. Selena offers to go to the center of the magic circle to see if she can fix it, but the protagonist tells her to stop talking nonsense, and emphasizes that he is not one of those nobles who hide in palaces, nor a useless person who needs women to fight for him. The two girls are shocked to hear that, and without hesitation, he opens the drawer, grabs the point 3-8 along with his coat, and leaves, saying he is going to see who is causing trouble. A short time later, at the site where chaos has taken hold, people try to help one another until the protagonist arrives. One of the knights goes to him, kneels, and apologizes for failing to protect the formation. Rain asks what exactly happened, and the guard says they were on rotating shifts and the magic circle had been working perfectly, but suddenly, an extremely intense fatigue struck them, and everyone passed out at the same time. And when they woke up, everything was already like this. Selena calls to the young master and says that the remaining magical residue is not dark magic and has nothing to do with the dark mage from a few days ago. Hearing this, the protagonist realizes there is only one possibility. They came to retaliate after being humiliated. Rain tells the guard to count the casualties, send rescue teams, and properly tend to the wounded. Then, determined, he calls the girls and heads to the center of the magic circle to find that idiot. When they arrive, he quickly spots Orin in the middle of the circle. The Archmage laughs and says, "These are the consequences of disrespecting someone like him." Selena asks how an Archmage from the Mages Guild could interfere in a war between empires, and Orin tells her not to talk nonsense, claiming he only applied a light punishment to the nobles who disrespected him, adding that if a war happens during this period, it has nothing to do with him. The girl is furious, but the protagonist tells her to calm down. Rain says that because of Orin's actions, countless people in Iceland have been left homeless and killed, and asks how he intends to take responsibility. But Orin does not care at all about useless trash with no magical power, and starts laughing, saying that when the Imperial army arrives the next day, that ruined city will be reduced to ashes. Mockingly, he says he forgot that the protagonist is originally a useless person with no magical power. Already irritated, Rain warns that he is giving him one last chance, and tells the mage to use his magic to heal the wounded and compensate them, and then he might consider sparing his life. Orin laughs, saying the protagonist cannot do anything, points at Selena and says she is only a high-level mage while he is an archmage, and that he wants to see who will spare whose life. Then, using fire magic, he summons a dragon, and Selena immediately raises a water elemental shield. The shield blocks the attack, but Selena is injured. The archmage keeps laughing wildly, and that finally irritates the protagonist. He pulls the point 3-8 and points it at the mage. Rain says not to blame him because he chose death himself, and fires. The bullet easily pierces the archmage's shield and hits his shoulder, the barrier shattering completely, and Orin cannot understand how it happened. Rain presses the gun to his head and orders him to use magic to heal the wounded, or it will be goodbye. Oren panics, asking himself how his shield was broken. Rain calls the guards, orders them to subdue the mage and lock him in the dungeon, warning that when the people of the Orvis Empire arrive the next day, they will use the mage as bargaining currency. As the mage is dragged away, Selena notices something on the ground, the magic circle crystal, and grows worried when she realizes it has completely lost its power. The protagonist asks if something is wrong, and she explains that because Oren forcibly removed the crystal from the circle, the magical power went out of control. Now the crystal is just a useless stone, and worse, the circle's main structure has also been destroyed. Rain asks if it only affects Iceland's circle, and Selena says yes, that the effects will last only through the night and that by the next morning, the magical barrier will collapse completely, leaving the city extremely vulnerable to an attack. Leah, furious, realizes this was their purpose all along, to use the collapse of the circle to launch a major assault. The protagonist pats her head and tells her not to worry, saying that with or without a barrier, they will not be able to set foot in that city easily. Selena asks what the plan is, because even with the garrison, it is impossible to stop the elite legions of the entire Orvis Empire. Rain tells her not to worry about it now and orders her to sleep there, saying she will know the answer the next day. Back in Orvis, Craven studies the map with total focus when one of the knights calls him and says, Oren still has not returned. Hearing that, the Lord wonders what happened. Another knight asks why they are waiting so long, saying that small city can be destroyed in the blink of an eye, while another agrees, saying 20,000 vanguard troops would be enough to crush Iceland and earn glory in a single battle. Craven explains that Oren went to destroy the city's magic circle the night before and still has not returned, so he fears something happened. The bearded man adds that the Mages Guild is not truly on their side and those people are just parasites. The man with the mustache agrees and says that once they capture Iceland, even if Oren dies, the guild will not be able to do anything. Understanding the situation, Craven orders them to lead 20,000 vanguard troops to investigate, but warns them not to rush in recklessly. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's city, Selena spots the troops and warns the young master that they are coming. Rain tells Rosalind to go to battle and not to forget what he said, that she is only allowed to lose, not win. The knight in front asks if he's Rain and says he has advice, telling him to surrender now if he wants his life spared. The protagonist replies that he would like to say the same, and says that if he does not want his soldiers to die in vain, he should retreat now. Hearing that, the knight orders the attack and everyone charges toward Rain's group. Rain tells Rosalind to proceed according to plan. She mounts her horse and advances with a small unit. Before long, she closes in, and the mustached knight swings his axe, but the blow is easily blocked. Rosalind is surprised by how weak he is and even wonders if he's holding back while he mocks her, saying that even though she is a woman, she managed to withstand his strength, proving she has some skill. Even the horse seems shocked, because if that was all, she would have more trouble pretending to lose than actually winning. She thinks for a moment and realizes there is only one way. When the man attacks again, Rosalind leaps off her horse, makes them both evade the strike, and counters by hitting the enemy's horse. After taking away his mobility, she returns to her own horse and retreats back to the field. The knight laughs, saying that is the elite of Iceland, since they could not even last a single clash, and orders all troops to advance. The protagonist watches and comments that those who get irritated easily deserve to be used as bait, while 20,000 knights surge toward Rain and his group. Selena grows tense and asks what they should do. Rain says they are starting and that it is time to send it. Rosalind, still returning, stops and turns to face the knights. The mustached man asks why, and asks whether the protagonist really thinks he can fight them to the death, relying only on the city's women. Rain starts mocking them, asking if only 20,000 people came, saying it is a pity because he originally wanted to annihilate everyone at once. Then he tells Selena to begin the attack. The girl starts conjuring fire magic and forms an enormous fireball above her hand. But what no one expected was that multiple gunpowder barrels were buried under the ground where the battle was taking place. With a single spell, all the barrels ignite one after another, and a nuclear-level explosion erupts across the battlefield. The knights burst into flames and thrash around, screaming for help. The mustached man thinks it is impossible and even wonders if Rain used forbidden magic. Seeing the explosion and the fire trying to swallow 20,000 people at once, Rosalind is stunned, unsure if that really counts as forbidden magic. And as she looks at her lord, she reflects that it was exactly what she should have expected from him. She realizes that with a leader like this, they will have the strongest empire on the continent. The protagonist warns that it is not over yet and tells everyone to wait for the next wave of attacks. Meanwhile, in the Orvis Empire, Craven can feel the explosion even from far away. He asks what that sound was, and one of the knights says Rain used a forbidden spell. Craven cannot believe it and feels terrified. The knight on the right asks if he really dared to use forbidden magic, and another asks what forbidden mage would dare break the continent's rules. The marshal grabs the frightened soldier and demands to know what exactly he saw. The man explains that he saw a massive fireball bursting up from the depths of this valley like an infernal rift tearing open. Craven summons all the mages and orders them to follow him, and as he leaves the camp, he sees that massive explosion reaching the clouds. He commands the mages to immediately use water magic to extinguish the fire and save as many people as possible, and all the mages rush forward, casting water magic and causing a torrential rain in an attempt to put out the flames. The marshal grows pensive and recalls that the protagonist swore emphatically that he had never used forbidden magic. Yet looking at the scene before him, he desperately hopes that the protagonist lied, because if he did not, then it means he possesses a weapon of mass destruction comparable to a forbidden spell. It would be acceptable if such a weapon were only used for defense, but if it could be employed in sieges, the Orvis Empire would be destroyed in a very short time. Soon after, a soldier returns and reports that the fire has finally been extinguished, and Craven, already discouraged, prays that it is not too late and that there are still survivors. At that moment, several figures appear before him, but they are not his soldiers, rather the protagonist and his allies. Rain greets Craven, saying that they have met again, and the marshal raises his hands and asks whether the war can end there, explaining that he will return to the Empire and make a ceasefire happen. The protagonist refuses, saying that one cannot simply start a battle and stop whenever one wishes, and that now it is already too late. The protagonist's soldiers raise their weapons and aim at Craven's mages, who sneer and mock them, saying that without forbidden mages they are nothing, and even asking what those iron tubes could possibly do. Rain, having lost his patience, orders them all killed. The soldiers fire and the mages hastily conjure shields, but just as before, the bullets pierce through the shields as if they were nothing and strike every mage. The marshal is utterly horrified, because this is neither forbidden magic nor magic at all, which makes him question what it truly is. Rain calls out to Craven and tells him to inform his emperor that he will come looking for him. Later, back in the Empire, Craven kneels before his majesty and reports that the attack failed and that the 20,000 vanguard soldiers were annihilated by Lord Rhine Edgar. At first, the emperor cannot understand how such a failure occurred and asks how it happened, and Craven explains that Rhine commands a form of power never before seen on the battlefield. He describes how the entire valley was turned into a hell of raging flames, and adds that Rhine also possesses a metal tube weapon capable of piercing magical shields and killing airborne mages with a single shot. The marshal warns that if the attacks continue, the empire will fall, but the emperor asks if he understands what he is saying, declaring that the Orvis Imperial Army is composed of warriors who instill fear in their enemies and that dying for the emperor is an honor. Then asks whether the marshal is afraid. Craven answers that he is not afraid of death, but what he witnessed was not a battle, it was a massacre, describing a sea of fire, soldiers screaming, mages falling from the sky, and explosions everywhere, stating that if they do not stop, the entire empire will be buried by Rain's hands. The emperor orders him to be silent, saying that he has already shamed the empire once and is now acting like this, declares that he was blind to trust him, and orders the marshal imprisoned in the dungeon, announcing that he himself will lead the expedition and uproot that city entirely. Even as he is taken away, Craven continues insisting that the war must not continue because it is suicide. Not long after, in the imperial capital's prison, the marshal is thrown into a cell, yet he keeps saying they must not allow the emperor to continue the war against Rhine, and receiving no response from the guards, he begins to think of some way to stop it. Suddenly, a voice asks how Craven ended up imprisoned, and when he turns around, he realizes Duke Richard is there and asks how he came to be in that place. The Duke sighs and says Craven is forgetful, asking whether he truly does not remember that he was locked there many years ago by the emperor. Then jokingly asks what the young man did, whether he offended a minister's daughter and was caught red-handed. Craven takes a deep breath and says that if that were the case, it would have been much better. And seeing his expression, the Duke realizes that the sky really is falling this time. Craven explains that Rhine is not something they can control and that if the battle continues, they are simply marching toward death, which leaves the Duke completely shocked as he asks whether Craven is saying that a young man with only a few hundred people annihilated 20,000 vanguard troops and even defeated an aerial mage squad in a short time. Craven affirms that as absurd as it sounds, it is the truth, and says he does not understand why the emperor insists on attacking that city when there are many better places to expand. Richard then explains that many years ago he accompanied His Majesty on an inspection tour of the western border, where they discovered an abandoned underground altar near Iceland, beneath which lay a monster sealed by an ancient magical array, and that the creature promised supreme power to the emperor if the seal were broken, vowing to make him the sole king of the entire continent. Craven asks whether he truly considered that, and Richard replies that he did, adding that the emperor was never satisfied with ruling just one nation and wants the entire continent to kneel before him. The marshal is horrified and asks whether the emperor has gone mad because if that thing is released, Iceland and even the Orvis Empire would be destroyed, and Richard agrees, explaining that this is why he used his family's sealing barrier art to conceal the magic array, which is why he was imprisoned, revealing that he was spared only because he is the sole person who knows how to undo the seal. Richard remarks that with the emperor's recent loss, it is possible that the young master of that city will teach him a harsh lesson, and Craven relaxes for a moment, thinking the empire was doomed, saying he will pretend he never heard any of this, then casually remarks that when the war ends, he will find a way to work for Miss Wilvina, as he has heard she's quite popular lately. Richard asks whether the girl is doing well in the empire, and Craven answers that she is in Iceland now, helping Rhine, which leaves the Duke stunned. Craven asks what is wrong, and Richard realizes that he may have fallen into the Emperor's trap, explaining that the only way to break the sealing art is to use fresh blood from his lineage as a sacrifice, and if the Emperor kills Wilvina in Iceland, the monster will be completely released. Craven understands that the Emperor always knew the Duke's daughter was the key to undoing the seal, and is using someone else's knife to kill for him. Desperate, Craven begins shaking the bars and shouting for the guards to release them, because the Empire is in danger, but no one pays attention. And at that moment, the Duke simply breaks his shackles as a powerful aura surrounds his body, saying that now that the Emperor will not spare his daughter, there is no reason to remain seated there. He calls Craven to help remove that mad emperor from the throne, astonishing the young man, who asks why he had such power all along and never escaped, to which the Duke replies that knowing the enemy's trump card is more important than acting impulsively. With a single gesture, he rips the prison door away, guards soon appearing and ordering them to stop or be killed on the spot, and Craven warns the Duke to be careful, but he replies calmly that he will clear the way and tells the young man to find an exit. He quickly conjures magic and with a touch to the ground ignites flames that burn all the guards present, allowing Craven to find the exit and call for the Duke to follow. Outside, two exhausted guards are on watch when the pair emerges, one being knocked away by a punch without even seeing it coming, and the other, half asleep, also sent flying by a blow, leaving Richard impressed by the young man's abilities, as Craven urges them to mount up and leave as fast as possible. Soon after, alarms ring out, but the two are already fleeing, and shortly afterward a soldier reports to His Majesty that the Marshal and the Duke have escaped the prison. The Emperor is not surprised, as he expected this and was merely waiting for them to make the first move, thinking that if his guess is correct, the method to undo the seal lies with Wilvina, and that this chess game is finally nearing its end. He orders the Shadowblade unit to be dispatched and Richard's group to be kept under constant surveillance, gazing at a crystal in his hand and thinking that when it awakens, he will become the sole king of the entire continent. Elsewhere, the protagonist enters the blacksmith Bram's house and asks how the thing he ordered is coming along, and Bram replies that he arrived at the perfect moment as he was about to send for him, explaining that he followed the designs and asking Rain to see whether it meets his standards. Bram removes the covering and reveals a cannon, which Rain examines carefully and praises as very good and finished faster than expected, prompting the blacksmith to boast that this is natural because dwarves possess the finest skills on the continent, but he adds that the parts consume many materials, and that refined iron and magic copper are nearly exhausted, allowing at most 2 more cannons to be built with what remains, meaning that large-scale production would require finding a mine for more resources. Rain replies that 3 are enough for now and says that once the war is over, he will make the Orvis Empire hand over its mines, eliminating any supply issues, and that now all that remains is to wait for the Emperor to come personally so he can demonstrate just how powerful the industrial age truly is. 3 days later, the Emperor of the Orvis Empire personally arrived at the front line. The battlefield became restless again and the people shouted together that the city of Atherin would fall in just a few days for His Majesty and the Empire. The Emperor's arrival drastically boosted the morale of the Imperial Army. To protect the troops, Ryan also led his forces in retreat to the city of Atherin and ordered the gates to be closed. A knight states with certainty that he has no options left and can only cower inside the city. In this confrontation, everyone will see how he intends to stop an imperial army of 100,000 men because they will not even need to attack the city. They only need to wait until they run out of supplies and surrender. The protagonist observes everything in silence. At night, Rosalind asks if she can go out and fight them the next day, saying that Staying locked inside every day will affect morale. Selena agrees and says it is not as if they cannot defeat them now. Rain replies that war does not require victory in every battle, but one decisive victory, and that meaningless battles are never fought, while meaningful battles must be won at the lowest possible cost. At the moment, the city does not have enough firearms or ammunition to sustain a direct attack. Arrogant soldiers are destined for defeat, so what they need to do now is make them arrogant and restless. They buried 36 large barrels of oil nearby, and once they are ignited, the entire Imperial Vanguard will be consumed by flames. Holker comments that he really is a genius, but the young master says things are not as simple as she imagines. As soon as those barrels of oil explode, the walls of Atherin will also collapse instantly. Selena asks if that means they will lose their only defensive barrier, and the protagonist replies that they only have one chance. At that moment, a guard calls him and says they have captured 2 enemy scouts who claim to have important matters to report. Rain wonders about Imperial scouts, orders them to be brought inside, and says he wants to see them personally. The 2 enter, escorted by the guards. The young master is surprised to see that one of them is Craven and asks what he is doing there. Craven replies that the man beside him is Duke Richard, a former Imperial minister and Wilvina's father. The protagonist asks if he came to surrender, as he had ordered, and if his emperor knows about it. Craven replies that he did not come to surrender, but to ask him to stop the emperor. Rain asks what he means, and Craven asks the Duke to explain the details. Richard says he knows Rhine is suspicious, but asks him to listen because buried directly beneath the city they are in is an ancient, magical sealing array. Years ago, the Emperor and he accidentally discovered some ruins nearby, where a primordial monster was sealed. The Emperor of the Ulvis Empire wants to corrupt the seal with plasma, releasing the monster for his own use. Rosalind is surprised, and the young master says he understands and that this confirms his previous suspicions. So he asks him to get straight to the point and asks what the conditions are for the seal to be broken. Richard replies that if he himself or his daughter is killed near the city, the seal will break immediately and the monster will be released. Holker becomes even more surprised. Richard says the Emperor intends to use the Imperial Army's attack to eliminate his daughter and begs Rhine to send troops to cover the 2 of them as they flee the city of Atherin, because outside the isolated area, even if they die, the monster will not be released. The protagonist remains silent for a moment and then says no. Richard, surprised, asks why and says this does not involve only his family, but the safety of the entire continent. Rain asks if he wants him to withdraw his troops, leave the city of Atherin vulnerable, and allow its people to be cruelly massacred by the enemy attack. Richard asks if he would risk the fate of the entire continent over the gain or loss of a single city. The young master says Richard misunderstood him, that he is not a gambler and never gambles, that he will not entrust the future of the continent to a madman, and that he will not abandon the people of Atherin. He wants that proud and powerful emperor to personally witness how his fantasy will be shattered little by little. Elsewhere, someone observes through a window and says it is time for him to make his appearance. A figure appears behind him, hooded and masked, and says the Shadow Guard obeys his orders. His Majesty says he will lead the Imperial Army in the attack on the city of Atherin the next day, and that her mission is to infiltrate the city during the chaos and find an opportunity to eliminate Wilvina. The Shadow Guard disappears, and His Majesty thinks that once the seal is broken, all the gods will bow at his feet and all nations will submit to him. He says that on the day he ascends the throne, the entire world will kneel before him. The next day, the protagonist and Richard observe together, and Richard points out that this is the elite heavy cavalry regiment of the Ulvis Empire, the foundation of the empire, capable of annihilating even the most solid defense with a single charge. Rain replies that they are nothing more than a bunch of rusty iron cans that can barely move. Richard says he has never faced the true Imperial heavy cavalry and does not know how terrifying they are. The young master tells them not to worry and says mere heavy cavalry can be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Richard thinks the boy does not know the true terror of that force and has become arrogant after winning a battle. When he panics and flees later, perhaps then he will agree to send troops to escort father and daughter out of the city. Rosalind approaches and reports that the heavy cavalry of the Ulvis Empire seems to be preparing to attack, asking if she should lead her men to confront them. The protagonist tells her to take the men and contain them, but reminds her to attack only once and then retreat without engaging directly. Holker asks what the plan is, and Rhine replies that their armor is heavy and consumes a lot of energy, and that if she leads them on a prolonged chase, provoking them repeatedly, they will soon run out of breath and become unable to move. Rosalind says he is very clever and bets they have not been taken out for a walk like this in hundreds of years. Then Holker, together with the cavalry, gallops off with the horses, and the knights at the front say the enemies are coming for the finish. The two troops advance together, but when they get closer, Rosalind pulls the reins, making her horse move to the side instead of charging head-on. The enemies say these cowards do not have the courage to fight face-to-face, and that they should chase them down and tear them apart. Rosalind thinks those fools have fallen for it, and the enemies keep chasing her, telling her not to run. Holker keeps running, and the enemies say they did not come to fight, but to take them for a walk. The leader tells them to shut up and orders them to give chase, saying they must not disgrace His Majesty. Later, on a cliff, the Emperor says that this is to be expected from the son of Grand Duke Aldalion, because he naturally possesses an innate talent for the battlefield. He says trying to exhaust the heavy cavalry through maneuvering is not a bad idea, but that he is too young. He orders the mages to restore the knights' energy and says they will see whether the mouse or the cat gets tired first. A guard approaches and says that if all the mages' magic is used to increase the endurance of the heavy cavalry, he wonders what will happen if the young master uses that large-scale forbidden fire spell again, as he did a few days ago, stating that they probably will not be able to cast fire prevention and isolation magic in time. The Emperor says not to worry, because he will not dare to use it. The knight says his subordinate is slow-witted and asks why he would not dare to use it. The Emperor replies that this battlefield is different from the valley, that the city of Atherin has already lost its superior magical barrier, and that if he uses that destructive level forbidden fire spell again, not only will the Imperial army be affected, but the city walls he relies on as shields will also be destroyed instantly, and all of Atherin will turn to ashes in the Great Fire. He says Rhine would never allow the city he built with so much care to become scorched earth. The knight agrees and says that, contrary to his own maneuver, what makes him cautious because of the people is the city, and that by tying his own hands, His Majesty is wise. Later elsewhere, Rosalind's partner calls out to her and says they cannot hold on anymore and are being exhausted to the limit. Holker says the young master is indeed, until she notices something and asks what that is. Ahead of them, there is a barrier. They pass through it, and the enemies feel better, saying they should eliminate them. The guard asks Rosalind if something is wrong and how they are alive again. Holker asks if they are using precious magic to restore the endurance of the heavy cavalry. They ask what they should do now, whether they should keep prolonging this, saying that their own horses are already almost too exhausted to run. Rosalind stays silent for now and remembers the young master saying that if something went wrong, they should lead them to the city wall and that he himself would take care of it there. Holker thinks that now they can only follow his orders and tells all troops to retreat and advance toward the city walls. The enemy laughs, saying they are also out of energy and that they should chase them down and tear those cowards apart. Someone is waiting for them with weapons. Along with the other knights, the enemies ask what the hell that is, and if they really sent so few people to attack with iron rods, questioning whether they are trying to be funny. Then the knights receive the order and start firing. The enemies are hit, and one of them says this is impossible because they are wearing dragon-scale steel armor specially made for this occasion, asking what kind of weapon that is. The protagonist asks who cares about dragon-scale steel armor and says that before gunpowder they are nothing but paper toys and that this battle is over. Richard agrees. The enemy knights say the captain misjudged the opponent, and the other troops raise their weapons high and shout, "Long live the young master." They celebrate loudly. Elsewhere, someone moves extremely fast. It is the Shadow Guard with her two partners, and he tells them to confirm the location and find a way to sneak into the Lord's mansion. Then the Shadow Guard notices something and disappears. The knight tells his horse that they won today and that they will receive the best hay, until he notices a light and the Shadow Guard cuts his throat in an instant. Her partner holds the body and begins using high-level magic, dark magic. The knight is revived, and the Shadow Guard says she will use his appearance to infiltrate the Lord's mansion, while they will remain outside as reinforcements. Then the infiltrated Shadow Guard approaches the knights, and one partner asks if he has finished feeding the horses, saying that when he is done, they will go have a drink. Later that night, they are celebrating the victory, and voices say the young master is truly a god who descended to earth, that as soon as that musketeer squad appeared, the enemy was so frightened they almost pissed themselves. They say that if Atherin did not have him, it probably would have fallen today. The protagonist tells them to relax a little tonight and reminds them that the battle is not over yet, saying they should not drink anymore. Wilvina observes him in silence and remembers him saying that he wanted her to serve him, wondering where their relationship will go once this war ends. The infiltrator observes her in silence. Wilvina walks outside, touches the water, and thinks that a noble from Ulvis cheering for the enemy in Atherin is foolish. Then she senses something and asks who is there. It is the infiltrator asking why she is not at the banquet and whether she is spacing out. Wilvina replies that she is just a little tired and came to get some fresh air and thinks that he just called her miss. But everyone in the city, by the young master's orders, calls her Minister of Finance. She asks how things are going with his marriage to Lilia and comments that last time, they were arguing badly by the kitchen door, asking if they have already made up. The infiltrator feels awkward and replies that, of course, they have already made up, and that although she has a fiery temper, she is a good person. Wilvina says he is not Khan because there is no one named Lilia in this city and asks who exactly he is. The infiltrator says that this is to be expected from the Duke's daughter. So perceptive. The Shadow Guard returns to her normal form and asks if she may know how Wilvina saw through the disguise magic. Wilvina replies that his appearance was not the problem, but the way he addressed her. The Shadow Guard asks about the form of address, and Wilvina replies exactly that the people of this city do not call her Miss. They call her Minister of Finance, that strange title. The Shadow Guard says so, that is it, and feels relieved that the disguise magic was not the problem. Wilvina asks if he infiltrated this place to eliminate the young master. The Shadow Guard replies that she did not because His Majesty wants to deal with that young man personally. He himself is here because of Wilvina. He says that once Wilvina's plasma is injected into the relic altar, that monster will burst out of the earth. Wilvina asks if she is insane because once that monster is released, the entire continent will turn into a slaughterhouse, questioning whether he thinks only the enemies will lose their lives, and says that people, children, possibly even their own parents and siblings will die, asking if he still has even a shred of humanity. The Shadow Guard says he serves only His Majesty, the Emperor. Whoever he orders her to eliminate, he eliminates. Wilvina says someone like him is worse than a dog. The Shadow Guard says he will show how a dog bites this noble to the very end, and advances with her sword, but the attack is blocked with a fork. Wilvina is surprised to see that it is Elia. The Shadow Guard asks if she really blocked her attack with a fork, and Elia tells him not to hurt Wilvina because Brother Ryan would be sad. Wilvina is surprised and asks if this kid really can speak. The Shadow Guard, smiling, asks if Elia thinks she can stop him with only a fork. They remain silent for a moment, and the Shadow Guard, still smiling, advances again. Magic moves through the area, the smoke disperses, and inside the castle, Richard says that musket really pierced the armor of the Imperial Heavy Cavalry of Orvis. The protagonist says not to worry because the destructive power of that musket is still far from enough. He says that after this war ends, he will have the dwarves research even more powerful firearms, and by then, no matter what kind of monster it is, it will be directly suppressed by firepower. Richard says he felt a magical fluctuation, and it seems there is a fight nearby. Rain asks about Miss Wilvina and where she is, and the maid replies that a few minutes ago she saw her leave through the side door of the banquet hall and it looked like she was heading toward the garden. The cup falls to the floor, Richard becomes desperate, and the young master tells them to hurry out and find her. They move quickly. Later, outside, the protagonist is holding a pistol and asks if that is really what happened. The Shadow Guard is lying on the ground, and Elia says he came to eliminate Sister Wilvina. Rain is surprised and asks if she really blocked the assassin's attack using only a fork. And Ferrano replies that it was because he said he did not want to see loved ones lose their lives in front of him. The young master says she did very well. The Shadow Guard is on the ground, coughing up plasma, and the protagonist says he is in a good mood today, so he will give her a chance to live. The Shadow Guard replies that she does not need it because she only serves the Emperor. Magic begins to spread across the ground toward Wilvina and her father, and two more Shadow Guards appear. The smoke disperses and one of the Shadow Guards advances toward Wilvina, getting closer and closer, but is hit by a bullet and falls to the ground. The protagonist approaches with the pistol in his hand and says that at a distance greater than 7 steps, the gun is fast, and at a distance shorter than 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. Richard says that scared the hell out of him. Another Shadow Guard approaches and strikes him with a sword, cutting him, and Richard, wounded, says he is asking to be finished off. Richard punches him and the Shadow Guard gets up and runs away. Wilvina approaches her father and says she will treat his wound, but Richard tells her not to worry and to go after him now, because they cannot let that assassin escape no matter what. He stole his blood. Wilvina asks what he means, and Richard replies that it is exactly that once he escapes, the seal of the ruins will be broken, and that monster will be released. The protagonist tells him not to worry about that now and to let her bandage him first, and tells them to capture the remaining assassin, thinking that this will be a great way to test the power of the newly built cannons. Later, elsewhere, Rain thanks Elia for saving Wilvina and asks if he can ask a few questions. Ferrano keeps eating without saying anything, and the young man wonders why this child is not speaking again and questions why she never talks. Elia replies that it is because she does not want to be sold again. The protagonist asks what that means, and Ferrano replies that she was an orphan since childhood and was adopted by a couple. They said she was too strong, that she could not do anything properly, that she broke bowls, hurt the cattle, and in the end, they sold her. She says that later, in other places, they also said she was disobedient, and that as long as she spoke, she would be sold, and that she does not want to leave this place. Rain tells her not to worry because no one here would dare to sell anyone. The young master kneels and says she used her strength to save Wilvina, asking if she is willing to use that strength to protect more people. Elia asks if she will not be kicked out for breaking things and if she will not be sold for saying the wrong thing. The protagonist replies that she can stay here forever, for as long as she wants, and that no one can take her away. Ferrano cries hard and hugs him, and Rain says she has been busy all night and can go back and rest now. Elia asks if she can become his subordinate like the older sister, and fight for him, saying she is very strong. The young master replies that this is great and that tomorrow he will ask Rosalind to come see if she has what it takes, and that for today she should go to sleep. The system congratulates the host for successfully recruiting the fourth main subordinate, and the protagonist realizes that only one more talent is missing. Ferrano goes to lie down, and the young master thinks that it is time to talk to Wilvina. Wilvina is sitting and reading a book when a voice asks if she is asleep. Wilvina asks what is wrong, and the protagonist replies that there is something he would like to discuss with her and asks if he can come in. He says he wants to formally invite her to join him as his subordinate. Wilvina is surprised, asks him to forgive her, but refuses. The young master asks if he may know the reason, and Wilvina replies that there is no complicated reason. She simply does not believe she has the ability to be his subordinate. Rosalind and the others are different from her in terms of status. They are subjects, while she is a noble from a country hostile to them. Besides, she does not possess the powerful martial arts skills of the young lady and the others. At most, she can manipulate accounting books a little. Rain says that, in his opinion, manipulating accounts is also a talent. Wilvina replies that this talent is far too insignificant for his ambition. The protagonist asks if she knows what his ambition is. Wilvina tells him not to be nervous, because it is impossible for someone as capable as him to have no ambition. Besides, there are many people on this continent who know how to falsify accounting books, so he does not necessarily need to choose her. The young master replies that indeed there are many people capable of falsifying accounting books, but someone like her, who can alter complex accounts without leaving any traces, he has only met one. Her work was the only one in which he found no flaw at all, even after personally investigating it. Since she has guessed his ambition, he can tell her. His ambition does not require only warriors like Rosalind to clear the way. It needs someone like her even more to devise strategies and plan before taking action. Wilvina asks if he is really using falsified accounting books as the basis to say she has that ability, and says he thinks far too highly of her. Rain then says he wants to teach her something even more advanced than manipulating accounting books. Wilvina asks what that would be, and the young master replies that it is finance. Wilvina asks what finance is. The protagonist explains that it is a discipline capable of controlling wars with numbers and determining the flow of resources through rules. It can allow one country to annex another empire without resorting to brute force. It can also make the treasury's accounting books more lethal than the battle flags in the barracks. He says this is the key to the future. He says he will entrust this discipline to her and that together they will perfect it and spread it. One day, when this knowledge is recognized by the world, it will bear her name, Wilvina's Finance. Then he asks if she is willing to enter this new era by his side. Wilvina is surprised and says he is more dangerous than all the deceivers she has ever known. From now on, she is willing to dedicate everything to him. The system then congratulates the recruitment of 5 extremely talented individuals. A reward is unlocked, the design blueprint for a howitzer shell. The young master thinks that howitzer shells are perfect and decides to have the dwarves build them quickly, refusing to believe that monster cannot be blown into pieces. At night, several soldiers are gathered with a man in front of a door. The man holds a vial in his hand and says that his dream is finally about to come true. He pours the liquid from the vial onto the door, an absurd energy spreads, and he declares that as Lord of the Empire he offers sacrifices. The pressure increases, and a spirit approaches his body. The Lord of the Empire declares that this world will kneel before him once again. He orders them to march toward the city of Aetherlin because nothing will stand before his vengeance. The next day, the Lord of the Empire rides with his troops beside him. His aura is terrifying, and a voice asks if he is still the Emperor himself, saying that from his gaze he looks like he is staring at food. Rosalind also advances with her troops and says the Imperial army is strong, but behind them is the city of Aetherlin, and because of that they cannot retreat. They advance. The Lord of the Empire thinks about eliminating them, because all of their deaths will become his strength. The soldiers' energy begins to be drained, and they ask what kind of power that is. The Lord of the Empire declares that he will rebuild his empire. He advances, and the soldiers say he is not human and that they should retreat. His energy grows absurdly, becoming even more powerful as he absorbs people's power. Holker orders them to capture him without retreating and says she will stop him. Rosalind releases her power, extremely powerful, but The Lord of the Empire dodges and counterattacks, hitting her directly. The two exchange violent blows, but the Lord of the Empire possesses tremendous strength and manages to hit her several times. Rosalind is thrown against a rock, hits her back, and crouches down with difficulty. The Lord of the Empire approaches and says she is a fool asking for her own death. From afar, two people observe the scene, and Richard says they need to retreat immediately because this is a war they have no chance of winning. In truth, it is not even a war, it is a one-sided massacre carried out by him against all of them. They need to contact the Magic Association because a monster of that level is beyond their ability to handle. The protagonist then tells them not to panic and says he wants to personally see how tough the Emperor is. He asks how the civilian evacuation is going, and the maid replies that everyone has been taken to the shelters in the city center and that the lockdown is complete. In that case, Operation Tyrant Suppression begins. Rosalind blocks a blow and realizes that this is the young master's signal. Rain then orders everyone to retreat immediately and head to the city center along the southeastern slope. The soldiers start running, and the Lord of the Empire observes, saying he wants to see how far they can run. The troops shout, "Long live the Empire," and the Emperor demands that they open the city gates and surrender on their knees, promising to allow them to lose their lives without pain. The young master replies that they should not rush because it has not yet been decided who will lose their life today. Soldiers positioned on the rooftops enter attack formation, and the protagonist orders them to fire. Shots are released and hit the Lord of the Empire, but he remains intact. Voices shout to eliminate him. The Lord of the Empire asks if that is their trump card, while the soldiers wonder how that is possible and say he is definitely not human. Rain says it is exactly as he thought. They cannot eliminate him without armor-piercing ammunition, and then orders them to bring the Italian cannon. The dwarves bring the cannon and position it, and the young master says he wants to see if he can withstand this. The Lord of the Empire asks if he intends to scare him with those pieces of iron without magic, and the protagonist replies that the destructive power of magic is not as great as that of his toy. Rain orders them to begin, and the dwarves aim the cannons at the enemy and fire. An absurd power is released from the cannon, and the young master tells the mage to get them out of there, because the city walls definitely will not withstand the explosion. Selena activates her magic and makes them disappear from there, and the mage asks if he is unharmed. Meanwhile, outside an explosion occurs, and the protagonist tells everyone to get down and prepare for the shockwave. The pressure increases and causes a massive impact, and the crouching soldiers ask what kind of power that is, because not even legendary forbidden magic would be much greater than that. They say the idiot emperor of the Orvis Empire is certainly finished and start celebrating. In the middle of the smoke, however, a voice appears saying that he really can use forbidden magic. The soldiers are surprised and ask if even that destructive power failed to eliminate him. Rain observes and realizes that the emperor is still alive, although wounded. The emperor says Ryan truly surprised him, because he never imagined that a forbidden spell mage could exist in such a remote place. He says it has been many years since the last time he felt pain, but their forbidden spell cannot eliminate him. He says he wants everyone to see with their own eyes the inhabitants of Aetherland, losing their lives one by one before them, until they collapse in despair. The young master then asks who said something like, "That can only be fired once," and the emperor asks what he said. The protagonist signals to Uncle Brum, and the dwarf asks, "Since the barrel is still hot, how about another shot?" The emperor says this is impossible, because even the most powerful archmage can only cast a spell of that level once, and asks what kind of magic that is. Rain replies by asking who still uses something as outdated as magic, and welcomes him to the industrial age. With the death of the emperor of the Orvis Empire, the imperial power collapses. Countless nobles and warlords take advantage of the chaos to proclaim themselves kings, and the empire plunges into disunity and internal struggles. Ryan also seizes the opportunity to expand the territory of the city of Aetherland to the desired position. In the council hall of the Lord's Mansion, in the city of Aniclimax, the young master explains the urban plan. That area will be integrated into Aniclimax University, the main academy of the future empire. He says the northern zone will be the workshop area, the eastern zone, near the riverbank, will be the commercial street, the southern zone will be designated as the residential area, and the western side will become the Elven District and the special diplomatic zone. The elf thinks that he actually brought down the Orvis Empire using only a border city. The protagonist then says that if anyone has any questions, they can ask freely, because the city belongs to everyone and is not just a private kingdom. The elf asks why he is dedicating a separate residential area to the elves in the city, explaining that her race is more accustomed to living in forest and that a wooded area would already be enough. She says there would be no need to build houses, which would save a significant amount of the budget. Rain thinks that the elves do not pay and still want to save money, wondering where such good deals can be found. He explains that it is precisely because they have lived in the forest for generations, away from human society, that there are so many misunderstandings and barriers. He says they need to understand one another's culture, customs, and even food and art. At that moment, a soldier announces that the imperial envoy of the Caradorial Empire has arrived by order of the emperor. The elf asks if she should withdraw first, but the protagonist says that is not necessary because he had already expected their arrival and orders them to let him in. The door opens and a young man enters the room. He introduces himself as Enric, special envoy appointed by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Caradorial Empire, and says he has come to deliver an imperial decree. He observes the elves present and asks if they really allow such insignificant creatures to participate in imperial affairs. The elf becomes irritated and prepares to respond, but Ryan stops her and says Enric's name, suggesting that he apologize to the Elven Queen immediately, otherwise there will be one more corpse in that room. Enric replies that he is a special envoy of His Majesty and asks if he dares to touch him. The young master then orders Rosalind to teach him how to speak to people, and Holker replies that she understands. Rosalind moves her sword in front of him, and Enric asks how she dares, saying that if she wounds him, she will be making an enemy of the entire Caradorial Empire. Rosalind advances to attack him. Enric becomes angry and says she is asking to die. Their swords clash. Holker dodges his attack and counterattacks. Enric spits plasma, and Rosalind strikes him again, knocking him to the floor. Plasma drips from his mouth, and when Holker prepares to deliver the final blow, Enric asks them not to kill him and admits that he was wrong. A voice orders them to stop. Enric thinks that Aldarian's son really dared to lay a finger on him. He tells himself that he will tolerate it for now, but when he returns to the Emperor, he will make sure Rain dies a miserable death. Out loud, however, he says he was wrong and asks them to forgive his disrespect. The Elven Queen thanks the young master for everything he has done for her, and the protagonist replies that she does not need to thank him. After all, they are similar. Enric remains seated on the floor, and the young master says he can now read His Majesty's decree. Enric takes the scroll and announces that, by order of His Majesty, Rhine must return to the imperial capital within 3 days. He must meet with the Holy See to receive recommendations and investiture. The Empire will hold a detailed discussion regarding the possession of the city of Inicli. The elf asks if he did not conquer the city by himself, and why it is still necessary to discuss ownership. Enric replies that these are the rules of the human empire and that she needs to understand that. The protagonist then thinks that his current strength is still insufficient to oppose the empire, especially before understanding his father's intentions. Because of that, he declares that he will obey the imperial decree and go to the capital as soon as possible to meet His Majesty. Enric says that since he has agreed to return to the imperial capital to receive the decoration, he should depart as soon as possible, and thinks that once they arrive at the imperial capital, he will show him how he intends to eliminate him. In the imperial palace of Caradorial, in the heart of the imperial garden, a red-haired man comments that he is more punctual than expected. Someone climbs the stairs and asks what important matter he would like to discuss. The red-haired man replies that the third brother has been moving around the palace far too frequently lately, and that if this continues, probably none of them will have a chance to obtain that position. At present, the nobles are divided into 3 factions, one loyal to the third brother, another neutral, and a small portion that supports him, but that is all he has. The blonde man asks if he plans to do what the first brother did back then. The red-haired man replies that an accident, a misstep, or, failing that, a cup of poisoned wine would solve it because, as long as he loses his life, someone will naturally invent a reason to justify it. The blonde asks whether, if the third brother dies, the throne will go to him or to the other one. The red-haired man tells him not to worry because, regardless of who takes the throne, half the benefits will be left to the other. Resources, military power, and territory, half for each without interference, and asks what he thinks of that. The blonde replies that it is excellent because 1 ascends the throne and 2 benefit, and asks when they will act. The red-haired man replies that Aldarian's youngest son, Rhine, has been quite prominent lately. The blonde comments that he defeated the Orvis Empire by himself, and that the Emperor is about to reward him. The red-haired man says the Emperor will certainly reclaim the city of Inicli that he took, and that they can take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate the third brother, then assign responsibility to the Aldarian family. The blonde agrees and says it is perfect because when the Emperor is furious, the 2 of them will step forward to calm the situation and declare loyalty, wishing His Majesty a life of 1,000 years. Sometime later, a knight approaches the gate while the protagonist is inside the carriage, thinking that time flies, because half a year has already passed since he left home without realizing it. The butler runs to welcome him and says he has finally returned, that Madam is waiting for him in the living room. The young master replies that he is already on his way. In the hall, Rain says he is back. His mother comments that he has lost a lot of weight and asks if he is used to the food in the city of Aetherlin and whether the people there are easy to manage. The protagonist replies that everything is fine and that she does not need to worry so much because he is no longer a child. His mother hugs him and says that in a mother's eyes, a son will always be a son. The young master says he brought some specialties from the city of Aetherlin for her to try later, and she thanks him, saying that he is very thoughtful. The butler enters again and informs them that the master has returned, and that the young master must go to the study. His mother comments that his father may not show it, but he also misses him very much, and asks him not to irritate him, because he is already old and even more stubborn than when he was a child. The protagonist says it is fine, that he will talk to him after the meeting, and his mother replies that she will wait for him. In the study, Rain says he is back. The master replies that all he had asked him to solve was the food crisis. The young master agrees. The master then asks how he explains eliminating the legion commander appointed by the Empire, forming an alliance with the elves without authorization, and waging war against the Orvis Empire on the border, and asks if he truly believes that territory now belongs to him. The protagonist replies that the land may not be his, but those people truly believe in him and trust that the Edgar family can provide a better life, and that he simply did what a lord should do. The master is surprised and thinks that he has truly grown and become even more ambitious than he was when he was young. He says Ryan's performance exceeded his expectations, which pleases him and worries him at the same time. He states that during the investiture ceremony the next day, there will certainly be people who use these matters to distort the emperor's will, and asks what he intends to do. Rain replies that he does not need to worry, because as long as he does not want to give up, no one will be able to take that city. Then he asks what he thinks of the Empire now, and says he only wants to know which side he will be on when the time comes. The master remains silent for a moment and then says he is still too young, asking if he really believes the Empire is a dilapidated wall that will collapse with a single touch. He says that if he underestimates the Emperor in that way, he will certainly fail, but as long as he does not put the Aldarian family in an impossible situation, he will not interfere with his plans. The young master replies that he understands. The master then says that since he has such thoughts, it is a good time to discuss another matter. He picks up a paper and begins talking about his son's marriage, explaining that the daughters of several noble families have impeccable backgrounds, appearances, and education, and that marrying any one of them could help him greatly in the future, because alliances of this kind bring resources and political support. The protagonist replies that he already has someone in mind. The master asks whose daughter she is. Rain says she is beautiful, intelligent, and composed, and that, more important than anything, she has always been by his side. The master becomes irritated and says that this is absurd because she is only his personal assistant and is not worthy of becoming his wife. The young master replies that deciding whether she is worthy or not is not up to him, but to the person who will marry her. The master says the path he wants to follow cannot be achieved through strength alone, because he needs to consider allies and resources, and only the daughters of the nobility can offer that kind of support. The protagonist replies that his future does not depend on marriage alliances, but on a prosperous industrial era. The master says that regardless, he will have the list of candidates sent to his room, because no matter his son's opinion, he should at least meet a few before making a decision. Later that night, elsewhere, a young man speaks with his imperial father and says that regarding the new city Ryan conquered, his suggestion is to allow him to continue managing it. The emperor asks why. The son replies that first, he led the troops to conquer that city, and taking it back by force could create resentment in the Edgar family. Second, he is very interested in some of the concepts Ryan presented. The emperor asks if he knows what he lacks most as an emperor. The son asks what that would be. The emperor replies that he lacks cruelty, the courage to eliminate when necessary. He says that what he orders must be done without hesitation, and what he forbids cannot be done even if someone wants to, because the majesty of imperial power cannot be challenged. The young man tries to reply, but at that moment someone approaches and asks why he is still there. Lilith arrives annoyed and reminds His Majesty that he had promised to spend the night with her, yet he was still there. Upon seeing the imperial consort, Aranso bows and greets her. The king then asks Lilith to calm down, assuring her that he will return to the palace with her immediately. She approaches him and replies that it will depend on his performance that night. With that, the king ends the conversation and states that he has already made his decision on the matter. Then he dismisses Aranso, declaring that he will spend the night resting. With no way to challenge the order, the young man simply agrees with his father. Even so, he remains unconvinced. To Aranso, the king no longer cares about the nation and only thinks about maintaining the balance of power between the crown and the nobles. If that corrupt government continues that way, he himself may end up being forced to destroy everything with his own hands. As everyone watches the ceremony, the Emperor praises Ryan Edgar's performance in Iceland City and says he is extremely satisfied with his results. With that, he announces that he intends to reward him generously. Then, the Emperor declares that the city of Anicap will be added to Ryan's achievements, and the two territories will be united to form a new region, which will be placed under his administration as a count. Upon hearing the announcement, the nobles are surprised to see someone so young being appointed as a count and comment that the boy's future seems limitless. Meanwhile, Rain realizes that everything is happening exactly as his father predicted, but he also remembers the warning about what would come next. Then, one of the nobles speaks up and says that the decision is inappropriate. Seeing that happen exactly as expected, Rain understands that his father was right. He recalls the advice he had received earlier. His father had warned him that the rewards that day would certainly raise questions, and that, no matter what happened, he should endure the situation first so they could find a solution afterward. With that, Rain concludes that everything is occurring exactly as predicted, and realizes that this time, that man has ended up messing with the wrong person. Faced with the objection, the king questions Phils, wanting to know why that decision would be inappropriate. The minister then explains that, although Ryan has great military achievements, governing a region does not depend only on strength, but also on political and economic skill. According to him, because Ryan is still young and inexperienced, he could end up causing financial chaos and harming the people. The nobles immediately agree with Phils and praise his rational insight, saying that he truly lives up to his position as the empire's Minister of Finance. Upon hearing this, Ryan realizes that the man is responsible for the imperial finances. Then, the king asks whether Phils has a more suitable plan, since he has decided to oppose the reward. The minister reinforces that Ryan's military merits are excellent, but insists that he is still impulsive and does not understand government affairs well. For that reason, handing full control of the new city over to him may not be a good idea. Seeing the two sides beginning to oppose each other, the king is satisfied because he believes that, as long as they fight among themselves, his throne will remain safer. Then he asks Phils to say how the situation should be arranged. Phils then suggests that Ryan be responsible only for military affairs and security, while civil matters, such as finances, should be assisted by experienced officials from the court. That way, according to him, it would be possible to avoid mismanagement and prevent the people from being harmed. With that, the king turns his attention to Ryan and asks what he thinks of Phil's proposal. The protagonist refuses the minister's suggestion and states that, in addition to having capable assistants in administration and finance, he himself also understands economic management. To prove it, Ryan challenges Phils to test him with a question right there. Phils is surprised to see someone so young claiming to understand finance and decides to take advantage of Ryan's confidence to present a difficult problem. He explains that the imperial treasury accounts from the last quarter have remained unclosed for a long time. Even after 6 months and 3 changes in the accounting team, the situation still has not been resolved. To Phils, that confirms that Ryan is nothing more than a naive young man. The minister knows that the empire's finances are a complete disaster, and that anyone who tries to deal with them will end up getting into trouble. For that reason, since Ryan claims to know the subject well, Phils suggests that he take on the problem. Then, Phils asks the king to serve as a witness, since that matter is vital to the stability of the national treasury. If Ryan can resolve 2 months' worth of accumulated accounts within 1 month, the minister will agree to acknowledge his talent. But if he fails, Ryan will have to hand over the financial authority of the city of Anicap to the court officials, thus ensuring the safety and peace of the people. The king accepts the proposal and asks whether Ryan is willing to take on that challenge. With that, the protagonist accepts the challenge before the king. Aldarian sees his son's decision as impulsive, since financial affairs are a bottomless pit of problems, something even the most experienced politicians avoid whenever they can. Even so, he believes that letting Ryan suffer a little now and learn his lesson may be better than seeing him be swallowed by something even greater in the future. Later, the king asks Phils whether everything has already been prepared. The minister confirms that it has and reveals that he deliberately mixed the records of dozens of regions. In addition, he also organized and temporarily sealed the original books from the 5 most important economic zones. Phils states that even for the most experienced accountants of the Ministry of Finance, investigating all of that would take at least 2 or 3 months. For that reason, he believes Ryan has ended up stepping into a true quagmire, and that even if he tries to get out, he will not be able to escape this time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rain analyzes the account books alongside Selena. She asks why he did not bring Wolvina to help, since that would be precisely her specialty. Rain explains that the reconstruction of Iceland City has just begun, and Wolvina is handling the tax system, commercial order, and mine administration on her own, so the city cannot be left without her. As for the problem in front of him, Rain sees it as an unexpectedly good surprise. Selena finds his answer strange and asks whether he really used the right word, since she cannot see anything good about that situation. Then, the protagonist explains that those records represent the true economic lifeline of the empire. According to Ryan, if he can resolve those accounts, he will be able to discover the real financial situation of the entire empire, including whether taxes were paid correctly, whether the government's expenses make sense, how much the nobles have embezzled, and how many resources the empire still has left to extract. To him, those accounting books will reveal all those secrets. Then, Rain hands the accounting books to Leah and Selena, instructing the two of them to separate everything by type of tax, administrative district, and period. After that, he himself will take care of the calculations. Worried about the amount of work, Leah suggests going to the guild to hire some people to help, but Rain tells her not to worry, saying that a few books like those are no challenge for him. Besides, if he is right, anyone in the capital who understands taxes will avoid getting involved in that mess. Unable to understand, Leah asks why, since guild members should work for anyone who pays them. Rain explains that this is a test from the Emperor to force him to hand over power, so no one in the capital would dare go against His Majesty by helping him. While organizing the books as requested, Selena notices something strange and calls the others' attention to it. Leah asks what happened, and Selena explains that some records do not match because several volumes from certain regions are missing. Confused, Leah asks whether they simply forgot to deliver the books, but Rain clarifies that it was not an oversight. They left those records out on purpose, precisely to make it impossible to settle the accounts. Selena then suggests that they inform the Emperor about the missing books, since they were the ones who failed to hand everything over. Rain, however, tells her not to worry, explaining that he already expected this. As long as not too many records are missing, he can reconstruct the hidden information from the remaining documents. While analyzing the books, the protagonist notices that territorial tax revenue in the northwestern district of the capital has fallen by 17% compared to the previous year, even though there was no reduction in agricultural production. Based on the previous rates, each acre in that region should have yielded 0.7 silver coins in tax, but that year only 0.42 was declared. With that, Ryan concludes that the registered area was falsified or that hidden exemptions were diverted by someone. Upon checking more carefully, he confirms that the land registry data was not updated and that the transfer details are also missing. Rain identifies the first problem as a classic manipulation of off-record land, in which unregistered areas were used to evade taxes, and then false data was created to close the reports. Then he notices that the payment of the salt tax on the northern border was delayed by 1 month, indicating some problem in the distribution chain. However, since the logistics tax was collected normally, and transportation costs did not increase, the protagonist concludes that they carried out a phantom circulation of goods, registering the same batch twice to fraudulently receive transportation subsidies. Rain continues analyzing the books and finds merged tax accounts, loopholes in tax adjustments, duplicate land records, empty invoices, and concealed transactions between related parties. With that, he admits that the corruption in the Empire's financial system is truly impressive, and it is no wonder no one managed to understand it before. Surprised by the speed of his calculations, Selena asks what kind of magic the young master used to discover all of that. Rain replies that it is not magic, but a modern tax system, using cross-auditing, balance analysis, reverse tracking of tax rates, and other methods to find the fraud. Later, after half a month, the king asks whether there is any news from Ryan's side. Phils asks His Majesty to rest assured and reveals that the books he prepared are not only missing several important volumes, but also contain false accounts created by his own men in 1/3 of the records. The king realizes that Phils really did everything he could to make Rain's life difficult. The minister guarantees that even if the Ministry of Finance sent 30 experienced officials, it would still take them 3 months to organize that mess, let alone Rain by himself. To Phils, the young man would already be doing well if he merely managed to read all the records within a month. The king then comments that this is the price of being young, impulsive, and too eager for merit. As soon as Rain fails to deliver results, he intends to hand the finances of the city of Anachal over to Phils to manage. Phils thanks the king for his trust, while the emperor also sees this as a good opportunity to put old Aldarian in his place. Sometime later, on the day the 1-month deadline ends, Phils goes to Ryan and asks how the accounting books are going, making it clear that the time has come to verify the result of the challenge. Rain calmly replies that he finished everything the night before and had even intended to look for Phils the next day. The minister is shocked to hear that and asks whether he has truly already completed the accounts. Noticing his reaction, Rain comments that Judging by Phil's tone, it almost seems as if those books were never meant to be solved from the beginning. The minister immediately tries to disguise it, saying that Ryan misunderstood and that he was merely impressed by his speed. Then Phil's asked to check the calculations and confirm whether they are really correct. Before Phil's can check the books, Ryan imposes a small condition. The verification of the calculations must be done publicly before the king, because otherwise the minister himself would be the one deciding whether he was right or wrong. Phyllis accepts the challenge and declares that, at the court session the next morning, he will personally verify everything in front of everyone. Rain agrees without hesitation, while the minister leaves confidently, imagining that the next day the protagonist will be humiliated before the court. Later, the king asks whether Rain really agreed to verify the accounts together with Phil's. The minister confirms it and guarantees that the protagonist will certainly embarrass himself in front of everyone. Curious about such confidence, the emperor asks where it comes from, and Phil's explains that, first, 1/3 of the books delivered to Rain were intentionally left incomplete, precisely in the sections involving the financial flow of the most important regions. In addition, some of those records contain accounts that the minister himself had altered years ago. The numbers seem illogical, but according to Phil's, an ordinary person would never be able to notice the problem without knowing about it in advance. Phil's also adds the most important point. Even if all the records were true, a single person would never be able to complete that tax audit in just 1 month. With that, the king decides to turn the situation into a spectacle for the entire court and orders the 3 princes to be notified to attend the audience the next morning. The next day, before everyone, the king announces that Ryan will begin the verification of the accounts. Upon seeing him appear carrying only a single book, the nobles begin whispering, questioning whether he had made mistakes and simply given up. Others find the size of the material strange, thinking it looked more like a draft than a complete audit. Phil's receives Rain, saying that he has finally arrived, and states that the Ministry of Finance also spent the last month working on the records, barely managing to organize everything. For that reason, on that day, they would verify the accounts publicly before the king and all the ministers. The minister also adds that since this is Ryan's first time dealing with national fiscal affairs, His Majesty has granted him special tolerance. If his results are not too far off, they will consider that he has passed the test. Ryan, however, interrupts the explanation and asks what his reward will be if the ones who are wrong are actually them. The nobles are shocked by the protagonist's confidence, saying that facing the entire Ministry of Finance alone is pure delusion. One of the officials then questions Ryan directly, asking whether he is implying that dozens of ministry specialists together cannot compare to him alone. Rain confirms without hesitation that this is exactly what he meant, making it clear that he does not consider the Ministry of Finance to be on his level. The officials become furious at the provocation and accuse the protagonist of looking down on all of them. Before the discussion can continue, Phyllis intervenes and asks them to stop arguing before His Majesty, reminding them that they are all there to verify the accounts, not to exchange accusations. According to the minister, once the verification is over, the truth will speak for itself. With that, the king begins the verification and orders Rain and Phil's to present their results. Phil's begins by presenting the numbers from the Ministry of Finance, stating that the empire's total tax revenue for that quarter was 14,803,000 gold coins. Of that amount, 2,160,000 came from border customs, while 1,800,000 came from mineral taxes. Then, the minister gives Ryan his turn, and Ryan presents a completely different result. According to his calculations, the empire's true tax revenue should be 16,057,000 gold coins, with 3,120,000 coming from customs and 2,650,000 from mineral taxes. Upon hearing the difference between the reports, the nobles begin commenting that Rain's numbers are far too different from those presented by the ministry. Then, the king questions the protagonist, asking what he has to say about such a large difference between the two results. Rain replies to the king that the difference between the reports exists because the Ministry of Finance's accounts were falsified, so it was only natural that the two results would not match. The accusation frightens the nobles, since accusing the ministry of falsifying records was a crime serious enough to destroy an entire family. Phil's reacts furiously and accuses Ryan of slander, saying that he will not allow him to tarnish the reputation of the Ministry of Finance. Ryan, however, asks what would happen if he had proof. Even so, Phyllis believes that the protagonist is bluffing because not even he himself knows the ministry's real numbers, since there were too many people manipulating the accounts behind the records. Then, the minister challenges Ryan to present that proof before everyone. Faced with the challenge, Rain warns that if Phyllis insists so much, he will not be able to blame him for what comes next. Then he begins by explaining that the empire's taxes are divided into 3 main categories: direct taxes, indirect taxes, and license fees. To begin with indirect taxes, the protagonist points out that in the case of border customs during the first quarter, the correct amount should be 3,120,000 gold coins, considering the historical average flow of goods and the import and export records from the western border. However, the ministry declared only 2,160,000, exactly 30% less. After that, Ryan moves on to the salt tax and recalls that, at the end of the previous year, the empire had expanded the salt fields of the northwest, increasing estimated production by 10%. Even so, the tax declared that year was 40,000 gold coins lower than the previous year. With that, he asks whether the salt was thrown into the sea or whether someone simply stopped thinking. Then, Rain moves on to the land tax and, based on the 37 counties registered in the empire, points out another inconsistency. Even with the official data in hand, the total revenue from that tax appears 2% lower than the previous year. Faced with that, he sarcastically says that following that logic, it could only seem as if half of the empire's farmers had simply died that year. By this point, Phyllis can no longer hide his shock as he realizes that Ryan truly understands tax laws and is seeing through everything. Without giving him any room to escape, the protagonist asks whether the minister still has anything to say in his defense and confronts him, making it clear that he really believed no one inside the imperial palace would be capable of noticing his filthy tricks. With the evidence presented, the king becomes furious and accuses Phils of daring to falsify accounts and embezzle tax revenue, despite being the empire's minister of finance. The minister tries to defend himself, begging for forgiveness and saying that it was only a momentary mistake, but the emperor does not accept his excuses. Immediately, he orders the guards to take Phils to the imperial dungeon and begin a complete investigation into all accounts, subordinates, and assets connected to his name, arresting anyone involved. Desperate, Phils begs for mercy, but the king ignores his pleas and determines that from that day on, every division of the Ministry of Finance and every tax department must be investigated. In addition, anyone who tries to hide irregularities for personal gain will be punished the same way as Phils. Later, in the imperial dungeon, Phils is surprised to see the king himself entering his cell. Still not understanding what is happening, the minister calls out to His Majesty and the emperor admits that he ended up making Phils suffer unnecessarily. The king reveals that the entire performance was done to save Phil's life. The minister understands the situation and thanks him deeply, but the emperor makes it clear that the case has become far too serious and that they need to silence everyone involved immediately. Understanding the order, Phil suggests using Inspector Bellholm from the Western Tax Department as the culprit, since he comes from a humble background and has no power or influence. Since the minister already has someone in mind, the king orders him to resolve the tax fraud case immediately. Phil accepts the order, but realizes that finding a scapegoat will not be difficult, though he still wonders why His Majesty needs so much money every year. Before leaving, the king warns that if Phil disappoints him again, he will show no mercy. The minister thanks him for the new chance and, thinking of Ryan, declares that the waters of the imperial capital are far deeper than he imagines. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, Selena praises Ryan, impressed that he managed to organize those chaotic records line by line and still humiliate Phils in front of everyone. To her, the minister will certainly be in serious trouble after that. Rain, however, says that Phils will not be punished. Selena does not understand since he committed tax fraud, a serious crime forbidden by the empire. Then, the protagonist reveals that the reason is simple. The emperor himself knew everything. Selena is startled when she realizes that His Majesty was involved in the falsification of the accounts and asks why he would do something like that. Rain explains that tax fraud brings several advantages, such as making the empire appear prosperous, financially strong, and economically stable on paper. In addition, it helps control public opinion and keep the nobility on the crown's side. Selena then asks how Rain managed to conclude that the emperor and Phils were acting together, since there was also the possibility that the minister had done everything on his own. The protagonist explains that he realized it because the emperor gave Phils no chance to defend himself. Faced with such a serious accusation, made in front of the entire court, the king did not interrogate the minister, ask any questions, or allow him to explain anything, but simply ordered his immediate arrest. This proves that the emperor could not let Philly speak, because any word could expose the whole truth behind the case. Selena then understands that Phils was not unlucky. He was simply used as a scapegoat. Rain agrees and explains that the emperor was protecting Phils, but at the same time, he was also protecting himself. However, that protection will come at a price, such as handing a knuckle over to him. At that moment, Aldarian appears and says that Ryan went too far that day. Rain asks his father whether telling the truth also counts as going too far. Aldarion replies that it was not merely telling the truth, but publicly humiliating the entire Ministry of Finance. He shouts, saying that he offended several influential people in the imperial capital. The protagonist, however, does not back down and asks why he should be afraid of offending people who falsify accounts without the slightest hesitation. Aldarion decides to end the discussion and explains that he did not come there to argue about that matter. Then he hands Rain the marriage profiles he had mentioned before, asking him to see if there is anyone suitable. Upon hearing that, Leah becomes embarrassed and apologizes, saying that she will go out to fetch more hot water. Leah walks away clearly bothered, and Rain notices her reaction, asking whether she is angry. She tries to hide it, saying that she is only a maid, so the young master's marriage has nothing to do with her. Rain, however, replies that he was actually hoping she would care. Upon hearing that, Leah is surprised, and he approaches her, reminding her that from Iceland City to the imperial capital, the one who remained by his side was her, not those candidates for marriage alliances. Even so, Leah hesitates and says that she is nothing more than a commoner. Rain then asks whether Leah will stay by his side forever. Touched by his words, she accepts without hesitation and throws herself into his arms, saying that she is willing to remain with him. Later, the king informs Fils that Belhome committed suicide out of guilt and that he is now safe. The minister immediately thanks His Majesty for his kindness and promises to repay him with absolute loyalty, but the emperor dismisses the formalities, saying that he is already tired of hearing that kind of thing. Now, the real problem is finding a way to deal with Rhine. To the king, Anakel's location is far too special, so that city needs to remain under the royal family's control. However, Fils explains that trying to forcibly take Rain's authority over the new city is probably already too late. For that reason, he suggests another path. If they cannot take away his power to govern, then they should take away his ability to decide freely. The king becomes interested in the idea, and the minister advises His Majesty to go with the flow, since the next day he will be forced to reward Rhine. In addition to granting even more power to the protagonist, the emperor could also arrange a carefully chosen marriage for him. Fils explains that Rhine's wife could become the eyes and the key they place by his side. According to the minister, that woman will accompany him every day, know his movements, influence his emotions, and even interfere with his decisions. That way, the more power the protagonist receives, the more trapped under their control he will become. The king likes the idea and compares it to a soft prison, much better than simply taking someone's power by force. Then, he asks who would be a suitable candidate for that marriage. Phyllis suggests Noya Stewart, but the emperor remembers that a few months earlier she had become engaged to the eldest son of the Sarando family. Precisely because of that, the minister considers the choice perfect. Besides having a noble background and appearing flawless, Noya is now engaged to another man. Fils then advises the king to summon Grand Duke Aldarion to the palace before the reward ceremony, under the pretext of discussing state affairs in private. After that, His Majesty could publicly announce the arranged marriage in front of everyone. That way, to anyone watching from the outside, it would seem as if Aldarion himself had taken the initiative to bring that proposal to the emperor. The king understands Phil's intention and remembers that Aldarion values the family's reputation above all else. Therefore, if the marriage is announced publicly before everyone, he will be forced to accept it in silence, because refusing at that moment would be the same as bringing shame upon his own family. Phyllis confirms this, and adds that the most interesting part is that the Sarando and Stewart families will never let it pass. With that, the three noble families will begin to distrust one another, while Rain will be trapped in the middle of that dispute, sinking deeper and deeper into the problem. The next morning, Leah informs Rain that His Majesty will hold the reward ceremony that day and that the chamberlain responsible for delivering the imperial decree will arrive soon. She then asks him to get dressed quickly. Rain complains that such a good morning has been ruined by an old man, but tries to cheer her up by saying that when they return to Iceland City, someone will help with the work and then they will be able to sleep in whenever they want. Leah becomes flustered by Rain's teasing and reminds him that he is the lord of the city, so he should guide the people toward a better life. Rain jokes that he will do that after waking up and that, in any case, she will be taking care of things for him. Later, during the ceremony, the king announces that Rhine Edgar repelled the Orvis Empire's army at the border and secured territory for the empire. In addition, he praises his insight into financial affairs, calling him a rare talent. With that, His Majesty decides to grant Rhine full authority to administer all matters of the new city. The nobles are impressed, realizing that this would practically hand all the power of the region over to the protagonist, and that the influence of the Aldarion family could end up surpassing that of the other two Grand Dukes. Rain thanks the emperor, but realizes that something is wrong, since the king should not give up so much power so easily. Then His Majesty adds that He has also prepared a marriage for him, saying that Rhine is already old enough and needs a capable wife by his side. Upon hearing the word marriage, Rhine immediately realizes the intention behind the reward and understands that the emperor probably wants to place a spy by his side. Then the advisor announces that Neue Stuart, daughter of the Stuart family, will be granted in marriage to Rhine Edgar, describing her as a noble, gentle, intelligent, virtuous, and kind young woman. The news throws the nobles into panic, because everyone knew that Neue was already engaged to the eldest son of the Sarando family. Unable to understand the reaction of those present, Rain notices that everyone seems frightened by the announcement. Then Neue's fiancée speaks up before the king, saying that she is already engaged to him and cannot marry Rhine. The emperor questions when that engagement supposedly took place, saying that he does not remember anything. Frightened, the young man's father tries to smooth things over, claiming that his son fell off a horse the previous day, hit his head, and is talking nonsense, asking His Majesty not to take it seriously. The king quickly tries to defuse the situation, saying that it is nothing serious and that the young man does not need to worry. Then he uses his own age as an excuse, stating that his memory is no longer what it used to be and that sometimes he ends up forgetting things. Then His Majesty shifts the responsibility onto Aldarion, saying that the marriage had been proposed by the Grand Duke himself that morning. Since Aldarion had asked for his help, the emperor states that he must certainly have carefully investigated the girl's marital situation. Finally, the king forces Aldarion to confirm it before everyone, and with no way to oppose him, the Grand Duke simply agrees with His Majesty. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.